Paul. Head Zittel. Yama.
Good morning, Jama. You want to toss? What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bat first.
Why are you going to have a bat on this track, Jama?
The previous game played on it, so I think it's a bit flat. They didn't get much preparation because we were supposed to play another wicket, but Trey had too much moisture and some rain over the weekend. I feel that this track is a little flat, not a little worn out from the previous game, so we're going to get the best of it first.
And what about the little moisture that will be in the track in the first morning?
Moisture is always in the tracks in the first hour, so it's just about fighting through that first hour, and then we just assist from there.
Okay, Jama, all the best.
Thank you.
I like your batting, your feeling first. Yeah, your thoughts.
Well, I would have batted first. The wicket looks a good one to start up. It looks a bit dry. I would have batted first, but nonetheless, we have to go out there and execute.
Well, of course, in a rich vein of form, how are you going to plan to continue?
Well, I plan to play good cricket, and I'm a team player. I plan to play for my team. So whatever comes on the day, as long as I could contribute to the team's success, I'm good.
Any pressure with the captaincy?
Not really. Like I've been telling everybody else, it's added responsibility, and that normally lifts my game. So I'm just grateful for it.
Just a bit about your tour down to South Africa. You came back immediately and was in the team and getting runs. How has that affected you?
Well, I didn't get to play down there, so obviously I wanted some games. I wanted to get back into match practice, so it wasn't really a big transition for me because I was playing cricket down there. It was just a flight, so I wanted to come straight away and get in some games.
Okay, all the best, Alec, as you go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to one and all as we welcome you to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in Tarouba in South Trinidad as we get ready for another crucial game here. This is 2 against 3 in the West Indies Cricket Board Championships, and no doubt a very interesting game, a crucial game for both teams, and one that we anticipate will be very competitive. In fact, as we look at a little bit of the history of these two teams in recent years, the Leeward Islands have had the better of the Windwards, including last year as well. So no doubt it would be very interesting to see if they could continue their winning ways, so to speak, against the Windward Islands outfit. But the Windward Islands certainly buoyed by their recent success. They did all the running. As I say, a very good morning to Kadeem Mohammed. Kadeem, they did all the running more or less against Jamaica, and they were expected to win after such a strong batting performance. But then on the flip side, the Leeward Islands, they were trailing in that game for most of the first 2 days, and then in the afternoon session and the second afternoon, they just did something amazing with the ball and got themselves back in the game, and then they batted beautifully to secure a victory on the third day. So I think both of them got wins, but I'm sure they must be thinking, how do they build on that now, given that they're so close to the top of the standings?
Yeah, definitely. It's a really enthralling game that we're looking forward to here. As you've mentioned before, both teams coming off victories, but I think, the toss going the way of the Leeward Islands, and they decided to bat first. But I think that decision is definitely, they're going to have to back up that decision with a good batting performance here, Ruskin. Because as we know, on the first morning of any game, there's that bit of early morning moisture, that overnight moisture that is going to play its part. So definitely the Leeward Islands, they're going to have to back that up, I'm sure, with some good batting.
Well,
And
they got good batting in the second innings. The first innings, again, you know, it was one of those situations where guys shaped well but didn't really carry on. We saw Kieran Powell get 100 in the second innings, and it was a beautiful 100. But he needs to show that now in the first innings here, if only as a continuation of what he did in that last game, so that he can, you know, he can really address the West Indian selectors in a significant way once again. But more importantly, put his team in a good position to possibly win this game.
yeah, most definitely. And a lot is going to be dependent on him, as he's a very experienced batter right at the top of the order for the Hurricanes. So as we see, the usual opening pair of Monson Hodge and that man you spoke about, Kieran Powell, they're going to be starting off for the Hurricanes. And for the Windward Islands, they certainly had a good game against the Jamaica Scorpions, really bossing that game from the onset and eventually going on to win by a huge margin, which would certainly do their confidence a whole lot.
And I mean, it's good to see, because you want the competition to be a competitive one, but you also want teams to, every time they go out, to show that they mean business. And I was really impressed with the Leeward Islands and the way they fought back against the defending champions Barbados. I mean, Barbados looked like they had that game all sewn up. In fact, once they didn't enforce the follow-on, it looked as if this was a case of how much can they actually post before they do it. Lewis is the man who's going to take up the attack. And that's a short ball way outside the off them. No real movement there just yet anyway. And but it was so short that you couldn't even tell if it has swing in it. And we anticipate that with the strong wind that blows across this ground, that if you give the ball a little bit of time to do something in the air, you could fancy your chances. There are 3 slips and a gully there. So I think Lewis must be seriously thinking about pitching the ball up somewhat.
Yeah, so 3 slips and a gully, a backward point cover, mid-on, and a fine leg for Sherman Lewis, as this one is a rising delivery outside off stump, left alone by Monson Hodge. This first hour of this game, Ruskin, is so important for both teams. You know, the bowling team definitely would want to pitch that ball up, get whatever movement is on offer. And for the batsmen, they're going to have to be watchful.
It is a pitch that you can look at the carry. It's pretty good. So I'm sure bowlers will love it. And here again, you can see him touching down on a good length. Not as short as the previous ones, actually encouraging the batsman to play this time. And Hodge did very well. In fact, in that last game, Hodge was the one who kind of set the tone. He was very aggressive when they, after they dismissed the Bajans for 78 and was set 247 to win. Many felt that they would have just come out and consolidated. Instead, he took the attack to them. This time he's watchful again, and good carry again. The wicketkeeper taking the ball way up, almost to his chest high, Tevin Walcott. So an indication that there is good carry on this pitch.
Yeah, and just a note, we're using the same surface from the previous game, the Roundtree game, the Red Force against the Harpy Eagles. So it's the same surface, and that surface, Ruskin held up for the entirety of the game. It played very well, even on the 4th day. It was good for batting.
And here's Lewis again, touching down just outside that off stump, but Hodge is very watchful. And obviously, I'm sure the players now, they must be buoyed by those successes that they enjoyed in their respective games. So in the case of Hudge and Powell, they must be over the moon. But cricket is the greatest leveler. You can score 100 and then you'll be out for a duck the next innings. So you're almost always on your P's and Q's. A suck ball is going to be out. It's in the air and it lobbed over the head of the slip cordon. In fact, over the head of the gully fieldsman, and it came down to the boundary for 4 runs. Now the rope is pretty far in on this ground, so it means that the boundaries are pretty short, and he was living dangerously there. Luckily for him, it hit enough of the shoulder of the bat, and it went over the head of the slip cordon and down to the third man boundary for the 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a very good delivery by
Lewis.
Sherman Lewis to start with. It started angling in and then getting some movement going away from Hodge, and luckily for him took the shoulder of the bat and ballooned over the cordon, picking up 4 unlucky runs, but getting the Leeward Islands Hurricanes up and running in this game. They're 4-out loss after the first over.
And again, it's good for them to get some kind of early success. The Windward Islands, the bowlers, they would feel that they have something to prove here. As we look at Preston McSween getting ready to pick up the attack from this top end.
Yeah, Preston McSween, certainly a very talented left arm seamer, and for him, he'd be looking to have a good outing for his team in these remaining games. This round 4 and just 1 round after this, the 5th and final round. So he'd be looking to have a good end to the tournament, and certainly looking for a good start in this game. Looking to pitch the ball up against Kieran Powell, who's a bit susceptible early on in his innings, Ruskin.
This is his drive in comfortably and is able to get a run. And this is something that these two did as well. They rotated strike, so they didn't give the bowlers an opportunity to kind of settle in on attacking one batsman. So you lay the plans for the left-hander, but after 2 balls, back facing the right-hander, so you have to kind of adjust your plans. You have to adjust your line, your lengths, whatever, because Hudge, compared to Powell, is a totally different. He's a little bit shorter, one, so your length has to be different to him, but he's also a little more aggressive, and he will take chances outside the off-stump. In fact, he will throw the bat at the ball outside the off-stump. So again, you as a bowler, you kind of set your plans up, but you have a plan for the right-hander, a plan for the left-hander, and as they rotate, you now have to kind of dial in as to what the plan is and how you're going to approach them at any given time.
And that's a good thing with the left hand, right hand combination.
This is another good deal. A little bit of inward movement here from him, from McSween. And now remember, there are points for fast bowlers when you get wickets. So I was amazed to see how many fast bowlers. Would you believe? And I looked at it here again, that the Windward Islands, they actually have Devon Thomas listed as a fast bowler. When I watched the game last week, I'm like, let me see who are all these, because I saw these ticks and I wondered what these ticks are. And then I look at the column, fast bowlers, and Devon Thomas's name was there. That's a good delivery. It's probably starting a little too much towards the leg, but you could see the inward movement. And unlike Lewis, he is actually giving the ball a little bit of time to do something in the air. And so he's pitching up the ball to both batsmen. And I'm sure he'll be hoping to probably either get through the gate or, in the case of Powell, probably hit the outside edge.
Yeah, I think the best bet with the new ball is to pitch it up and allow it to do its thing on the way through to the batter. This time again a bit too straight.
And this is kind of like the problem with the left and right hand, because if you don't adjust that line, he will be forever pitching leg stump, outside leg to him. He's getting the movement, but it's starting too close to that middle stump. So by the time it gets to the batsman, it's already drifting down leg. So he just has to, do a little adjustment with the radar You can see him deep in thought as well. That's better, because that is the line that he wants. From there, the batsman could only defend, or if he tries to attack it, it's a risk he's taking. So as a bowler, you're kind of eliminating options, scoring options for the batsman, and you're giving yourself an opportunity to possibly take a wicket.
Yeah. Right on cue, Ruskin. So very good, tidy start from Preston McSween. Just a single in the over so far.
And it's gone right through him. Now, how did that not hit? It might have hit the inside edge. It certainly looked like it hit something. And there's no signal from the umpire, so it must have touched the bat. And that was an amazing in-swing in delivery. You know, we were talking about the wind. And if we can look at it here again, that ball.
Yeah. Luckily from Hodge, he came down in time. He was always tailing back into Monson Hodge, and that's the danger area, the good area that Preston McSween would be looking to aim in.
And there are two things that work there. One is the wind that we're talking about, but they also have to consider that that is the right-hander's blind spot when the left-hander is coming over the wicket. So he has to kind of come around a little bit to get a full view of him. This is Lewis again, just starting outside that off them. Lewis is pretty lively, but he should take a cue from McSween and just pitch the ball. I mean, if he does once, see if the batsman will have a go at it. And I'm almost certain if he pitches up the ball, Hodge will, and it's anywhere close to that off them, Hodge will fancy his chances with a powerful drive. He may or may not get away with it, but I'm almost certain he will go after him.
Yeah, Schumann Lewis, more of a hit the deck type of bowler.
This is a little closer to him, and but it's still a little back of length, and the batsman is just able to cover up and keep it out. But he's still tidy. He's not wayward. You know, some people waste the new ball, and they do all sorts of things with it. But he is pretty much outside the off stump or just on about. We saw him there. That's probably the closest he's come to the middle stump since he started.
Yeah. 3 slips and a gully waiting outside off stump again, and
a little bit of away movement, you know, but it's starting so far, you know, that he wants to hone in. Now that's a good delivery, but it's so wide that the bat, that's the delivery that jumped and hit the shoulder of the bat in the previous over, the last ball of the previous over. This one was just a little too wide, so he didn't have to play at it.
He just needs to get a little bit closer, Sherman Lewis, and a tad fuller, I would say.
That's a good delivery, and it is well played in the end, but it's pretty much the line that I think his captain would want him to bowl at, because it's keeping the batsman quiet as well. He's not able to kind of free his arms as he's so often inclined to do, Munson Hodge. He's a very aggressive opening batsman, and he loves, I suppose all batsmen like to feel bat and ball, but Hodge in particular, he likes to score quickly.
Yeah, but I think that length is a bit too easy for Munson Hodge. A little bit full, and he's going to get a lot more modes of dismissal.
There he is. That is the fullest he's bowled so far, and he really should not have gotten a single there. That's just careless fielding there. He came across, seemed to have everything covered, and then just allowed the ball to elude his grasp, going down with one hand, and the batsman able to complete the single in the end.
Sunil Lambris, the guilty party on that occasion, but it brings Powell into strike. He's been starved of strike early on, just one ball faced so far. So again, 3 slips, backward point, mid off, mid on, a mid wicket, and a fine leg.
There he is, driving beautifully for 4. The minute it passes the inner ring, it has boundary written all over it. That's a good shot. Now that is bread and butter stuff for Kieran Powell. and it's right in his wagon wheel there. All he has to do is just make contact with it. He has a nice sweet flow of the bat, a big arc, and once he connects, it's gone. And you want to stay away from that. Now that's a full-length delivery that he's pitching, but he's pitching it on the
Straight.
pads. Yep.
Yeah. So 11 after 3 overs. Powell off to a good start. 5 from 2 deliveries. He's putting away the bad balls so far. It certainly looked to cash in.
Now Preston McSween is coming from a long way out. Everybody's in position, and McSween is still coming from fine leg. So he has a long hike to get to his bowling mark. But he was just at mid-off, and he had to retrieve the ball. So it's almost like he's running the whole length of the pitch of the field to get to start the bowl. That's a beauty. Again, that's the line, because the batsman in two minds, to play or not to play. But again, it's that inward movement that he was getting earlier. This one held its own, and it just went its merry way and almost hit the outside edge.
Yeah, putting that doubt in the batsman's mind. He's so close to off stump, he didn't know if he could leave, if that one was going away. But from the previous deliveries, they were coming back into him. So caught in a bit of two minds. Good bowling from McSween.
On the pads this time, and again, you can see him trying to adjust. But what I would like to see him do, he just produced that one delivery that beat the outside edge, put it back there again, and see how Hodge will adjust to it. You know, he might leave it alone. You never know, because he may think, okay, you're going across him again, and maybe that is the one you try to bring back into him.
Yeah.
It's a little chess game you play with batsmen, between bowlers and batsmen. You know, it's like who could kind of outfox each other.
Yeah, cat and mouse game.
Brilliant delivery again. You could see the inward movement, and we saw Mitchell Stark give the Indian batsman no end of worry with that same type of movement. You know, even in the dry pitches in India, he's still able to generate that inward movement, and that proves to be a bit, you know, disconcerting for some of the top batsmen, the top order of the Indian team. Quite often, even if you don't get them out, you know, he creates problems. Right up, he was going for that Yorker on that occasion, which is not a bad delivery, especially if you get in movement, because the batsman may play down the original line, and by the time it moves, it's down a different line by the time it gets to him. So, but Hodge played it well in the end. Little discussion here. They kept the umpire. And is that Sunil Ambrose chatting away there with the umps? Again, he's right up. That's another good delivery. Well played also by Hodge, but it's good cricket all around.
Yeah, I like what Preston McSween is trying to do. He's getting that ball full enough, allowing it to swing. Monson Hodge very watchful so far. But Preston McSween, if he's getting that one to go away, just getting it to hold its line, it's going to cause some problems.
Yeah, both edges come into play then. A little bit too wide for that. But to end the over, it's 11 without loss after 4. And that was a maiden over, you know, because he was bang on target right through to him. I think just one was on his pads that he couldn't capitalize on. But outside of that, he was off stump, just outside the off stump. And, you know, he was forcing Hodge to play at most of those deliveries.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing with the new ball, making the batsman play. Of course, you want to make use of the brand new ball on the first morning of any game, especially this, the longer format of the game.
And again, this is good bowling from the Windward Islands, both opening bowlers keeping the batsmen relatively quiet, and by keeping the ball in that zone where they're attacking the stumps or just outside the off stump most of the time, so they're not allowing them to just free their arms and just go airy-fairy at times. But just the 2 slips, I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, just 2 slips for
Lewis, yep.
for Sherman Lewis. Yeah, he's not getting that exaggerated movement as compared to Preston McSween. Again, he's that sort of bowler that is hitting the deck and just trying to get that seam movement probably off the surface. But I think, Fuller is the better option.
And he'll be trying to go across the right-hander, and the left-hander rather, and that's why I think a 3rd slip might also be important. That's a beauty. Again, you could see Powell thinking initially of playing and then having to make a quick adjustment, and he sort of pulled out of the shot at the last moment.
Yeah, the angle, just taking it across Powell. And so often we see in modern day cricket bowlers operating from around the wicket to left-handed batsmen, causing them that bit of doubt with that ball coming back in from the angle, and once it straightens, it can cause some problems. But Lewis from over the wicket.
Again, he's on target. And bowling around the wicket is something that you probably have to practice. 2 things happen. One, it's a kind of an unnatural position to be in, because when you follow through, you can't run on the wicket, so you're almost following through straight.
Yeah.
And that puts a strain on your back as well. So that's why some bowlers are not too comfortable doing it. So on those 2 fronts, you don't want to encroach, and it's a physical thing as well.
Yeah, definitely. Good delivery again from Sherman Lewis. Encouraging Powell to play all deliveries in this over so far. 5 deliveries gone. Keeping the pressure on.
And the one that he didn't play is the one that almost hit the edge and went through. Was a good lifting delivery as well. But this is excellent bowling. Unfortunately, they don't have any rewards just yet for it, but they're certainly keeping the pressure on at both ends.
Yeah, and of course they also have Justin Greaves in the lineup who can move the ball a bit.
That's another good delivery outside the off stump to end the over, and another maiden. It's 11 without loss at the end of over number 5.
So back-to-back maidens for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowlers. For the Windward Islands, Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis. Some good bowling so far in the first morning of this round 4 fixture. Remember, the Leeward Islands won the toss and they decided to bat first.
But that's a brilliant delivery once again. You can see the ball. That one came back probably more than any of the others that he's bowled so far. And this was a little bit shorter than the previous one that swung in the air. This one hit the turf and jacked back in at him. And you could see Hodge cramped for room there, having to hurriedly make an adjustment, and kept it out.
Yes, well played in the end by Monson Hodge.
Kept his eyes on it.
Just looking at Monson Hodge's career, he's in his 95th first-class match, 4,613 runs.
That's a good shout there, but he might have just gotten an inside edge as well. But you could hear the stifled appeal, but you could just see that ball just curling back in towards the stumps. And striking him on the back leg as well. And so I wasn't sure if he got a touch, but I was surprised he didn't go up with a more vociferous appeal.
Yeah, definitely. He had to get some butt on it.
And it must be that there might have been a touch on it, and I think that's what Ambrose is probably debating with the umpire there. Gets another beautiful delivery. Just there are some days when you wake up as a fast bowler and the ball just comes out right.
Yeah.
And I think this is what we're seeing here from McSween.
Yeah.
And the ball is just landing it in that general area that is just good enough to cause some discomfort for Hodge.
Yeah.
With a little bit of luck, he might have had a wicket already, including that of Hodge.
Yeah, I think those deliveries that are coming back into Monson Hodge is not that comfortable in playing it. I think if he can get one to hold its line or one to go the other way, definitely bring some reward for McSween.
Now they're now getting the helmet, so he's going to go under the helmet. Now Hodge is almost what we call a compulsive hooker. There's nobody at that deep square leg position where you could see Nasira now walking, coming across there. But that's an area where he's very susceptible. You could put the man there and he will still play the hook shot.
Yeah.
And I feel if anytime McSween shortens, he is going to go for him. But instead he's opted for that forward short leg.
Yeah, and this one is held its line, but a bit too wide, Monson Hodge. Just allowing this one to go by. But this is good bowling from McSween. That one that is going away needs to get it a tad closer just to encourage Hodge to play. And two slips, just the two slips and the gully. There's now a leg slip or a leg gully.
And the forward short
and
leg.
the forward short leg.
That's very well bowled again. And it's kind of like predictable movement. So over time, Hodge will get accustomed to it. So this is where the delivery that straightens, or even it just goes on its own, or it just tails away in that the natural movement for the left-hander that goes across the right-hander. If he can pitch one of those in that general area and get it to just leave the instead of coming back in,
Yeah.
I think Hodge will be in real discomfort there. He might miss, but he could also hit the edge. There
Just
he goes.
like that.
Yep. There he goes, fishing at it outside the off stump, and he didn't get up a little nudge there of the outside edge. But this is great bowling again from McSween. Just tease it. Look at the foot movement.
Yeah.
Not much. He was covering the stump, but the bat was way outside the off stump there. So a good final delivery, a wonderful way to end the over. Would you believe it's another maiden?
Yeah.
It's 11 without loss.
Yeah, this is excellent fast bowling from Preston McSween. It's going to be Sherman Lewis again from the northern end. Two slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. Uppish drive, landing just in front of Kotoy at mid-off. So Ruskin Mark has left us, and joining me is Gordon Pear. Gordon, good delivery from Sherman Lewis. Excellent delivery by Lewis there, Gordon.
Yeah, welcome to all the viewing public as we get a look at this replay. Yeah. Good, nice delivery there, just pitching about fourth stump and seaming away. And it's been a beautiful morning here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The conditions perfect for cricket, glorious cricket. And the Leeward Islands, they won the toss and they chose the bat. And first up, after 6.2 overs, they 11 without loss.
This one is uppish, and McSween has just lost his footing at the wrong time. Sherman Lewis, hand is in the air, and he's down on his haunches. Really a chance gonna beg in. McSween was the man at mid-on, and it has all gone wrong for the Windward Islands. They've bowled excellently so far and had the chance of picking up a wicket.
I think it was the commentator's curse. I was just saying that they had played to this point virtually untroubled, besides just the ball beating the outside edge. But then a good effort ball by Lewis. And Powell, he's lucky to be still in.
Okay. Lucky to still be in is exactly what is happened there. As Powell was drawn into a false shot and just at the wrong time. Some banana skins for Preston McSween.
Just slipping on the surface. The surface is a well-grassed surface, as you would see in your camera screens and the TV screens there. Down here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's a first day wicket, but they just had some problems preparing what would have been the other wicket. So this wicket, lightly grass. We saw your pitch report where you spoke about the pitch being a flat pitch. A little bit of moisture that you would see on the opening day. It's a full toss and it's driven away. And I think the man chasing it down will be only to retrieve as it goes into the boundary fence there for a good looking 4 runs there for Powell.
Yeah, full delivery from Sherman Lewis. And Powell getting it in that gap at extra cover and mid-off. Picking up 4 more, so rubbing some salt in the wound of Sherman Lewis. Could have had his man early on in this over, wasn't to be.
He was a bit over pitched there. And credit to Powell, he didn't look to hit it too hard. He just got on the front foot and eased it through the cover region and down to the boundary fence for 4.
Were you surprised with Jamal Hamilton's decision to bat first on the first morning of this game?
Yes, most definitely. But at the toss, when I asked him about the decision to bat first, he said that it's a toss that he would have liked to win. In fact, both captains said that they would have batted first. Alex Atinez saying that he too would have batted first. And the reasons being that although it's the first morning and there's a bit of moisture around, because the pitch that they're playing on that are playing 2 games quickly, there's a quick turnaround, it would be a bit underprepared. And although it lasted the 4 days in the first game here between Trinidad Tobago and the Guyana Happy Eagles, they were saying that they're getting the better of the pitches this morning.
Yeah.
You know, first up, because it's gonna be gradually with the age, it's come like
Deteriorating as the game goes on.
Come like 2 test matches played on the same track.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the consideration. Of course, they would also look at the light grass and the bowlers run through, as there's not as much grass as on the previous occasion. It may just start to take a bit of spin, you know, after the initial day 1 going into late day 1 going into day 2. So that was the reasoning given by Shoma Hamilton. And young Martinez, you know, he's one of my favorites. Straight off the plane into the party, as they say in Trinidad and Tobago. But Jigalin, you know, straight off the plane into the fete. He came straight off the plane from South Africa. And this morning at the toss, he said he didn't get any games and he wanted to be back out there. He scored 80 and 90 plus, and he's up for the battle, and saying he's a team player and he's willing to come out and help his team. Well, they're looking to get closer to the Guyana Happy Eagles as they make a push for the 4-day tournament.
Yeah, just like that. McSween getting one to hold its line, and Monson Hodge edges through to Tevin Walcott. So the first wicket down here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 15 for 1.
Beautiful delivery there, you know, by McSween. The left-hander stock delivery. Look at it again here. Pitched, just moved away off the seam. You know, Hodge just following it and was just able to feather an edge through. So his long vigil at the crease comes to an end, and as he goes for 6. The Windward Islands, they get the breakthrough.
Yeah, and that was excellent bowling on the part of Preston McSween, because his previous 3 overs, he was getting that ball to come back into Hodge prodigiously. And he was trying to get that one to hold its line, but he was just a bit too wide previously. This one was in perfect spot. Allowed the Hodge to been drawn into a false shot, really, and rewarded for his excellent bowling.
Well, it's going to be Saunders. Not James Saunders, but Akeem Saunders, who comes to the crease here. As he greets his other batting partner, Powell.
Yeah, excellent bowling so far from the Windward Islands. Volcanoes, the opening pair of Preston McSween and Shimon Lewis, finally rewarded for their good bowling so far. And another right-hander for McSween to eye up here.
McSween, he'll be looking to continue. He has some impressive figures. 3.3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 runs, 1 wicket. That ball swinging a lot there. If you watch that delivery, a lot of swing there. Pushing across with the left hand, with the left-handed angle, and then pitching and straightening. The Windward Islands on a high. In fact, both teams on a high. The Windward Islands getting past the Jamaica Scorpio again. Early testing deliveries here from Preston McSween.
Excellent bowling so far from McSween, keeping the batters honest with that movement, creating some doubt in their minds.
Yeah, it's some excellent deliveries as Mr. Samru just pays us a visit here in the commentary box.
Full delivery to finish over number 8. Saunders just getting an inside edge on this one.
So at the end of that over, a wicket maiden for McSween.
So just some scores around the region in other contrasting games. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the Barbados Pride. It's the Trinidad and Tobago batting first. They are 10 without loss. And in the other game at Providence Stadium in Guyana, it's Guyana batting 8 for 2 after 7 overs.
A lot of wickets falling. But here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it's Lewis to continue. Punching it off the back foot, Powell. Beautiful shot through the covers. The classic back foot drive. Just getting up on the toes, the elbows pointing high.
Yeah, good shot from Powell. Back of a length delivery outside off stump. And Sherman Lewis guilty of not pitching it up on this occasion and punched. Full face of the bat presented. And 4 good looking runs to Powell.
Not the easiest of shots to play that back foot drive, but he executed it well. You know, Powell, when he's in form, he looks as good as any and better than many of the opening batters in the Caribbean. They're just flicking this one through.
Excellent feeling from McSween. And he got up quickly, got the throw out. And Powell had to hurry. So good cricket all round on this occasion.
Yes, some good cricket there. Again, had it gone past him, he's definitely saved 3 runs because it was going to go into the boundary fence. So it's Saunders who's going to face Lewis. You know, the fast bowlers in the Caribbean, especially the younger fast bowlers, just their 5th and 6th over, you know, when they enter a spell, just seems to be not as consistent as the other overs. As you can see in this over, a bit of all over the shop already by Lewis here. He was short to Powell, then he overpitched there, which was whipped through the mid-on, aimed at the mid-on region, but a good stop at mid-on. And they showed good welcoming delivery to Saunders.
He has 3 slips. Cully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine legs. Predominantly set offside field for the new man, Hakeem Saunders. But I just want to see Sherman Lewis pitch the ball up a bit more. You know, he's been into the surface, and there's not much he's going to get with a new ball from those sort of lengths.
Steaming in he comes. And just going for the Yorker. Dug out there by Saunders.
Yeah, just like that, operator. But just get in that 4-meter area. Bring those slips into play.
And this is the important 2 deliveries in the over. You know, you'd have reached to the 4th. Fishing outside the off stump there. He went fishing. He's lucky that he didn't get anything to it.
Yeah, just like that. Going fuller length. You bring a lot more modes of dismissal into play. Just like that. Getting that slight movement away from Saunders as well. And that's what you get when you pitch the ball up. When you're back of a length, you're not going to get that movement. You're going to get, what you're going to get is some lateral movement from the surface. When you pitch it up, you allow it to swing in the air a tad. Good from Lewis. Another good delivery to finish. Over number 9. At the end of it, it's 20-1 as I make my way out. And Ruskin Mark will join you shortly.
So at the end of the 9-2 for the Leeward Islands, after deciding to have first knock on this pitch, they're 20 without loss. Hakeem Saunders yet to get off the mark, and Kieran Powell, he's on 14 from 16 deliveries. Looking to continue is Lewis, as we welcome back Ruskin Mark. Ruskin, and intruling in this morning's passage of play in the first 45 minutes or so.
Well, 2.2 is the current run rate. So that just tells you runs are hard to come by. Even though we've had a couple boundaries, but in the main, the bowlers have done a pretty good job, and they've been using the new ball pretty efficiently. They haven't had the amount of success that they would have liked, or even that the quality of bowling probably would have suggested. However, they do have that 1 wicket, so you could take that and smile, but you're looking for more all the same. With these conditions as well, you want to get wickets early, because once the ball gets soft, then batting becomes so much easier on a surface like this.
Well, the Leeward Islands, they are coming off a, should I call it a comeback win against the Barbados Pride.
So come from behind, because they were trailing in their game badly. They were, at one point we were thinking, boy, should Barbados enforce the follow on? And they said no. And we said, well, okay, if they go to bat, well then they might bat out the entire 3rd day or something, or late on the 3rd day, look to declare by the evening time the Leeward Islands are batting again.
Yes, definitely.
78 all out.
Keeping up the tradition of cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties. One of the heroes in that game, Powell, he got 100 in the second innings and really guided the Leeward Islands home. Even though they had gotten the Barbados Pride out, it was still some work to do, and he did it successfully. So he'd want to continue here. He's, of course, making a call for West Indies selection, the opening pair in the West Indies cricket team. As of this point, for the test team, it's Brathwaite and Chandapal.
Well, he could bat at 3, if you know what I mean. Look at today, we saw in the Australia game where Warner batted at 4. He didn't even bat at 3, he went to 4. And you know, so it's not uncommon that a number. Richie Richardson, when he first got in the West Indies team, came in at number 3 because he couldn't break up the opening partnership. So he had to drop down the order until the pair of Haynes and Greenwich kind of went off there, and then he was able to, assume that position at the top of the order. But so I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the squad, especially if he continues to score runs, and if he makes the final 11, well, then he may very well have to be, content with batting at 3.
There's up with the legs, and he just clips it off the legs. They run through for a single. But
and he's batting well too. It's not like he isn't batting well. He is batting well, and the experience that he has now is that, this is the time where he really needs to cash in now. The game at this stage in his career, the game has slowed down for him. So he now needs to take advantage of that. Nothing that happens should surprise him anymore. He should really be at this point now where he should be able to score hundreds almost at will.
Well, there are a lot of guys who have been knocking on the door. None more so than Alec Atterdays, the captain of the Windward Islands team. And the lead selector, Sir Desmond Haynes, he's here. He's both a sir and a doctor. Sir Dr. Desmond Haynes, he's here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, so we want to welcome him here as he's going to see some of the guys who are putting up their hands. At the toss this morning, I spoke to young Alec Atterdays, and he's a young guy that I'm totally on his bandwagon. I love his energy. He's not only providing that's very close.
This is very close indeed, and the umpire says not out, and McSween is really, he can't believe it.
Guys.
He's bemused. He's right up on the batter.
Because he was certain that one was plumb in front. Again, a little bit of inward movement creating problems, and you could see Saunders putting the pad and then having to play around the pad. And that is the danger right there. Ooh, very close.
Very close. Very close. You at home could decide for yourself. It pitched in line, which would have been the only question for me. And it definitely straightened. It straightened, and he was playing around the pad. Lucky to still be there, but he survived. And at the end of that over, at the end of 10 overs, 21 for 1. The Leeward Islands, they won the toss and decided to bat. They've lost the 1 wicket of Hodge, caught behind of the bowling of Sweeney.
He never got into stride, if you know what I mean. If you know Kareem Hodge, he's really a blazer. He likes to, he's a shotgun opener. He loves to play his shots, and but he was never given that opportunity today by this opening pair. They really kept the reins tight. They kept the ball close to him, so they didn't give him opportunity to free his arms or to pull as he, so likes to do. And as a result, he was really restrained throughout his innings.
Well, it's a bowling change, and he's back at cutting it away. Powell, authoritative shot, greeting Justin Greaves there, as there was a bowling change at the southern end. His first delivery to Powell, wide outside the off stump, a bit of a loosener, but there's no looseners when Powell is in this sort of mood. He just rocked back the full piece of the bat.
Too short, too much width, and that's what we were just talking about with Hodge. Kareem Hodge loves to play shots like that, but he never got those opportunities. Lewis and McSween kept him pretty much, a little bit unsettled with their lines and their lengths. Here, Powell got too much width.
But it's Grieve. The semi-short again. And the semi deposited on the onside. 1 bounce into the fence for 4.
And you're asking for trouble when you bowl at that length because the wicket isn't lightning fast. So that basically just sits up there, and he's just helping it. He's not even trying to keep it down. All he does is just get it over that inner ring, and he knows once he clears the head of the man at mid-wicket, he has, he's in the money, as they say. And so that's back-to-back boundaries for him, and it now gives the captain a little bit of a headache in the sense that if the bowler doesn't tighten up the length, because you know you can't set field for bad bowling. So if he doesn't tighten up his length, then he may have to try to plug some gaps.
A bit of a release here. Straying into the pads, clipped off the legs. So Powell racing really to 24 of just 23 deliveries.
He's in such good nick, you know, he doesn't have to take too many risks. And this is what I liked about the innings he played in the second innings when he got the 100. He didn't force the issue, and like I said, it worked well for him because Kareem Hodge took the pressure off him by making the early going. And so it gave him time to kind of sit at the other end and then just deflect and get into stride. And when he got going, by that time, you know, they posted another half-century partnership.
Good comeback delivery there. I think that's the best of the lot. He got the angles right that time, and also the length. So he was on a good length, forcing the batter to just come forward and play it down. Saunders, he's under a bit of pressure yet to get off the mark. He already faced 10 deliveries, so you know that when you're still not getting off the mark, that's always placed in the batter's mind.
And he's facing a bowler who's taller than Lewis, so he should anticipate a little extra bounce.
Just outside the off stump there, leaving it alone was Saunders.
And that is good bowling because he's a new batsman. He hasn't settled just yet. Don't give him any freebies. You know, keep it tight. And like you said, because he's been there for a little while now, and he looks up at the scoreboard and he sees, boy, I still are not, you know. And, you know, don't give him a get out of jail pass. Keep the pressure on him.
So it's Greaves. Though he's just going a bit too wide there, allowing the batter to just shoulder his arms. That brings you over to an end.
30 for 1 at the end of it, 11 overs completed. But the second half of that over, it was more like what you wanted to see from Graves. And I'm sure that's what Athanaze is probably telling him. You know, you were too short to Powell, and so you got cut and you got pulled. But then after that, he kind of realized where his errors were, and his lengths were a lot better the rest of the way, especially bowling to Saunders, who is, as we say, he hasn't really settled just yet. So he's still trying to feel the ball on the bat, and that's a good time to bowl at any batsman when he's not settled and he wants to get going.
Well, it's McSween to continue.
I'm really impressed with him, though. He's bowled very well, McSween.
He's bowled very well. Impressive figures: 5 overs, 3 maidens, 3 ones, and 1 wicket.
He bowled like Sunil.
Well, that bowling spell of Sunil Narayan in the local league has everyone tongues wagging.
Because you can imagine somebody in, say, Jamaica or Barbados or even anywhere, India or somebody opening papers and say, there had to be a misprint.
Yeah.
You know.
7 overs, 7 maidens, no runs and 7 wickets.
There's something wrong there.
Yeah. 7,
Missing a 7.
Yeah. Something is missing there. Or probably they put a 7 in the wrong place.
Something, you know. And then they say, because that's how when I first saw it, I said, but wait, something wrong. You know? But then it was circled.
Yes.
You know. It's a quick single. He's going to have to hurry here. And the
Oh,
return
it's
is a
very
good
close,
one.
and
And he's out. He's been given out. Well. It took a long time for Saunders to get started. And then, almost from a standing position, he had to take off and cover the full length of the pitch. And Larry Edwards flew in there, picked it up, and just clapped. Look at where he is. He's starting from 0. And you could see him pushing. The bat is grounded, but he might have grounded out of the crease. Yeah. And certainly a good breakthrough there for the Windward Islands as they get rid of Saunders for no score. It's 30 for 2.
My goodness me. And you could have seen Sween there really. He was admonishing Larry. you know, Edwards, he just thinking that he was a bit back on his hunches, but the throw definitely made up for it. The throw was bang on target.
And that's the thing, when you know, a direct hit changes everything. You know.
Yeah.
And the umpire was pretty convinced that
It was close.
Yep.
You could see it from we are not in line. We don't have the in-line replay, but from what you could have seen, it was very, very, very close.
and he was in position. He was standing there. He pretty much, I suppose, as an umpire, you're trained to, because that is all your focus now, where the bat is in relation to when the wicket's broken.
In comes the new batter. It's going to be Thomas. He did a lot of destruction with the ball. He'd have to do it with the bat here.
He actually batted well in that second innings also. But again, the normal thing in West Indies cricket is just when you think he would kick on, you know, he found a way to get himself out. Even the captain played a good innings for a half century, but then got out caught in the deep attempting a big hit, which was not necessary. You have 2 days to bat, you know.
Well, it's McSween. The tails of the Windward Islands are up. And let's hope the legs.
That might have actually touched the bat, you know. We'll see if the signal from the umpire for his leg buys. Yes, it is. It took the hip and went through. But again, this is a lifter that, again, for a new batsman, that's a difficult ball to face. Plus, he has the leg early in position. So you're probably thinking also not to play or to play.
Just coming off the tie pad there. Getting past the keeper. Down to the boundary fence for four leg buys. So does no damage to McSween's fine figures. But it adds 4 more runs to the total. The total going up to 34 for 2. And I think the Windward Islands, they'll be the happier of the two teams after being asked to field. They'll definitely be asked to field in the morning of a 4-day game, and you'll definitely take 34 for 2 after 11.3 overs.
Again, he's looking for more there. That's another good delivery. And so he keeps the pressure on the new batsman. And if you notice, Powell is spending a lot of time now out of the firing line. So it's the batsmen at the other end who are having to contend with McSween and his angles. And like I said, whenever you're facing a left-hander, invariably you tend to come around a little bit. So you tend to be playing across the board because you're a little bit squarer than usual. Right through the gate. Well, how did that miss?
Beautiful delivery there. Look at it again. It did everything right. It pitched with the angle straight and cut the batsman in half. A coat of paint on the off stump would have been.
Where did that pass? It beat the
for
inside
bounce.
edge.
Yeah.
It beat the pad. And, you know, did it pass at the side of the stump or did it pass over the stump?
I think
the body was in front of us,
Yeah.
so we couldn't really tell.
Beautiful delivery. Let's see how he finish off this over. And he goes down the leg side. So another maiden there for McSween. One where a wicket fell through the run out, through the means of the run out. That was
McSween is
So
bowling
does-
really well, yep.
who was run out. But McSween, excellent. Figures 6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 runs, 1 wicket. So he's definitely held an L for his captain. I think the captain of the Windward Islands team will definitely be quite impressed.
As well he should be, because he's getting excellent bowling from his charges so far. I mean, Graves kind of straight from the plot earlier, but here he is again on the pad and is treated with another boundary by Powell through the onside, which is kind of like a cardinal sin to a batsman like Powell, who is so strong. on just his setup. He's ready for anything pitched up to him on his legs.
I think Greaves just releasing some of the pressure. You know, when you're bowling, as a bowling unit, you need to bowl in pairs, build the pressure. A lot of times, batters get out not only because of the excellent of a delivery, but also because the pressure would have begun to build. You know, it would have gotten into the minds of the batters. They'll want to do something special, but it seems like Powell is quite happy just to face up the Greaves and get 2 or 3, 4 deliveries.
Again,
That's an excellent delivery.
Yep, the movement after it passed the wicket, because there's this strong wind that blows across the ground, and so invariably, if you give the ball a little time to do something, the wind will help you, and so he has to be careful. If you look at McSween, he is basically pitching the ball up and getting it with the wind to curl back into the right-handers. So I think Graves and company would want to follow suit. It's a good delivery again. So I think it's almost like if he has to get the bad deliveries out of the way early. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, Ruskin, we don't mind if they're bad deliveries, but if there are 4 deliveries, because in the first over he was struck for 2 fours in that first over, and early in this over he struck for 4 very first
That's what I'm
deliveries.
saying. You get the bad ones out of the way, and then he tightens up. So what he has to do now is start thinking about starting, you know, with the tight deliveries.
Well, let's see if he's going to be tight this one. It's a good delivery there again, probably a bit too wide, but it's a good carry through to the keeper. I think as a fast bowler, you always want to see the ball going through the keeping gloves. On the last day, in fact, the keeper for the Guyana Happy Eagles was struck on the face, you know, for one that had a bit of extra carry and movement. That's Anthony Bramble, and we'll definitely want to bring you an update in terms of his medical condition.
Well, I know that if you look at this team here, that's another peach of a delivery, and but again he still concedes a run, but he could so easily have gotten a wicket as well if things went according to plan. Hayden Walsh Jr. is out of this game, and you wouldn't believe what he was doing.
Well, make me a believer.
He was bowling his leg spinners, and for some strange reason he decided he was bowling a quicker one. He bowled 2 bouncers, and they were really quick, probably the quickest thing to the whole game. And then like he just threw out his shoulder after that, to the point where he cannot play now.
Wow, my goodness. Just pushing it up on your own side.
Yeah, but the line is better. Like, I suppose that's his strategy. He gets the bad deliveries out of the way early and then tightens up after that. 39 for 2 after 13.
Yeah, and
It's a water break. Yep.
it's going to be a water break here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So at the end of, should we call it the first hour or so? Yeah, the
14 overs.
14 overs.
Which is not bad.
No, 13 overs.
13 overs in the first hour.
For the first hour. At the end of 13 overs, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're 39 for 2. We're going to the break, and when we come back, I'm going to put you on to Kadir Mohammed. He's going to be joining Ruskin Mark as they carry you through the next 20 minutes or so of commentary.
As you welcome you back here, we're getting ready for play, the resumption of play. This is day one of this crucial encounter between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And as I welcome back Kadeem and Kadeem, this is kind of like a battle among friends and neighbors, if you know what I mean, because when the Leeward Islands plays the Windward Islands, remember they were once the combined islands, so they would have played Stuart Williams, the coach of the Windward Islands team, was obviously a former West Indies opener, and so he understands this dynamic here, playing with and against players who close by neighbors, country to island, and they might go to one country for a camp or whatever. Players might even stay over at somebody else's home, but now you're playing against each other.
Yeah, geographically, they're neighbors, but bitter rivals on the cricket field. As McSween is continuing another short delivery, and Powell just helping it on its way, vacant mid-wicket area, and picking up another boundary.
Again, and that is, as I say, that's bread and butter for him. Remember, Kieran Powell tried his hand at baseball one time when he kind of stepped away from cricket, and he probably wasn't getting the kind of results he wanted from his efforts. So, he was off the West Indies team, and I think he probably was a little bit of a frustrated young man. So he probably was spending time in the States, and he tried his hand at baseball for a bit. It didn't work out for him, but that is as a result of that is a baseball swing you're looking at there. So because he's already set up for that.
Yeah, but I think at the moment Powell is being allowed to score too easily, and again this time driven through extra cover. It's going to run very close to the boundary. Edward is giving chase, and Edward is not going to pull it back in time. So another boundary for Kieran Powell, and I was just about to make the point, Ruskin, that at this point I think he's scoring a bit too easily. And on the part of the Windward Islands bowlers, I just want to put a little bit more pressure on Kieran Powell. It may be that you stack the offside field a bit more, probably a short catching cover, and just ask him, to be a bit more patient outside there, just to try and set him up a bit, or just put something different in his mind.
Well, it may work. I know he will play the hook shot, and so they have the two men out for him. The ball is on that line, but it's not a short ball, as we've seen other teams do. Well, it was one way to get him out, is and I think the return inadvertently struck him on the side. But that's one of the approaches that teams take against him, is while he is set up to play that shot, he tends to lean sometimes to the balls, and he could scoop it to fine leg or to deep square leg, or he could hook, and sometimes he doesn't get over the ball to hook it, he just hooks it, and so those two players could come into play at some point.
Yeah, most definitely, but definitely a bit more of a conservative effort to try and limit his scoring at the moment. He's going along quite
well, they did so initially, but now he seemed to have changed gears a bit.
And this one is coming back into Thomas, and Thomas coming down with a straight bat, able to get it out to Larry Edward at mid-on. But again, Devon Thomas is another one of those guys that you don't want him to spend too much time at the crease as well, and to put a bit more pressure on him too, together with Paul. This is a very crucial partnership for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Obviously, two of the more experienced players. Devon Thomas recently had his a test match in Australia, so he's got some test experience.
Oh yes! Working.
Again, that fieldsman there in that leg gully position is obviously is a concern for the right-handers, because with the ball moving into the right-handed batsman, you may not be in total control of an uppish flick, and that player could very well come into play. just as the man at forward short leg, who's there for really for a bat pad
Yeah.
more than anything else.
McSween, extended spell for him this morning as a result of his good bowling.
Yes.
Bowled on change from his end so far.
Over, guys.
Completes another over. 48 for 2 it is now after 14.
Yeah, Powell is away. He's 37 of 33 deliveries. I think he'd be happy with that in 50 over cricket or even 2020 cricket for that matter. He's scoring very freely so far. Justin Greaves to continue from the southern end. 2 overs, none for 14 to him. And Justin Greaves is one of those type of bowlers that he can't get the ball to go in and out. So probably just to probably get a short man at mid-wicket, a catching mid-wicket. Put
But
something
they are
different
putting
in
the
mind.
mid-wicket back. They're putting him to forward of square and a fine leg.
Yeah, and the thing with this field set, Ruskin, is that the 3 men on the leg side, mid-on, who's shortish, well, a shortish mid-on, a man out at deep mid-wicket, and the fine leg. Anytime Justin Greaves gets 2 straight, it's going to be an easy single for Powell, or might pick up 2 for that matter. So Greaves has to be very precise with his lines and lengths.
If he's going to bowl a short ball, it has to be a short ball about head height, above the shoulder. That was a quick delivery, but it was badly lined.
Yeah.
Just some of the spectators watching on.
Just a handful of spectators on this morning. It's a working day in the Republic of Trinidad. Midweek as well.
It's a Wednesday, but I'm sure more people will come in as the day progresses. People who may, have errands to run in the early morning.
Yeah. Good delivery from Greaves.
You look on the far side as well. We have some officials up there also, but
Yeah, Mr. Amar Samaru, member of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, on the balcony. And this one takes the edge, landing just in front of Athena's that second slip. Played with soft hands in the end.
and this is it. If you're not gonna bump the ball, then that's the line you want, just outside the off stump, on the off stump. Bring the slip into play, and take it across the left-hander, like that. But if you're not doing that, and you're thinking you have a man at square leg, just forward of square, and you have a fine leg, then you're almost certain he's gonna bowl a bumper at some point. It's just how is he gonna line it up. That's another quick delivery. So he's kind of showing good restraint here. He's not letting the cat out of the bag just yet, but he does have the trap set for him.
Yeah, but Justin Greaves is not the quickest of bowlers, so he's going to have to line it up well if he's to induce that fall shot. In fact, if he's to allow Powell to fall into that trap, it's going to have to be well lined. But
And
at
he
this
has to
stage,
get the height. You can't bowl
Yeah.
a waist height short ball. But that's good bowling. He doesn't go for he doesn't execute the trap, but he does bowl a pretty decent over. And when it's all said and done, 48 for 2 at the end of it.
yeah. But I think that field set is too easy for Powell. He's relatively comfortable playing the pull shot And once the man is back there, he's going to roll his wrist over it.
8 fours
Yeah.
already in his innings. I think I'm trying to think of what is the best of the lot. There was an on drive, there was a cover drive, and then there was the cut shot we saw in the previous over. I think it was when he pulled and he cut one and he pulled the next one. But I think that the best of the lot would have been that extra cover drive that he just guided. He really didn't hit it hard. He just kind of pushed it with the full face of the bat.
Well, a bowling change from the northern end. Sherman Lewis has switched ends, taking over from Preston McSween this morning. So Lewis coming back for his second spell, 5 overs, none for 18. Rising delivery. And I think for Sherman Lewis, the bat pad might be a better option because he has that extra pace about him. He's a bit livelier than the others. So the tendency might be that ball that just balloons up close by on the onside.
So I think he's coming around the wicket now, and so this is going to be interesting. You know, we were talking about that earlier, and not all bowlers enjoy bowling around the wicket. Some probably just don't trust themselves that they won't encroach on the stump on the track itself.
Yeah, protection either side of the wicket for Lewis. A short delivery, and the man out at deep mid wicket is able to just keep it down to a single.
Keep working, sharp.
Again, if you're going to ask him to pull that short ball, you want to get it up to him.
Yeah.
Let him pull it at an uncomfortable height, not at that height. That he can easily maneuver. He doesn't even have to hit it hard, and you could get at least a run as you saw there. But if you're going to bump him at all, then you want to really get it up by his throat.
Yeah, and Lewis might be the best man to do that. To hit the deck and get it up at relatively good pace. And Devon Thomas still trying to get settled. Just one for him so far. So just 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. Some open gaps for Thomas to exploit once he gets going. Down the leg side.
He's straining a little bit there. I think he's the left hand, right hand is kind of getting to him at the moment. He hasn't been able to work it out just yet. And I thought he did it well earlier, but since he's come back in this over, he hasn't really been able to get back into that groove that he had at the other end.
50 for 2. The score here.
That's a good delivery. A little bit of away movement, and you can see Devon Thomas having to wait on it. He was in position earlier, then when it deviated, he made the adjustment. The thing about Devon Thomas, though, he's so square. You know, he's playing that delivery, but you look at his pads, both feet are it's almost like he's standing on the crease and playing. It's how I used to play wind ball cricket. You know, you just stand the ball, miss, you hit the pad. But you don't get every wind ball cricket like that, you know.
Well watched by Thomas.
It's another good delivery from him. Just teasing Devon Thomas outside the off stump there and telling him, if you want to get cracking, partner, come out there and try your luck. So far, so good. He's a little bit of a restraint there shown by Devon Thomas. As he is, I suppose he must be thinking he needs some kind of a big score. He only got 4 in the second innings in that run chase. So I think he might be thinking he needs something here to really get his team going. He had 20 in the first innings as well. He shaped well, but he didn't carry on, and which is kind of like a cardinal sin for a player who has played Test cricket when you come back to this level,
Yeah.
the word dominance must be in the back of your mind. You must dominate the bowlers.
Definitely. Easily picked off again. And I think this is a bit of a defensive field set by Athenaeus and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Just almost saying to Kieran Powell, we're giving you the single. We're willing to bowl at Devon Thomas.
Yeah, because Thomas hasn't settled just yet, and you feel your chances are better bowling against Thomas. But it's kind of like we used to do that for Lawrence Rowe. When Lawrence Rowe make 20, you say, the banner the next and you're attacking. There's a short ball, is in the air, and he's out. Well, and again, I was talking about the height at which you bowl the short ball, and Devon Thomas never got over that one. It kind of hit the bottom of the bat and just spooned a simple catch to mid-on.
Yeah, he's just trying to fetch it from outside off stump. Wide outside off stump. I think he could have punched rather than pull, but it leads to his demise. Thomas has to go for one, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after choosing to bat first, they are 51 for 3.
A good catch by Lewis, just running back, running to the side a couple of paces. But a nice delivery. Again, it was short, but it's outside. He was trying to fetch it from outside the off stump and trying to do it, but he created his own demise here.
Yeah. Yeah, to punch would have definitely been the better option. As it's always going away from him. But I guess he's trying to access that acreage on the leg side. Just never got enough connection on it.
And he chose the wrong end of the field to play that shot, because he's going against the breeze. The breeze is blowing across the ground like this. You're trying to catch the ball from outside the off stump. One, with the breeze, the ball is going to move a little bit away from you. So you have to really get around it to get it. You're hitting it at an awkward height, because you could see it was kind of like just above his chest. He's trying to fan it. And then he hit it into the breeze. So he just basically sat up there and allowed Lewis to take a very, very easy catch indeed. So the captain, Hamilton, is at the crease. And right on target again. Hamilton again played well in that second innings for his 55 to help set up the victory. But again, he just kind of gifted his wicket, attempted a big hit in that game. And you'd want to see if he, I don't want to say if he's learned anything from that, but he must show growth here now. His team needs him to play another useful innings like that one and get the scoring up. He's driving. That's a good shot. And again, a little hesitation there. Powell was a little bit slow off the mark. But Hamilton was always convinced that there was a single there. And he was able to get it as well. Once he placed it away from McSween, he knew he had the prospects of an easy single, which he did. So he's off the mark. Powell, who's on 39, is back on strike now.
Yeah, just looking at the field set for Kieran Powell, who's well set. Of course, 2 slips, gully, cover, mid off, mid on, deep mid wicket, and a fine leg. Rising delivery outside off stump. But I know Kieran Powell from previous years, Ruskin. He tends to play a bit of an uppish drive in that extra cover region.
Stand and deliver.
Yeah, so I might just be tempted to dangle that carrot outside off stump with a catcher at cover, the catching cover position, a short cover. I mean, if it works out, it works out. If it gets through, it does. But at least it's gonna put some doubt in his mind, give him something to think about. And this is too easy for Powell. Just picking it off, coming back for 2, and he'll get there quite comfortably in the end.
It's good running as well. Good fielding, but he had a long way to come in, and that was always going to be a bit of a challenge there for Ambrose. He had to come from off of that deep mid-wicket boundary, and the batsmen helped themselves to 2 runs, pushing the score up to 54 now for 3 at the end of the over.
It's going to be Sherman Lewis to continue from the northern end. Bowling to the new man, skipper in Jamal Hamilton.
You just look good.
A man who very experienced at this level. Played all of 97 first-class games. 4,467 runs, high score of 130, an average of 27. As I welcome back Gordon Clare to the commentary booth as Hamilton is just turning this one on the leg side, thinking about 2. He's coming back. McSween can't prevent the 2. And good running by this pair once more.
Yes, welcome back, Kadir. It's been a fighting morning, you know, a morning that cricket lovers, genuine cricket lovers, will enjoy. You saw a bit of some steady batting from Powell. He's also spiced that up with a couple 4 deliveries, and but as we continue after, but we also saw the Windward Islands team fighting back. They're able to get 3 wickets. They'll take that having been put into field. Some good bowling, you know, in general, in the main. Of course, McSween, he led that attack, you know, with some very tight bowling. So it's an interesting, well-balanced game at this point. Kieran Powell, he may just hold the key, and joining him is his skipper Hamilton, both coming off good knocks in their last innings. So they'll be looking to make hay while the sun shines. Leaving it alone there.
Yeah, and from the looks of this delivery, it kept a bit low.
I think he just he hit it. He left it alone and then come off the bat, yeah.
It came off the bat, yeah.
It was going to have some carry.
Yeah.
He left it alone, hit the bottom edge.
Yeah.
So he'd be wary of that. You don't want to hear the ball is keeping low at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy on day 1, morning 1.
Yeah, I didn't pick up that from the replay. I saw it.
But it's
Take
Lewis.
that back.
Good meaty drive there by Hamilton. He's just come in, but he's showing that he's middling.
Yeah, Jamal Hamilton is one of those guys. He's not going to get bogged down. He's going to play his shots once the ball is in his arc. He's going to play his shots. But at this stage, with just about half an hour to go before lunch, just going to have to be a bit more selective in his approach at this stage.
Yes. Good bowling here by Lewis. The faster bowlers, they have held sway this morning. You know, young skipper Artinez switching up his fast bowling attack. He's trying to keep them as fresh as possible. And I think in the main, they've really stood up to the challenge, you know, of bowling on this track. Not much on offer, you know, on the track from itself, but you just have to bowl the regular lines.
Well, I think it's one of those surfaces, once you put something in it, you're going to get a response.
It's very close. Seem to have some bat on it. Lewis does not think so. He's convinced. Does this convince you at home?
Sherman was angling it into Hamilton, and definitely would have, definitely had to get some bat on it. Just see leg stump.
Well, my eyes are just not as quick as they used to be. You decide at home if that was going down leg or if there was a bat on it. I didn't see the bat, but I would just have thought it was angling a bit down the leg side.
You're probably doing a bit too much.
Yeah, that would have been my discretionary view. But the young guys of Qadir Mohammed would have seen a whole lot different. I hope he sees something better this weekend when he plays for Mary Boys. That's a beautiful drive. You don't run those, not even in test matches. The timing was exquisite. He just leant on it there, Powell.
Yeah, and was uppish for a bit, Gordon. And that's what I was speaking about previously. Just get a man in close, a catcher on the offside, and put that ball outside off stump and ask him to go after it. If he wants to score, he needs to go after it. But at this stage, it's free scoring for Kieran Powell. And it's really meat and drink for him as well. There's a man back at the backward point, on the backward point boundary.
Well, you see, we'll talk about this after. That's a well-played delivery there. Greaves, as Ruskin Mack has been saying all morning, he likes to get the bad balls out of the way early in the over, so he continues that that narrative with the 4-ball early, and then comes back with a good ball. But while we look at the newspapers today, the Daily Express in Trinidad and Tobago, Mary Boys 1 win away from promotion. Yes, that's the club of Qadir Mohammed. And it says the Mary Boys are 1 way away from regaining their place in the Premier Division 1 competition. Greaves there's just dragging that one wider. So he continues to bowl. And it's going to talk about Cruikshank scoring 239, leading to a massive total 455 for 8.
Yeah, I think that victory this weekend against Queen's Park will definitely secure our berth in the top flight of local cricket. And what an excellent season it's been for the Mary Boys. A quick single. And Ambrose has to come in quickly on the boundary. And they're able to come back for 2. So good spritey running from these two.
Yeah. Good running between the wickets there. They got down and got around quite quickly. Nice 2 runs there. Powell closing in on what will be a deserved 50 here. His team will want him to bat on for a longer period. I think for his own good, he'll want to also try to get a good personal score to really address the selectors. Yeah, he's forward, just pushing it on the offside, and they jog through.
Yeah, so Powell continues to score freely here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
I think the batters today, the 3 to go, they will have to say that they were out through the bad touch selection, and it was it was good bowling by the bowlers to build the pressure, but I think in the end, the run out, it was a needless run out. In fact, the basics of running between the wickets, backing up at the non-strikers end, what have you, clear a decisive calling and running. Strong leg side. And curling back after passing.
Yeah, good kick in the end by Walcott.
Yeah, Walcott was going one way and then had to get back and go the other. At the end of 19 overs, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're 63 for 3.
Yeah, so Gordon, it's been an excellent season for Mary Boys, of course, the club where you and I, where the 3 of us were doing commentary this morning, the area where we come from, northern part of Trinidad. So we must be happy with the efforts of Mary Boys, and definitely it'll be a deserved thing, once once that happens. And at this time, I take the opportunity to say good morning to all listeners who tune in from the Mary Boys Sports Club.
Yes, definitely, it's been a journey, we don't want to harp on it regionally, but it's been a journey for the Mary Boys team, losing their really inspirational leader, Patrick Rampasad. He's done a lot for the Diego Martin area in sport, especially cricket, but not exclusive to cricket. He's also done a lot for basketball and football. And I think it's part of his legacy here that Mary Boys should campaign at the very top level.
And another firm push down the ground by Powell. And he's going to come back for 2.
Yeah,
And that's going to be 50 for the left-handed opener.
so Powell there, bringing up his 50. A solid innings by him. 50 from 49 balls, 9 fours, no sixes. An excellent knock, really. And in the context of the game, his team will really be looking for him to push on and get 100 plus here. It's just...
And what is the standout thing about it? It's come off 49 deliveries, striking over 100. It's about 102 strike rate.
And although it's that strike rate, he's been playing totally cricketing shots. He's not tried to manufacture anything. He's waited for the bad ball. You know, he's played every ball on its merit. He's left what he has to leave. He's played at what was needed to leave. And when the bad ball was up to be punished, he gave it a full treatment.
Yeah, but I still think, Gordon, the Windward Islands, the field set has allowed him to score easily. Will not bring any real pressure on him in terms of the field set. And again, we see a bit of some protection either side of the wicket. There's a man out on the point boundary. And there's also a man out at deep mid wicket and a fine leg. So I'm not sure with the 2 deep fielders, or certainly with the man out at deep mid wicket. There's a few paces inside the boundary, probably about 10 meters or so inside the boundary. And I'm not sure of the field set if they're trying to set him up for that short ball.
Well, I think we've seen that Lewis can produce that short ball. So probably they're saying that they've seen him pull a couple in the air. As he continues to just be on a length here, Lewis. Powell will want to reset. He's gotten to 50. He'll want to just get his head clear again and be looking for 50 more. I think his first goal will be to get to lunch, you know, and then get the feet up, something in the stomach, and look to continue after lunch. If he can bat for any length of time, he will know that he can definitely, you know, get a big score here. It's a batting paradise here at the Branagh Cricket Academy.
Yeah, he's well set, so he definitely wants to carry on. Lewis has just switched angles, gone from over the wicket this time.
And you're seeing, though, that Powell, that he has reset himself. He's after 50 here, he's getting a time again to reacclimatize himself, to just reset that focus. You know, when a lot of persons not playing the game would actually not know that when you get to 50, all the emotions, the joy, the satisfaction of reaching the goal, it's a period of time where you've got to consolidate, you know, personally. Well, there are two methods. Some players, as they pass 50, they go shotgun and look to take the attack. Well, the man who's going to take up the commentary, as in the old Western time, they used to call it the shotgun position, is Ruskin Mark. He's going to come alongside me as we continue to bring you coverage of the CWI 4-day tournament here in Trinidad and Tobago.
They're going because it's such an important game for both of these teams, really. 2 and 3, 2 playing 3. And I think both of them must be thinking victory here. And that is the way it should be.
Yes, definitely. It's down the leg side. Good carry by Graves.
He does have, I mean, he's a little bit slipperier. He's a little bit deceptive with his pace. But he's, you know, he has a good height. He has a good action. And I think he just needs to be a little more disciplined. I suppose as you talk about the batsman resetting, as a bowler, you know, when you start a new over, you too have to reset and kind of get clarity in what you want to do.
He's steaming in here from the southern end.
Quick single, they're going to have to hurry. And a big dive put in there by Powell. He was a little bit short and he needed a little extra. And he knew that he had to do it because there was breathing down his neck. There was Kotoy, who was running in, coming there from short mid-wicket and almost executed a direct hit. That would have been close if he had struck it. Unfortunately, he missed. But Powell still had to put in the dive. There's no water there, but boy, was he diving.
Well, you're seeing the effects of that dive as he is asking for a bit of, I don't know if it's to clean up himself or...
Dust.
Yeah, because he's asked the 12th man has come out, and he's come out with a towel, really.
And a change of gloves, I would imagine.
Oh, a change of gloves.
Yeah, just to get him going again, but it was close. It was good fielding, and he picked it up, and in one motion he released it.
Yeah, I think he would just have one stump because he was, square the wicket. So he just had one stump to aim at. Powell wasn't taking any chances. He put in the big swimming pool dive. It was more swimming pool dive than the ordinary slider.
Yep, we were talking about his advent into baseball. And I think in baseball you'd slide feet first.
Yeah.
This time he went head first, trying to get the bat in. And he did well. He did well. And but we would never know because the stumps were not broken.
And all's well that ends well.
Yep. Although you must be saying, but that was close though. Yeah. Too close for comfort. And with lunch just around the corner, that's the out that probably I think upsets batsmen the most is a run out.
Definitely. Especially when you're well set on 50 and nothing has seemed to trouble you all morning long.
That's another good delivery. And he's doing his part here. Of course, he's guilty of bowling, a couple 4 balls in between. But he's bowled some pretty good deliveries as well. He's always had a comeback.
Good to see the medium pacers, the seamer bowlers, really getting an extended bowl here this morning. It's not something that we see quite often in a regional cricket. Very shortly, although they have points up for what have you,
incentive
for fast bowlers. But shortly you see the ball going to the spinners.
Again, that's good fielding again to his own bowling. A little bit of a force shot there. Powell reaching for it outside the off stump.
He's rehearsing his shots though, so he's definitely showing that he wants to bat long here today. It's a lot of pressure, I think, on a number of the players to address these selectors.
Under these conditions, 2 things here. You want to bat long, you don't want to be in the field for long.
Most definitely. You want to bat the team out of the game.
That's the thing. You don't want to be in the field. You just want to bat whole day, 2 days if it's possible. Yeah. It's the end of another tidy over. At the end of it, it's 66 for 321 completed.
Yeah, Powell there, the best out on the scorecard, 50 not out from 58 deliveries. He's partnered by his captain.
9 fours.
Yeah, 9 fours. Yeah, he's partnered by his captain, Jama Hamilton, who's on 4. The rest of the scorecard, not much to write home about. Hodge out for 6.
But this is good from Karen Powell, coming off 104 in his last inning, to come now and get a 50. Obviously, it means that he has some form. He's in good touch. He now has to address the selectors by making a big 100 here now.
Whoa, that one came back a long way. Look at where the keeper caught it in line with outside the leg stump.
But look at Lewis's action too. He does this. So the ball is obviously, it's kind of like a Courtney Walsh. It has the tendency to angle it into the right-hander, the off-cutter.
Look at it again. Yeah, he's coming over the...
Yep,
yeah.
it's coming, so the angle is coming into the right-hander. When he becomes dangerous is when it straightens. because then you're anticipating the inward movement, but then it doesn't come in. You know, so you're obviously playing a little bit inside the line because you're trying to accommodate the inward movement, and then when it straightens, its tendency is to hit the edge and go through. So that's why if he lines up the deliveries, if he's consistent with his lines, and then he does that little bit of it, sometimes the ball does it for you. You don't even have to do anything. And that is what he wants to do here now, especially as the batsmen probably try to consolidate before the lunch interval.
Yeah, well, as we approach the lunchtime interval, it's a cool cloud cover overhead. And no signs of rain just yet, no threat of rain, but it's just cool overhead conditions. I think excellent condition to bowl fast and swing it around. If you look at the player's jersey, you see a strong wind
breeze,
blowing from left to right on your screen. Yeah, so you're seeing the jersey being blown there, so he could probably get that inward movement. We saw an exaggerated inward movement earlier on. So let's look at it here again. He probably just want to get one to straighten, to put some doubt in Hamilton's mind.
A little too short there because he doesn't have to do too much as a batsman. Now, Hamilton is not a tall man, but he's a beefy person. He's built like Joe Fraser. And, you know, a lot of times he wants to cuff the ball because he likes to play those cross-batted shots or hit, you know, to cow corner. And but he's not getting too many of those so far this morning. And I think the situation doesn't warrant that right now. He's lost 3 wickets. He needs to take a different approach. Oh, that's a full toss on the hips. I don't think he was expecting that. And I think Lewis will apologize to him as well. It's a no ball, signaled by the umpire, a no ball for height. But it's not a free hit.
No,
you know,
not a free hit.
In the modern day game, everybody thinks once you see no ball.
Free hit. You get it ready. And then the chief of selectors, Mr. Desmond Haynes. Yep. Sir Dr. Desmond Haynes. He's definitely
the right honorable.
Yes. In fact, he was a former member of parliament in Barbados, so he's done it all here. The legendary opening batter. He's taking a bit of a stretch there, probably thinking that I would have loved to be on this track here this morning.
Yep.
But it's Powell who's made hay while the sun shines. He's on 50.
If you remember the story with Desmond Haynes, originally he wasn't supposed to play in the President's 11 game. And the player who was chosen ahead of him either fell ill, like the night before the game, and they called up Desmond Haynes. I think he scored 100 in each innings of the game.
No, in those times, I remember when I used to watch the legendary Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenidge. My goodness me, we'd get up early in the morning, you know, on the black and white television to watch them playing down under. And it was always a joy to see those two batters bat. They complemented each other so well. You know, both stroke makers, but yet still able, solid in defense.
Yep. Again, he going right up to him on that occasion, but Powell has seen the ball so well now that he's able to competently deal with that, and more importantly, he gets a single to take the score into 69 for 3. And he is up to 51 now, and looking as confident and as comfortable as anybody else we've seen this morning. Now we're seeing some blackbirds hovering around the ground here. I would hate to think that they're signaling the death of cricket.
No, I don't think it's that. I think they probably just something there is in the apple fields next door. Yeah, and they're probably just in the apple field, but they're right over the ground, in fact. And more than one.
Well, that's what's worrying me.
Yeah.
But
and they're pretty low as well. You don't normally see, look at them, they're on screen.
Yep, they're just, maybe they're watching some cricket. Let's hope that's the intention here. That's another good delivery outside the off stump. Graves continues to do well for his team. You look in the background, this is just some of the scenery in the back of the stands here at the Brian Lara cricket academy.
Yeah, those are the apple trees there. You could come down and get your apples. You know, when you go to the fetes that they have down here at the Branlara, people normally come looking for the apple trees.
They're not trying to storm, by the way.
But it's great to continues here. Just angling that one wider outside your stump.
Look at it. I mean, you know, you're almost tempted to say not a cloud in the sky, but there are clouds in the sky, but they're very high and they're very clear. And you can see the blue skies in the background trying to...
very scenic, this Branlara Cricket Academy.
It is. It is. And it's situated in a part of the country that it's just conducive to cricket.
Yeah.
Especially when we have limited overs cricket here, people tend to flood into the facilities. But I will encourage them to come and watch, because this is shaping up to be a pretty good contest here as well. The Branlara Cricket Academy, you know, at one time it was much maligned, but I think once they completed it, I think all of that old talk.
Yeah, I think it answered all the
finished,
critics. Yeah,
you know.
it answered all the critics. Been able to house some successful CPL tournaments, the regional cricket, you know. And really, hats goes out to those who have kept the ground in pristine conditions. Not many grounds in Trinidad and Tobago can have boast of being as green and as lively as those, as we see the flag there of that look like the Leeward Islands.
I'm trying to see the number of flags that they have on there. Now, my thing is, if you're putting up one, you have to put up the other one as well, you know, for both teams, both the Windward and the Leeward Islands.
I think probably
teams.
people would just have forgotten.
And maybe a
Trinidad
Trinidad and Tobago flag as well. The
flag.
game is being played in Trinidad and Tobago.
Probably just missing a beat there. The effort ball there by
It's a little too wide.
Greaves.
Yep. He's bowled well. And in fact, you have to tip your hats to the three bowlers that we've seen this morning. Lewis, McSween and Graves. They've done well. Of course, the pick of the bowlers would be McSween. He was really outstanding. And on another day, he might have had maybe 2 or 3 wickets already to his name. He just has the one. Graves had the other one. The other one is a run out. Brilliant work from Edwards. And that's good patience being shown here by Powell. I think he's batting for lunch as well. He understands the situation. And so he's not taking any undue risk. 69 for 3.
Yes, some good bowling, but the batting, you're seeing the patience there by Powell. You know, he got his 5th in just 49 deliveries, and he's really slow to stop here as he begins to bat to lunch. And this is what, international 4-day first class cricket is all about. You know, you got to bat the situation. It's not all slam, bam, thank you, madam. You got to reset yourself. You know, he's looking for the big one. He realizes that his team need him. You know, when you look at the score, 69 for 3, I always want to say, if you want to find out what's a good score, just add 2 or 3 wickets. 69 for 6, 69 for 5. It's an awful score for the Leeward Islands. So they do not want to lose any more wickets here before the luncheon interval. They want this pair to bat to lunch, and then after the luncheon interval, they set themselves a solid total, you know, to be able to defend.
Well, and that's the idea here. If you're batting first, you're probably going to accept the loss of an early wicket or 2, because, as we often know, the preparation moisture put into the pitch might favor or might assist bowlers early on. But once that dries up a little bit, you must be thinking the wicket doesn't look like it has any real terrors in it. So you feel that you have a good chance here to bat yourself into a strong position. As we look at Larry Edwards coming into the attack. Spin for the first time. And immediately you could see Hamilton liking himself there. And he just threw the bat at that one.
He was given a bit of wit, though. So a bit of wit was an offer. He definitely looked to punch it through the cover region.
Over to you, Powell.
this change in bowling, the change of the pace, Powell looked unbothered by the seamers. I think. Do you think it's a good call?
It is, and it's kind of standard. Just before lunch, they always try to bring in a spinner just to change the tempo and see if you can't produce a forward shot from one of the especially a set batsman. The pace is different. He now has to look up a little bit, especially if he flights it to get it up above the eye line, force him to have to look up and see something a little bit differently, and. You never know. You might force him into some kind of error.
No, not a very attacking field though. I think it's a field that's really not attacking the batter. I think it's just allowing the batter there just to nudge the ball around, able to get off strike here. Powell, he'll want to be there. What looks like probably the last over before lunch.
Edwards is he's not right on top. He's a little bit around arm to some degree. So bounce and turn he may not get as much. But if he can get from there, that would be great.
They're just drawing Hamilton forward. Jamal Hamilton looking to play a captain's knock here.
Probably trying to get at the bowling too. That's a good appeal. They're thinking about it. The umpire says not out as he was coming a little bit of turn there. Hamilton played inside, probably anticipating it to go on with the arm. That one straightened and hit the pad. And it's just going, maybe just going on its way, just probably could have clipped leg stump, maybe just outside of the leg stump.
Yeah.
But with a shout.
Yeah, definitely with a shout. But you judge those from the
wicketkeeper.
Yeah, wicketkeeper. He was down the leg side already. He was looking to take it down the leg side. So probably the umpire just taking that into consideration. And it's going to be a double change as at the southern end. There's going to be a bowling change. It looks to be Demba. It's Demba who's going to be bowling this over.
Big up yourself, Ken.
So he's going to go with the other spinner at the other end. So he's spin at both ends.
Yeah, Demba, I think, is a left-hand bowler.
Yep.
So he's going to just try to induce a foul shot.
Kenneth Demba is into the attack as well. Right arm off spin.
Right arm off spin.
His first delivery is bang on target though, which is good. And as a finger spinner, you want this. You don't want to give anything away.
Long forward there, Powell. He's definitely closed up shop. He's batting for lunch.
That's great. I would like to see him probably just flight it a little bit, and see what mood, the batsman is in. If he's going to try to take him on, he has the long off in place, so there is protection out there.
I think the two spinners have been very conservative. They definitely not give many flight. They've not gone above the batter eye line at all. They've really pushed it through. They've ensured that.
As we say, they're not going up in jar breeze at all.
Yeah. And there's a strong breeze that could be used.
Especially at that end, because the batsman will try to hit against the breeze to some degree. And as we saw, with the pull shot that accounted for Thomas. He was trying to pull across the ball, and the wind just hung up in the air for a simple catch at mid-on. Yeah. So the batsman just kind of making sure that this is the last over, probably before the interval.
What's your signal as well from the umpire there? Umpire Rafa.
Check on the watch.
Yeah, he checked the watch. Before that, he shook his hand and said that's it. So after this ball, the bowler probably ensuring that it's.
Well, now, yeah, so certainly, because a lot of field changes. There's a silly mid-off, a silly mid-on, for a short leg, and a slip. There's a man at point short closing in, trying to prevent the single. A cover deep, an extra cover, a long off, mid on, mid wicket, and but no deep backward square. And Powell is driving. Hamilton wants a single,
He's
but
not
Powell
interested.
never even moved, as if to tell him, "Wow, are you crazy?"
Yeah.
He just said, "That's it," and he's heading off to lunch. So 71 for 3 at the interval. 25 overs completed. Powell is not out on 52, and with him is his captain Hamilton, who is on 6. They've lost Monson Hodge for 6, Akeem Saunders for no score, and Devon Thomas for 1. And if we could just get a look at the bowling figures. So far, we've had a wicket to McSween and one to Graves. The other one went via the run-out route. So that's the lunchtime situation here. And would you say honours even, or do you give it slightly in favour of the Leeward Islands?
Well, I think honours even, given that the 3 wickets would have fell and the importance of those 3 wickets, I think it's honours even. But the Leeward Islands, they may just feel that they're happy of the 2. They have Powell, who's well set on 52 not out, and the skipper, Jama Hamilton, also there. So at the lunch break here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, we're going to the break with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes winning the toss and deciding to bat their 71 for 3.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in South Trinidad. Bright and sunny conditions prevailing as we see the two batsmen making their way out into the middle. The umpires already out. And Kieran Powell not out on 52. And of course the captain is also there, Jamal Hamilton, who is on 6. The Leeward Islands will resume at 71 for 3, which represents a pretty good total, although they were pinned back by the loss of those 3 wickets. Munson Hodge for 6, Akeem Saunders for no score, an unfortunate run out, a direct hit from Edwards, and of course Devon Thomas, the experienced Devon Thomas, out hooking, caught at middle and a dolly of a catch for Lewis. He made just 1, so it was 15 for 1, 30 for 2, 51 for 3, and these two have added 20 so far, pushing it on to 71 for 3 at the luncheon interval. I would imagine after you won the toss and opted to bat, you would factor in the loss of a couple early wickets. So they've lost 3 wickets so far, 71 on the board. So I think the Leeward Islands would be reasonably happy. The key now is, can they push on from here and post a big total? The Windward Islands, no doubt, would be happy with those 3 wickets, but they would think that they could get a couple more, and they'll be striving for some early wickets here in the middle session of day 1. It looked like McSween is going to be back into the attack. He was the pick of the bowlers this morning, and I'm sure he'll be hoping to pick up from where he left off here. It's a nice, bright, sunny day here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A wonderful day for cricket, really.
Over to you, Jama.
The players on both teams would be loving these conditions here. It's a little bit hot, but it's also breezy. So I think that more than anything else is what they would be most happy about, the fact that there's a nice breeze blowing across the ground most times, although the flag on the eastern end, just next to the scoreboard, is just fluttering a little bit. It's not as stretched out as it had been at other times when the wind really picks up. It really stretches out nicely, and it just cools down the conditions here very well for all concerned. But it's going to be McSween who's going to continue with the action. Kadeem is back with us, and the first ball is just pushed out into the offside for a comfortable single. So we're on our way in the second session here this afternoon. Kadeem, 71 for 3 at lunch, a pretty good score, but you know, they probably think they might have lost a wicket more than they might have been catering for.
Yeah, definitely they would have felt that run out in particular was uncalled for, and definitely Akeem Saunders would be feeling gutted by the way he was dismissed. But 71 for 3 represents sort of an even session for both teams. And of course, they would have to contend with Preston McSween with a slightly older ball, 25 overs old.
He really was the pick of the bowlers this morning with his accuracy and the movement that he got. He generated a good amount of in-swing to the right-handers. I don't think he bowled, I mean, we can't tell how many deliveries he actually bowled at Kieran Powell. I think he bowled majority of his deliveries to the right-handers, and he really didn't get to bowl for any extended period of time at Powell. It really would have been interesting to see how Powell would have dealt with that movement that was going across him.
Yes.
And here he is again, getting another comfortable single. So this is good, sensible batting. After the interval, you just want to play yourself back in before doing anything extravagant. And singles will also help because you rotate in strike and you're changing the angles so slightly for the bowlers, giving the bowlers something to think about.
Yeah, most definitely. And Powell and Hamilton have consolidated well so far. Hamilton just 7 from 20, he's just getting into his innings, but he's shown intent from the onset, and I think that's the key thing as a batsman.
Again, Hamilton not to the pitch of it, trying to go through the line. And that could be dangerous because you don't want to give the bowlers any kind of miscalculation there, and you're gifting your wicket to them. So he has to be very watchful. I mean, he's only just the first over, so you can't just feel he's just going to pick up from where he left off. You still have to kind of play yourself back in. He waits. 73 for 3 it is. Again, just a little bit short of a good length, and no real terrors in the wicket. The wicket has really flattened out nicely now. So this could be a very important period here for the Leeward Islands batsmen. They won the toss and they opted to bat. So I think they might be thinking now, if you play yourself in here for the next 15-20 minutes and then you could kick on from there, who knows? By tea time, they could very well easily double their score, if not add a couple more runs.
Yep.
Short ball, and helping himself to a boundary, and played nicely, got it over the slip cord and over the head of that gully fieldsman down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, short pitch delivery outside off stump, and a freebie for Hamilton, who just guided it up and over, and 1 bounce into the third man boundary for 4. So a good start after lunch. 6 runs coming in the Preston McSween's over, and the Leeward Island Hurricanes move on to 77 for 3. But yeah, the wicket, there's no real demons in the surface. Ball is the bounces through. It's coming on nicely into the bat. So I think these 2 batsmen will certainly be in the game at this stage. Bowlers are definitely going to have to try to contain and probably try to bowl one side of the wicket and set the particular fields in order to make that happen. It's going to be Kenneth Demba to continue from the southern end.
He did bowl a pretty good first over. He landed on a spot there, so I think he would want to continue in that vein.
I think this is an important passage of play with the spinner operating and Powell well set. Now we definitely not want to give it away at this stage.
Be interesting to see if Demba could impart spin on the ball, get some turn and some bounce.
Yeah.
He has a little hop at his delivery, in his delivery stride, so he's trying to get as high as possible.
Yeah.
And with bounce, that will help.
Yeah. Well, he's a relatively tall bowler, is Kenneth Demba, so once he can land in a good area, spin the ball away from Powell, so if he can land probably on middle and off and extract whatever turn is on offer, he'll definitely be in the game.
So far, so good. He's kept it just on about that off stump, bringing him forward most times.
Yeah, and he's one bowler too that is willing to give the ball some air.
For a moment there, I thought he was going to go across that one, and then I make a quick adjustment after, and just play it out. So again, just giving him something to think about here, just giving it a little bit of air, not too much.
Yeah, that's the key thing for Kenneth Demba.
It's another good delivery just outside the off stump, not too far outside the off stump. Bowling right arm off breaks and bowling from around the wicket to the left-hander. And he's watchful again. So that's a pretty good over to begin with after lunch. His first, it's 77 for 3.
He made an over by Kenneth Demba. Good start for him after lunch. Just like the batsmen have to refocus and resettle after a break, so too bowlers. But Kenneth Demba was spot on this occasion. So it's going to be Preston McSween again.
You can hear
Yes.
McSween doing some work on the wicket. He probably, when he lands, he probably feels that a little bit uneven there at the crease. So he's trying to kind of shave it down a little bit and even it out.
Scratching away at the front crease.
So now he put some work. Powell is now trying to get that little debris that he kicked up there from out of his way as a batsman. Again, that's the angle that he wants to go across the right-hander.
Yeah.
But he needs to probably just start it a little bit closer. And then from there, if he could bring one back. Now, the thing with McSween, is he tended to bring the ball in a lot more than he gets the ball to go away. So he's using the ball, which we often think is more natural delivery for the left-hander, to go across the right-hander. But he's using that one sparingly.
Well, it looks as though the ball that is coming back in is his stock delivery. So the one going away is something that he has to put a bit more conservative effort in doing. But I think if he gets the line right with that one that is just holding its line, he could be in the game with the two slips and the gully behind the bat.
Yeah, and I think Hamilton will play at it outside the off stump if he could line it up there properly. There he is again, touching down a little bit on the short side, and the batsman, no real problems, just comfortably in behind it. And just as we were talking earlier about the flag to our left by the scoreboard, it starts to kick up now, starts to stretch out, and an indication that there is a nice breeze blowing across the ground here from east to west. And from somebody who's from the north, I was very skeptical when I start to give people wind directions in the Southland. Next thing somebody comes and says, Ruskin, what's tripping is you talking about? The wind blowing from dump to south. But I want to believe from what I'm seeing that it's an east to west breeze. And I'm sticking to that.
You're trusting your instincts?
Yeah, Colin Croft. Whenever I spoke to Colin Croft, he had a birthday not too long ago, so let me say belated birthday greetings to him. He always told me about clouds and you know what we were looking at. Short ball, and he's just punching it away for a comfortable single. And that's kind of bread and butter for Hamilton. He loves to play out there. So that's why I'm thinking anytime McSween can pitch it and leave him. I mean, as you said, if he's bowling the ball coming back in regularly, the one that is leaving him would be like the surprise delivery.
Yeah.
But he has to line it up. He has to line up the delivery before and then, you know, pitch one that is going the other way to kind of get the breakthrough that he's looking for.
Yeah, to try and kind of set him up.
Here he is again. This time they're going to go for the single. There was a little bit of hesitation there. Remember, they already had a run out, and then Powell almost lost his wicket via run out as well. He had to put in a big dive to survive. He did because the wicket weren't broken, but it was a close shave. However, so I think they'll talk it out. And as they do that, it's 79 for 3 now at the end of the over. Now look at the flag. It just goes limp. All my explanation about east to west breeze, it's picking up again. But you just get the picture that there's a nice breeze blowing across the ground, and the flag is just fluttering there.
Yeah. And this breeze is going to help Timber with a bit of drift as well. I think this is a good move by Athenes. The man who was short catching on the leg side is now come in front of Powell, right in his eye line.
And immediately he comes into play right away, Kaveem Hodge.
Yeah. If he can get one to bounce from that area.
But that's the plan here. So keep him playing. Now you realize that Powell probably wants to open up a little bit because he probably wants to move that man in front of him there, right in his eye line. There he goes, and he connects well. That's a good shot. And he's going to get maximum for it. 6 runs. Again, just getting under this one and lifting it over long on for 6.
Yeah, just giving a little bit more, yeah. by Demba, and Powell needed no second invitations, mid-on and mid-off was up inside. So he just had to get it over them. The connection was good, and it went all the way for 6. The first 6 of the game.
And it was very well played too, as well. He was going against his spin, but like I said, I don't think Demba is a big spinner of the ball. He's not a big turner of the ball. So it gave Powell more than enough time to get inside the line and just helped it, playing against whatever spin there might be, but he connected well.
They just prompted a field change. Man has now gone back to long off after that shot.
He's gone again, and it's more of the same. This time it goes for 4. It doesn't go for 6 this time. He didn't hit it as cleanly as the first one, but he gets another boundary. That's 10 in 2 for Powell now. And Demba has to rethink here a little bit.
Yeah, this one didn't get the connection that he got previously, but it's good enough to get it over the mid-on fielder. And once it got over him, it only went downhill. And it got into the boundary for 4. So back-to-back scoring shots for Kieran Powell. He moves on to 64 of just 88 deliveries, and he continues to play well here.
Here he goes again, over the head of the long on, the man at mid-on now for 4 more. And this is good batting because he's not really taking too many risks. There's nobody out in the deep, so he knows even if he doesn't make full contact, he's going to get runs. But this is a better shot. And he's hitting this more with a straight bat. Hit it over the head of the man at mid-on. And even if it was straight at him, it was slightly to his right. And it was hit so hard that he never really had a chance at it.
Yeah, he took 2 overs to really measure Kenneth Demba. And this over is really take a liking to him. He's not done anything out of the ordinary. He's played good cricket in shots.
Long on is in place now, and this time Powell leaves it alone. So the cat and mouse continues here between bat and ball, batsman and bowler. Well, at the end of that over, it's 93 now for 3, with Powell up to 68, and Hamilton is on 12.
Yeah, Powell continues to show his class at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Excellent conditions for batting. He's making full use of it. He's been there from the start. He's seen all of the William Islands bowlers thus far. And at this stage, just looking to cash in on his good performance.
He's in such good form. And with the chairman of selectors, of West Indian selectors here, there's no better time for him to show what he's capable of and the kind of form that he's in. You know, you can make runs, but if nobody is seeing it, then nobody knows about it. You know, it's kind of like the forest with the trees. If it falls, nobody could hear it. Here's an edge, and he's out caught. Well, it was a nice little catch there. Once again, it's that ball touching down just and not off them. If anything, this one probably got a little bit of bounce because it hit the top edge of the blade, and it went through to be taken at slip, and that's a pretty good catch there, taken. And once again, another breakthrough here. It looked like Kaveem Hodge at first slip. He took it low down to his right.
Yeah, good delivery again. Exactly the area I was speaking about, Ruskin. That area where that one was just leaving Hamilton, and he had to play and got a bit of bounce as well, and a good catch against the run of play, you have to say. We saw this wicket came out of nowhere as Hamilton was really looking comfortable at the crease, but it's good bowling on the part of McSween once more, and he continues to impress. He's picked up 2, now 2 for 19. New man in is Karima Gore for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
He didn't play in the last game, and so he gets his opportunity here today. So this is a wonderful breakthrough here, just what the Windwards wanted, to take an early wicket. and see if they can't prize out a couple more as well. He 2 for 19 now for Preston McSween. He's bowled really well all day long. So at 93 for 4.
That's one.
Well, actually, Ruskin Karima Gore is on debut.
Yep.
He's on debut today,
So
so
it's a big opportunity for him.
yeah, it's a fantastic occasion for the young man. Just starting off his first-class career.
And as he struck on the pad, but probably a little bit too much done there with that ball. Again, he's getting this curl, this lovely curl from that left arm and that action of his. So he's getting the ball to curl back in to the right-handers. And some of the movement is late movement. It's really tailing in nicely. And that one might have just done a little too much. Hit him on the pad.
Yeah, and he's got off the mark in not the way he would have liked, but he's off and running, and that certainly is a milestone for him.
Well, he did get an inside edge, so it's a run on the board for him. And Powell continues to soldier on, but he's not going to force the issue here. He's just going to take the single. Previously, with him and Hamilton, they were pushing, trying to turn ones into twos. This is not a big ground, so when you can do that, that's it. It calls for good running.
Yeah, Karima Gore, the 24-year-old, he was actually born in the United States of America. Karima Gore, but he's representing the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Because I remember Hugh Gore, so I don't know if that's his father. And Hugh Gore was a left-arm fast bowler from the Combined Islands. So it could
Must be some relation.
Yeah, could be some relation to him.
Well, that inside edge, previous delivery has prompted a man to go in, the man at bat pad on the leg side.
Remember, he was there earlier,
Yeah.
and now they put him back. There was also the leg gully.
And I was just about to say, Ruskin, with the fall of that wicket, I'd just like to see the Windward Islands attack a bit more to the new man, Karima Gore. Well, now there's the bat pad on the leg side. It's two slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket.
Big gap.
And fine leg, yeah.
Big gap in the offside. Drive if you want to.
Yeah, good testing lines and lengths from McSween.
So I can imagine Powell he's probably going to have to kind of shepherd Karima Gore through this period here. But
Yeah.
just talking to him and giving him confidence, letting him know that it's not impossible to play and to play well, despite or in the face of some excellent bowling from McSween.
Yeah, this one coming back in slightly well negotiated by Gore. So the end of a successful over from Preston McSween. At the end of 30 overs, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 95 for 4. McSween 10 overs, 2 for 21. Excellent returns for him.
It's good bowling. It's really good bowling from him. Now the question is, can Kenneth Demba tighten up here and put that little onslaught that he got, that bit of punishment he got in the previous over, can he put that behind him and really concentrate here now on Powell? To bowls another beauty just outside the off stump. No real spin there. Powell might have been playing for spin, and the ball just held its own, almost clipped the off stump on the way through.
Good from Demba. Standing up to this challenge from Powell, and Powell just eases this one man at long off and gets up the other end.
So now the new batsman is on strike, and there's just a slip on the forward short leg, so they're not really putting too much pressure on him. They have a short, well, I don't even want to call him a deep gully or a short backward square. But I'm not. I don't know if he's there for the. Well, he has to be there for like a missed sweep or something. If he's not there, he should be back on the boundary because the ball played to either side of him, it could be 4 runs. So he's kind of like in no man's land there. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Well, he might be in the game there for anything, or for that sweep that is not played well. Just backward of square.
With the off spinner bowling, though, you really want to give him that cover, a deep backward square, but he doesn't have a deep backward square. He has a forward square leg on the boundary, who comes into play now. So far, so good for Gore. He's on to 2 now. Powell, who's on 70, so he's 30 away from a deserved 100.
Yeah, the field goes spread again for Powell. Powell is just ensuring that has his guard, his middle stump that he's asked for.
It's way outside the off stump, asking him to come out there, and Powell decides against it. So what a lovely day for cricket indeed. This really is a fantastic day. Nice and bright and sunny with a little bit of breeze.
Oh, beautiful,
And Denver probing here. But so far so good for Powell. He remains on 72 to Karima Gore. The over comes to an end. It's 96 for 4. Or should have been 97 for 4.
Yeah, scoreboard says 97 for 4.
The sun is be hot there, man.
So Gore it is, who is getting ready to face up to McSween. And getting a delivery that kind of tucks him up a little bit. He was jumping into line there and struck high up on the thigh.
So relatively conventional set field, 2 slips, gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, bat pad on leg side and fine leg. So that entire cover region is open, inviting that big drive from Gore.
He's right up to him. They want a single. It's not there again. They need to sort out the communication here. Powell is not happy, but I think the call came soon enough to allow him to go back. But they have to really be careful here. Clarify what the call is, who's going to make the call, and when is the best time to make that call, because that's the challenge here. Gore just wants to feel bat on ball. So if he hits it, he might just want to run.
Yeah.
But he has to be careful. This is more like it. Just an easy single down to fine leg. No problems there for him. So that pushes the score now into 98, now 2 away from the 100 mark.
So with Powell on strike, field just spreads a bit. Point out on the boundary, cover, mid off, mid on. Mid wicket is going in place now, and a fine leg.
And here again is that little swivel shot that he likes to play. Didn't really go for a full-blooded pull. He just kind of kept the bat there and made contact, and as he was turning, just helped the ball into that deep forward square leg position for a comfortable single.
Yeah,
So
good presence of mind from Powell, realizing the man is back there for mistimed shot. Just controlled it well.
So 99 now for 4. Two slips, Gully, they all in play here. If he could get this one to go across him. Stuck him on the pad, but again, doing too much down that leg side. Even the bowler didn't seem too interested.
Yeah, Powell is just going to have a word here with Gore, just to probably calm the nerves down a bit. Obviously, a lot of nerves playing your first game at regional level. First class level, that is.
This is the level that they're playing at now, just below the international level, the test level, the case may be. Again, this is continues to bowl well, McSween, as he completes another over. 11 so far, 4 maidens, 2 for 23. It's 99 for 4.
Score remains at 99 for 4. And it looks to be Demba to continue. Resumes that battle with Kieran Powell.
Next to me.
Now with long on and long off in place. Powell will just have to be a little bit more calculated in his approach.
And then by his pitching up to him, he's driving, but can't get it past the bowler, who's making a good stop to his own bowling. If you can't field to your own bowling, then whose runs are you going to save? But it's a very interesting period. A little bit tense here at the moment because the game could go either way you want to believe. Here they are again. Another powerful drive from Powell. A wicket here could really, as they say, set the cat among the pigeons for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, but I think Kenneth Demba he's in the game. Powell wants to get after him.
Again, he's going with him, and he's played it well again. 4 more, and that's probably the best of the lot.
Yeah, bisecting long on and long off was Kieran Powell. It's a good calculated shot in that gap. Picks up another 4. Powell goes on to 75. Score goes up to 103. So 100 brought up with that boundary.
It's a lack of turn, you know. He's not spin. He can't. He's not kind of terrorizing the batsman with spin because they're not fearing the ball turning across him, Powell in particular. So he's taking his chances. Once he picks up the line, then he's going with that line.
Yeah.
Even if it's not to the pitch of the ball, he's still going through with the shot.
Yeah, no real turn on offer so far from what we've seen.
Keep going, that big.
And that breeze has just calmed a bit.
Short this time, and cut away, but nicely fielded. And the batsman can't get it through, so it's 103 for 4, and Powell remains on 75, and it's 3 to go, and we can have a double change. I don't think they have any bowling change out in the middle, but we have a double change up here. Vinud is back, or is here for the first time today.
Yes, welcome. Welcome back to our first spell after the luncheon break. Powell, he's gone into another gear here. He's raced to 675 from just 103 deliveries. Welcome, Vinod.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gordon, of course. Thanks a lot to Ruskin and Kadir Mohammed as well. So I know a number of fans who are looking on at this game, and they're following both streams as well, all three, the one in Guyana and the one at the Oval, and this they were probably wondering about that injury to Amir Django. And we can update you that his arm is not broken. He was struck by Jair McAllister, who is pretty quick. And it's more of a contused injury. So he will be able to bat later on if required. There's Preston McSween, a man who has been in the West Indies setup.
He's bowled well this morning, and he's gotten his due reward. He has 2 for 23. Yeah, the 2 deliveries that he got definitely caught at the slip region. So he's getting that ball to do a lot. You know, with his left-hand deliveries, he's getting them to angle away from the right-hander and then straighten. You know, doing just enough to clip the edge. He looked to continue here. He's already bowled 2 dot deliveries. He's bowling to George. Gore, sorry. He's stuck him in front. This is very close.
That one was straightening and might have just struck him outside the line of the leg stump. Let's have a look at that one there, Gordon. There's a wide open, 2-wide stance. Here is McSween, and that one pitching just marginally outside the leg stump.
Yeah, definitely. So it's Gore who's batting here. He's on 3, a patient 3. 3 from 13th, of course. In this, the longer version, the balls don't really count as such, you know.
I'll tell you something about Karima Gore, Gordon. He is an American cricketer, or was an American cricketer. And in 2019, he was actually named in the United States squad for the ICC World Cricket League Division 2 tournament in Namibia. And of course, he has decided to go back to his roots, which is the Leeward Islands, to play for them. So he has given up that American dream.
Yes, the white picket fences, he traded them in for white uniform, the white and the maroon of the Caribbean team. He's facing up to McSween. McSween he has been on target all morning. He's been probing there, asking some questions of the respective batters. He's gotten the reward on 2 occasions, getting 2 wickets in his bag. He also got the very important wicket of Hamilton, the captain, who was just about getting set. But he definitely want to get more here for the Leeward Islands. On the other end, though, he's been a spectator for a good portion of the morning. Kieran Powell. And he's looking to address the selectors here of Vinod.
Yeah, well, he did with a wonderful 100 in the last game. So here he is again on the brink. He's just 25 short. Gore is just 97 short.
Of course, the glass is not half empty, it's half filled. So he wants to get 97 more. But Kieran Powell, he's more realistically closer. Just 25 more needed. He's been batting competently. He's up to face Demba. Demba has a very peculiar hop, skip, and jump delivery action. It'd be nice to see it on the screen. Powell has taken a liking to him, though.
There's Dembe. Good delivery, hitting the outer half of the bat. Pollard using his long reach.
Yeah, play under the helmet there. Would have been interested for a while. Playing it back to the bowler. But Powell seems to be a man on a mission. He seems to be focused. He definitely played a match-winning innings, and there's a shot.
And that was
it's up in the air.
Yeah, and he goes.
He's caught.
Terrible shot indeed there by Powell. Dembe was getting the ball to spin away from him. He was never in control of that. And he was looking to go over mid-on.
Good catch there by Greaves.
Just hung in the air. And Greaves was able to take the catch. As you can see here, Dembe was getting the ball to turn away from him at all times. He was not in control. He got underneath it, but not getting the distance, and a good catch running back there by Graves. So he has to leave for 75. He'll be very disappointed with that, following 100 in the last game.
A bit of the commentator's curse, really. We were now singing his praises that he looked set and was looking to get to 100. Needed 25 more. He needed to get that 25 more some other time.
Yep.
But it's Big Rack coming into bat. Rakeem Cornwall comes into bat, the 93 on his back here.
Yeah, well,
We know for sure that he bats one way. We like to see his approach here. His team on 103 for 4. And just stuttering here. Just looking to wave in the breeze that we're seeing down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
well, Big Rack is a dangerous batsman if he gets going here. He could really handle this attack. He's a very talented young man, Big Rack. Look at him holding that bat. That bat looks like a toothpick in his hands.
Yes, most definitely. You know, when you bring it to the light, I look at him taking a leg stump. But that's a middle stump, it looks like.
He's taking a middle and an off as well.
Oh, he's taking a middle and an off.
Later on today, I must bring Ruskin Mark into that discussion. I don't think back in the day when Ruskin played for Trinidad, men were too frequently taking off stump guard. But I've noticed in recent times a lot of guys. Well, he's telling me, Ruskin, that Charlie Davis, the prolific Charlie Davis, used to take a middle and leg and also an off stump guard. So you see Big Rack taking middle and leg and also off stump.
What was interesting for me is that the way he held the bat will continue after the delivery.
Easy as that. Jogs down the track. And he reaches it.
No, the coaching manual tells you that you're supposed to be holding the broader back, the big part of the bat. That's the fat part of the bat. That's supposed to be close to your legs, to your leg side. Cornwall, after the delivery, he held the bat the opposite side, so that the flat face, well, the bigger part was facing away from him. And traditionally, that's the way the coaching manual tell you. But then, of course, Rakeem Cornwall has been defying the coaching manuals. In fact, he's been defying a number of things that we traditionally associate with good batsmanship.
Well, I tell you something, he has the results to show for it. And, you can't really fault him. He will tell you that it works for him.
Yes. Well, he'll have to face up against McSween. McSween has been bowling excellently. He's been testing. He's definitely taking up the mantle of holding up an end.
Yeah, well, he's getting the ball to swing as well. He's getting it to move back into the right-handers, which is dangerous because he's going over the wicket, around the wicket to the right-handers and getting it to swing back in. Kareem Gore has been in there for a while. Gore, the former American cricketer. So he want to make an impression here with the Leeward Islands. He took an about turn similar to Hayden Walsh in coming back from America to play for the Leeward Islands. And there's Cornwall playing a nice on drive, posing for the cameras as well, and then he realizes that there are none wrong.
Firmly struck there by Cornwall. Coming off the middle of the bat. It raced the man at the long on, the mid-on, region. McSween. He's got everything in behind it there. Cornwall looking good.
Yeah, he's gone in there and looked assured in the short time that he has been in there.
He's only faced 4 deliveries, but all of them coming off the middle of the bat. He doesn't seem to be hurried at all.
He's a tall man. 1.98 meters.
Yeah, so close to about 6. 4.
Oh, he's back and crashes this beautiful shot through the offside for 4. What a lovely shot there by Cornwall. Short and wide by McLean. It got the treatment.
Yeah, he was able to free those arms, long levers. He just rocked back and slashed it through the covers for 4.
Very dangerous player. I tell you, I was covering a match in St. Martin. It was the Mark Cricket tournament in St. Martin, and Rakeem Cornwall hammered a double 100. Earlier in an earlier tournament, Shiv Chandapal in St. Martin as well scored a double 100 in a T20 game.
Yes, most definitely.
And Cornwall holds the record for the most runs in an over in T20 cricket. Well, that's franchise cricket. At the US Open, Cornwall struck 7 sixes in an over.
16, 17 around there.
The over ended up costing 43, and it was bowled by, you would think, okay, this happened in America. It's probably a little bowler from Sarasota who has never really played cricket, and Cornwall held on to him and hammered 7 sixes in the over. Now, I was there at that game. I actually commentated at that game. It was a T20 game. Rain fell. The match was reduced to 10 overs. Cornwall hammered Jelani Seals from Trinidad and Tobago, who has been in and around the national setup, plays with Power Gen. 7 sixes in the over. Of course, one of the deliveries was a no ball.
Yeah.
But more than that, it's a 10-over game. Cornwall hits 43 in that over, and his team still lost.
Well, there's a lot of action. It's going to be a hard both ways. One, it's a lot of action in that T10 game.
Yeah, when I talk about that's a good delivery by Maxwell. You could see it just shaping back.
Over, guys.
At Gore, equal to the task. It's coming forward. So it's the end of the over. The Leeward Islands in a spotter border here at the moment on 109 for 5. More thoughts from Gordon Bear.
Yeah, well, the Leeward Islands, they find themselves getting into a bit of a hole just where they were heading into the luncheon interval. I was discussing with my fellow commentator, Ruskin Mark. I say, if you think a score is a decent score, what you must do is add 2 wickets straight and be 69 for 3 at the time. Although they were looking comfortable, the 2 batters out there, the skipper as well as Powell, going guns at that point. And after resuming after lunch, they're already back in the hunch, both of them. And the score here, the Leeward Islands, in a more than a spotter bother at 109 for 5.
I'll just bring you an update with the One Day International. Australia 269. Mitchell Marsh getting 47. Hardik Pandya, the best of the bowlers, with 3 for 44. In their 248 all out. So the Australians winning there. Kohli had a half century, but it was that man, Adam Zampa, the leg spinner, taking 4 for 45. So just to bring you up to date with that. We also have a clip of what transpired early on at the Queen's Park Oval in the Trinidad and Tobago game. Remember, they're coming up against Barbados at the mecca of local cricket here, the Queen's Park Oval. And Django was struck by Jair McAllister on his hand. And as we gave you an earlier update, he is okay. He should be able to bat later on today. And that was the news coming from team manager Kadir. And that's really good news that he is okay. And our producer Jason Bassad should show us what transpired early on at the Oval. And this is what actually transpired. That was McAllister. There was Django going to play a pull shot. It didn't get up as much as he expected.
Back to live action there. Yeah, that one there, I think he just pulled into it. And it probably hit him on the funny bone, that elbow region there.
Well, he was down for the count, as you can see there.
Yeah, holding it looks like the right arm. holding the right arm.
So here at Lara, it is Dembe.
Loud appeal.
Appeal for stumping, but the player is in. He's
Appeal for
well
caught
grounded.
behind first, and then after it went to the stumping.
They're out for him. They're out for him.
Yeah.
They're trying to get him at any cost and anywhere. Then if we drifting down the leg side, got take by the keeper. And Gordon was a bit off balance, but he kept that right foot planted there, Gordon.
Yeah, it would be an unlucky way to go, you know. He just tipping over and unbalanced. And just when the leg is in the air, sometimes the keepers are able to just clip the bail at that precise moment.
Right time over to you, Akim.
But it seems there's going to be a change from this the northern end. It seems to be Lewis who's going to return. He's up against Cornwall. So Lewis changing bowling. He's bowled well. He's not gotten any wickets, nothing in the wickets column. But his 9 overs cost in 27 runs. Oh, big off outside the off stump. The slip's getting very excited. Hands on head. It's a short ball outside the off stump. Big Rack just freeing those arms, not getting any contact. I think it's the sort of pitch that Raheem Cornwall will definitely like to get in on.
Well, you know, as we saw last week, had a good batting track here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Trinidad and Tobago tried their best to defy that. But in their second innings, they were still able to fight back. Even through a last wicket stand that was worth, I think, what, 50? Was the last wicket stand?
Yes, most definitely. Young Manikram on debut.
Yes.
Yeah, showing some resistance and adding some respectability to the Trinidad and Tobago total.
Now here's the score is Nelson. It's 111 for 5. But here's the funny thing, Gordon. Cornwall is calling for a pair of new gloves because he's sweating profusely. Cornwall has just been in there for the last 10 minutes. If he makes 100 here, how many pairs do you think he will go through?
Well, he's had them just drying out of the circle here. Normally, the batters will have their gloves, sometimes their helmets just turned over beyond the boundary line.
Well, I think you're probably the wrong man I should have asked that. You never lasted long enough to change gloves. I will ask your skin that.
Well, I refute that claim. I was a very handy middle order batter. You know, I'm bowling all wrong there, but I could hold my own. Most definitely.
Driving his
Beautiful
score.
shot.
Yep, picked out short cover. Sherman Lewis. Another man who the selectors have their eyes on.
Yeah, this CWI regional tournament has definitely shown that there's a lot of talent around. I think it's just what we do with that talent. They need to be in high performance environment. You know, they need the consistency to definitely be able to repeat the action, the motion, the good balls over and over.
Well, the West Indies selector on show here at this venue is Desmond Haynes. He's across at the hospitality end of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Dr. Desmond Haynes.
Yes. Sir Dr. Desmond Haynes.
Yes.
So he's gotten it all. You know, when you're a youngster and you're under the monarch, you want to be a sir.
Yes.
Of course, academically, you want to also be a doctor. So he has gotten both, Sir Doctor, and he's gotten the best of all the worlds. In fact, with his stellar cricketing career.
Done a lot of great things for West Indies cricket. Also did well in the English county playing for Middlesex.
Yes, so at the end of that over, though, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're 1-1-1 for 5. So the umpire will still be jumping, skipping on Nelson I remember the old umpires. I think it's
David
umpire Shepherd.
Shepherd.
Yeah,
Yes.
you'd be jumping on one leg if you look across the lead selector, Desmond Haynes. He's been on the balcony for a while, just looking to go back in probably. He was standing there. A chair has been brought out for him. Yeah.
But he's the chairman, I think.
He's the chairman of the selection panel. So he's just taking up a more comfortable accommodation. But it's going to be Demba with his hop, skip, and jump, who's going to be up against Cornwall. Skipper Martinez just putting in a man at short mid-on. Just getting it. Bounce ball back to the bowler. Just putting in a fielder close in on the batter. Just getting to the batter's eye line. Add some discomfort to Cornwall.
So Dembe has been good.
Yeah, he's been definitely good. He's bowled 7 overs for 22 runs, 1 wicket. He got the prize wicket over Powell. So he's going to continue. Pulling out the sweep there is Gore. And it goes fine. And into the boundary fence for 4 runs. So just straying into the legs there. Demba. And he's sweeping it fine. Getting 4 good-looking runs here. Gore. He's been patient. He's faced 26 deliveries for his 7. So he'll be getting his eye in, getting accustomed to the conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, he just needs to spend more time out there. He has been in there for a while as well. 26 deliveries. Just needs to spend some time there. Cornwall is there. And so there'll be no issue in getting the runs flowing. But when you find yourselves in a position of 116 for 5 on the opening day of a 4-day match, scoring quickly should be the least of your worries.
Yeah, most definitely, especially when you would have won the toss and decided to bat first. You'd have definitely preferred to bat the whole morning session without losing any wickets. Play off the little early morning moisture that would be in the pitch. Of course, the same track that would have played the game between the Guyana Happy Eagles and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force was played on. And that track was really happy hunting for batters.
It's going to be Sherman Lewis to continue from the northern end. This track played very well last week, and it lasted all of 4 days.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great track. We can't continue to heap the praises on it.
Edged, and past Saxon slipped down to the boundary for 4.
He would say he guided it. Yeah, Cornwall just opening the face. He would tell you it came off the full face of the bat.
Well, that was a definite edge. Cornwall in the end trying to look cool about it.
A cool customer.
Never gets flustered, Rakeem Cornwall.
Yeah. Player who was in and around the West Indies setup in terms of test cricket.
Well, he's played 9 test matches at a high score of 72.
Bowl a bit of off spin as well.
That's a double 100 in regional cricket against Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, so he can bat. I think his fitness was just the issue. It became not only a regional issue, but an international issue. But now you want to talk with his bat.
No.
Looked like he was interested in a quick single.
He was just having some fun there. Gore was taking none of it. Immediately yelled out no.
I think when you're the non-striker, and you're batting with Cornwall, you could guarantee that you wouldn't have to be backing up too much.
Yeah, I think Cornwall and a quick single is like oil and water. They don't just go together at all. Lewis. Down the leg side, and Cornwall will be angry with himself that he didn't get bat onto that.
He would have thought that he just missed out there with that one string down the leg side. He's just looking at helping us on its way. So Lewis. He's bowled 3 good deliveries here in this over.
Well, it's a quick single.
Oh.
What's a big fuss here?
The fielder goes down. So it seems like Rakim has heard us. And look at it here. He just dropping it down on the outside. And he was off. Yeah. The fielder just slipping.
And to tell you that the fielder was so assured that Rakim would have gotten it, he threw at the other end.
So a quick single there by Rakim Cornwall. Yes, he's making sure to tell you he has the 360 game. He has a total batting game, quick singles included.
He's on 14. He has looked good since being out there. He's looked very positive. He's really looked good.
So some aggression shown by the fast bowler there, Lewis. His radar totally was not unsung with his aggression. He banged it into the pitch. Seemed like he was looking to bowl another bouncer at the batter. So it's Lewis looking to finish off this over here. And that's
good tidy delivery. End of the over. At the end of it, it brings us to 1 hour after lunch. They're going to have a short drink, and after more thoughts from Gordon Bear, we'll have a double change in the commentary position with Ruskin Mark and Kadir Mohammed.
Well, the Leeward Island Hurricane, they would definitely not be satisfied with their first hour after lunch. They've lost their 2 set batters in the Kyron Powell and the skipper Hamilton. So in this first hour after lunch, I think the Windward Islands, they would think that they have done better. But in the end, Rakim Cornwall, he's still at the wicket and he's accompanied by Gore. So after 1 hour played after lunch here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it's the Leeward Islands Hurricane 21 for 5.
As we welcome you back here to the Banla Cricket Academy, we're getting ready for the resumption of play after the water break. And 121 for 5 now, the Hurricanes, after they resumed at lunch at 71 for 3, with Kieran Powell going along nicely on 52 and Hamilton on 6. Well, they've subsequently lost Hamilton for 12 and Powell for 75. Those are the 2 wickets to fall in the first hour after the luncheon interval, as the Windward Islands prized out 2 crucial wickets there, Kadeem. And now it's the game is just kind of delicately balanced here right now, and either team could take the ascendancy, but you want to believe a wicket or 2 here now would certainly push the Windward Islands firmly into control.
Yeah, definitely those 2 wickets after lunch, first hour after play, picking up those 2 crucial wickets, especially the set man and Powell. That would
Gets a chance for a cotton ball, and he's taking them. It's as simple as that. He was just coming forward, the very first ball after the water break, and Kenneth Demba has done the trick for the Windward Islands, removing the dangerous, always dangerous, one would have to say, Raheem Cornwall. A simple cotton bowl chance here. He goes for 14. And you look at it, not a difficult chance at all. And that's a wicked blow there to the Leeward Islands' chances.
Yeah, Cornwall just trying to turn this one on the leg side, playing probably a bit too early, getting a sort of a leading edge. And it was a good smart catch by Kenneth Demba. So Demba gets his 2nd wicket, and I'm sure, Ruskin, with the fall of this wicket, the Windward Islands certainly would be in the ascendancy at this stage, with the score 121 for 6. New man Kofi James, all-rounder, young man, but it's work to be done here.
Well, it certainly is, and Kofi James, for all intents and purposes, might be the more senior player here, but the thing about it is that Karima Gore, without setting the place alight, has played his part. He's kept his end of the bargain. What he needs now is somebody to do a similar thing at the other end and see if they can kind of wiggle their way out of this little hole that they're digging themselves at the moment.
Yeah, definitely a partnership is required at this stage. You know, first morning of the game, you want to back that decision to bat first. Certainly with a good first inning score. And at this stage, 121 for 6 requires a partnership. And this is good from the Windward Islands, realizing that they smell some blood and looking to probably go for the kill with a short mid-wicket, a bat pad. 2 men catching on the leg side. Square leg. Deep mid-wicket. A long on. And on the offside, it's a mid-off, a cover, and a slip in the skipper in Alec Athanaze. And we've not seen the leg spinner, Kieran Kotoy, just yet.
Not yet. No, they don't need him as yet, because this young man has done a fantastic job for his team here. Remember, he got the over just before the lunch break, and since then he's come back with a vengeance here.
Yeah. Very good stuff from him, keeping the pressure on. New man, Kofi James.
He's bowling well. He has a nice little loop. He's not giving it too much air, so the batsman can't get under it. In fact, that's what fooled Powell. And he just ran down the wicket and threw the bat at 1. And there's another opportunity here. Chance of ball just deflecting. I'm not sure if there was bat involved, but it certainly left the bat pad area at a nice catchable height.
Yeah. Buoyed by the wicket, then, but things beginning to happen for the Windward Islands after lunch.
Here he goes for the sweep shot again, and there's that man at that short position there, short backward square, and but he can't get it past him. And it completes another over. 121 for 6 at the end of it.
Yeah, so far so good for Kenneth Demba and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. It's a surface that has not done much. It's been good throughout. And they've stuck to their plans, bowling straight. And Demba certainly wicket to wicket in his approach.
Yeah, he's done. He's been consistent. That's the thing. Like I said, he hasn't been spinning the ball, to any great degree. There's not much turn on offer for him, not just yet anyway. And but his line is good, and his lengths are pretty impressive as well. So you combine those two, it means you're keeping the batsman thinking all the time.
Yeah.
And so now they have to try to figure out how are they going to, one, keep you out, and then try to score against you when you're that tight and that consistent with your lines and lengths. Where we see Larry Edwards is coming back into the attack. Right up in the block hole. That's a perfect way to start. And just getting the attention there of the batsman, Mr. Gore.
Yeah, Larry Edward, a lot flatter.
Cutting, and he's going to get runs here. 4 runs to be exact, as he punches this one down to third man. It's vacant, really, because once it passes that man at that backward point position, there is no one out there. Acres of space, and the ball just rolls over the rope for a boundary.
Yeah, nice back cut from Kareem Agor. And that's the thing, when you spend some time, you get accustomed to the bounce, what the surface is offering. And on this occasion, he trusted the bounce, rocked onto the back foot, and played it well, executing to perfection, picking up a well-deserved boundary. Takes the score up to 125 for 6. Gore moves on to 11.
Sweeping again. This time he goes find us 4 more. And all of a sudden, he's just come back into the attack. Edwards, he was short. He got cut away through the offside. Then he drifted onto the pads, trying to adjust his line, and paid another price again down to that fine leg position. Nicely swept. He didn't sweep it the flat sweep. He kind of almost paddled it past him like rowing in a boat, and he just kind of hit it behind his legs for 4 more.
Yeah, overcompensating Larry Edward.
He's pitching up again, and driving, full of confidence now is Gore. He really looks like he's a different man now after a couple big shots, and looking like he wants to get on with things. Now he's 15.
Yeah, he's done well. He's looked solid, composed, very compact, and he's just cashing in on some loose deliveries from Larry Edward.
Again, he's watchful. He needed to be there. That was one of those deliveries that he just kind of slid in there, going with the arm and trying to kind of sneak past the bat. But he kept it nicely in front of him. It's the end of the over, 129 for 6.
The 8 runs coming off Larry Edward over.
You can see Desmond Haynes there just looking on at proceedings. I'm sure he's taken his notes. And if you were Desi, you would probably say, you put Kieran Powell next to his name, you'd probably put give it away. He was clearly in control of proceedings, and he then just, we say in local parts, just pelt a whoop, and the ball just spooned up in the air, and he was out caught. It was a good running catch too, but really, what a sad way to give it out.
I knew at that stage he wanted to get after Demba, and eventually Demba with the last laugh.
And he's still laughing because he's picked up another pepper and in Raheem Cornwall, and is looking for more.
Yeah. What is commendable on the part of Kenneth Demba. He's willing to give the ball some air, that bit of flight, as the batsman just has to look up and back down, which is something that most batsmen doesn't like. That flight, they tend to want to get down the track.
Yeah, once you give it air, but most batsmen, but again, chipping into a bowler is like a practice. It's a skill you have to practice. You know, not everybody can do it as well as is required. And some batsmen do it so much better than others. You know, but once you can move your feet, it helps so much, because once you get to the pitch of the ball, you could dictate where you want to hit the ball.
Yeah, that's so true.
And that's the reason why you use your feet. You're either using your feet to negate spin, or you're trying to get to the ball, either to get it on the full or to get to the pitch of the ball. And then you try to work from there. You could hit it straight, hit it, open up and hit it through the offside, turn the face, hit it through the onside. So there are a number of different things you could do, but it starts with the use of the feet to get to the pitch of the ball. And you know, quite often men tell you don't use your feet and play defensively. You know, if you're going to use your feet, then you want to attack the bowler. A sweep shot again, and he can't get it through again. So he misses out, one would have to say, for the second time, because Jeremiah was in the way there, just kind of falling down. But it was a nice sweep shot. He just couldn't get it past Jeremiah, that short backward square position. The over comes to an end. Another one, 27 for 2 for Kenneth Demba. At the end of it, 129 for 6 now, as the Hurricanes are finding it a little bit difficult right now to really kick on.
Yeah, some excellent bowling from Kenneth Demba, and a good field set. That man at that short backward square position. He's been in the game there, that fielder. It's going to be Larry Edward again.
It's going to take some time for batsman not ready.
So it's only about concentrating now. This is the period where, you know, concentration can wane. The sun is out. It's beating down on you. You might be a little bit tired, and you're feeling that you just want to relax, but you can't relax. That's a good shot, but nothing for it.
Yeah.
So this is the bowler can't relax, the batsman can't relax, the fieldsman can't relax, because they might be thinking a catch or something is right around the corner. Beauty. A little bit of bounce there as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's on a knife edge at this stage. Another wicket, and we're into the bowlers for the Hurricanes.
Coming down watchful again, just playing it with pride, and sometimes this is what is required. You probably just have to absorb a little bit of a lull, and you know, just to keep your wickets intact, and give yourself an opportunity to look at the bowling and make sure that you know exactly what the bowler is trying to do. Because I watched Yadip Kaldev. Yadip Kaldev was bowling as Chinaman Googlies this morning for India. And they couldn't read him at all. You know, the Australians were at sea to him.
Yeah, and at this stage, this is the ebb and flow of a batsman. Sometimes you really need to just buckle down. Don't give your wicket away. Absorb the pressure, and then all of a sudden, your bad balls come along, and you're able to apply pressure back onto the opposition. I think this is good on the part of Kareem Agor. He spent quite some time. He doesn't want to give it away at this stage. All of 42 deliveries.
For his runs, he's up to 15. That is the over. It's 129 for 6 now. Seems like Lewis is having a little bit of a problem with his footing, so he's changing his boots. And he's certainly going to try his best here now to dig in as much as possible. Kofi James also needs to really show his capabilities.
Yeah, what better way to show your worth in a situation like this? Your team really needs partnership, needs a good innings, need you to spend some time in the middle. And Kofi James with an opportunity to do exactly that as a partner in Kareem Ogor, who is showing capabilities of playing the ball on its merit. He's willing to stay there. You really need someone to stay with him.
Again, the line is good because he's touching down just on that off stump, turning back into the right-handers. And it's just that little turn that is causing them a little bit of angst at the moment. There is a short mid-wicket and there's a straight mid-wicket just to the right of the batsman at the non-strikers end. And now they have an opportunity here, but the running between the wickets again has to be spot on here. Those are always the dangerous ones when the ball is square the wicket on the offside or square the wicket on the onside. It's the most difficult locations to judge singles.
Yeah, definitely. Keeping the pressure on. Kofi James, quicker delivery. And well kept down by James. James yet to get off the mark.
It is. It's been a bit of a struggle for him. He hasn't really been able to do much. You can see the dressing room keen, following proceedings very closely. There's one quicker one outside that leg stump though. Didn't get a touch, but it completes another Kenneth Demba over. At the end of it, 27 for 2 he has. And the Leeward Islands, after winning the toss and upped into bat, are now 129 for 6.
Beautiful conditions. Ruskin, the pitch hasn't changed much.
If anything, it's dried off.
Yeah.
No, but it still isn't turning much. You know, it's slow turn. It's not prodigious spin.
Yeah.
And that should tempt the batsman to want to get out to the bowler, but he's so cagey. He's maintaining that almost precise line and length, especially Demba, so they're not able to really get after him unless, like you said, they take a chance and try to get to the pitch of the ball.
He's wicket to wicket, so you need to be very precise in your foot movements. It's either you're forward or you're backward. You cannot be allowed to be caught in two minds because he's always at you. Larry Edward, a lot flatter in trajectory as compared to Kenneth Demba. He's getting it through fairly quickly down to the batter.
And he has that sort of wrong arm action sometimes. He just kind of slides the ball in. Pretty much like what Aksa Patel does sometimes, you know, although he's much taller than Edwards, but he tends to almost underarm the ball sometimes just to get the angle. And sometimes he doesn't try to spin the ball. He just relies on that angle to get him wickets. He goes for the big one, but again he mistimes it. Probably his best he did mistime it because his head was in the air there a little bit. Luckily for him, he kept it on the ground.
Yeah, but at this stage, I don't think it's required, Ruskin, to give away a wicket like that. Luckily, it went to ground. Mid-on and mid-off is up in the circle.
Just inviting him to take a dip.
Yeah. It's been tempted into a big shot.
There he goes again, but can't get it through. The field is well set there. On the offside, it's a short cover, a deep push cover, mid-off, and a man at backward point. Those were the fielders on the offside for that over. It remains 129 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yeah, since hitting those two boundaries in the first over, Larry Edward came on. He's bogged down 15 dot deliveries, and Kofi James 17 deliveries yet to get off the mark. So putting the pressure on, some maiden overs, some quiet overs.
Which is what is required when the game is is slow, it doesn't mean that stuff isn't happening out in the middle.
Yeah, Kenneth Demba had to continue from the southern end.
You can hear him scratching the wicketkeeper. Walcott
Yeah.
scratching away there. So they're picking up everything in that stump mic. So they're just trying to make sure that the field is perfectly set. Is he sending him back now? And maybe it's another helmet that they're going for, yes.
Yeah, so keeping the pressure on is exactly what the Leeward Islands, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are doing at this stage. The man is going just in front of the bat now. Sunil Ambrose.
So now I don't think Denver needs to change anything. But that's always the tough part. The captain adjusts the field, and sometimes the bowlers feel that they have to do something differently as well. But basically what the captain is asking them to do is to do exactly what you've been doing all along. Don't change too much. Just keep plugging away, and the success will come. But that was a quick single taken there, and
It's always easier said
James.
than done.
yep, James is finally off the mark.
Yeah, James off the mark after 18 deliveries. So he's gonna breathe a little bit easier. No, but it always plays on your mind as a bowler. You want to get that man into play. This one is hit a bit uppishly, and just a single in it for Gore. So now the man is coming back in front.
This one given a lot more air, and but again it's so slow that he can just wait on it and play it in front of him. James not taking any risks at all. He's being very patient here. This time he's sweeping and he gets it just away from that man at that backward square position, short, and it runs into the boundary. Did it, or did he stop it? He might have just stopped it, but we'll wait to see if he signals. And the batsman, did they run all four?
Yeah, they completed 4 runs.
Yep. So he did get to the ball, it looks like. Edwards just stopped it before it went into the ropes, but the batsman kept running.
Yeah, badly line delivery by Demba. So probably the introduction of that man in front of the bat, just playing on the mind of Kenneth Demba, he's changed his line slightly.
Well, it can happen, but he shouldn't let it happen to him. He just needs to go back to what he was doing and let the ball do the rest for him. Sweeping again, and that one hit the glove or some part of the bat and spooned over the keeper, and it's coming down in front of us here. They're going to go back for a third run. Or did it just come? Yeah, I think they got a third run,
Yeah.
and so that pushes the score now up to 135 for 6.
Yeah, again, starting it a bit too straight. A little bit of spin is taking it wider. And James is up to 8 now. Score 138 for 6.
And this is the period here where both teams are striving for something. The Leewards need a partnership. The Windwards need another wicket.
Yeah.
And you would think that they'll be the ones heavily favoured to getting that wicket, if at all possible. We'll see. Edwards is going to continue. He's bowled well, but he's been thumped around. And with that one over, he went for a cut shot for 4. He went for a sweep shot, a kind of paddle sweep for another boundary. But he's also come back with a couple decent deliveries. And because there's not much turn in the wicket, that's probably his biggest disappointment right now.
It's not much turn at this stage. We do expect as the game go on that you're gonna get some turn out of the surface. Some spin is definitely gonna be on offer as we head into probably day 2 and day 3. But at this stage, it's no big turn.
And again, because the ball isn't spinning much and the boundaries are not that big, batsmen might be tempted to want to, launch, see if they can clear the ropes. Speaking of which, that's a good sweep shot, and that's 4 runs.
6 runs, actually.
Actually went all the way for 6, so Kofi James just got into position nicely here and executed the perfect sweep shot and picked up 6 runs.
Yeah, but under this one, Kofi James, acreage of room out there on the leg side, and they got it all the way for 6. And I'm just thinking, at what stage are we going to see Kotoi, the leg spinner? 2 right-handed batsmen in as well.
And I would like to see him bowl from the top end.
The end that Demba is operating from.
There's a shout for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Yeah, that southern end there. Or that northern end, I should say. And I was turning down the leg. Again, not much turn, just going with the arm.
Yeah.
They go for a quick single. They'll get it too because it shifted the man at mid-off a little bit to his left. So they're finding ways to get runs now. They're trying to break the shackles here. 145 now for 6.
Yeah, James has bided his time for all of 18 deliveries, and now he's just beginning to get into his work. 15 now of 27 deliveries.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's beautifully bowled. And it misses everything, but sometimes it's just too good for the batsman. He can't play it. And it ends up being another dot ball. 145 for 6 at the end of that over.
What's me?
So no signs yet of Karen Kotoi. Maybe Demba again to continue from the southern end.
Like I say, if you're going to bowl the leg spinner, then that is the end. But Demba is bowling so well, you can't take him off.
Yeah.
So you may have to take a chance and bowl your 6 bowler from the top end or from this end, the southern end of the ground, or they should say the northern end of the ground.
Yeah, the breeze that is blowing from left to right on our screens would help the leg spinner with that ball going away from both right-handers.
So he's just trying his best to bring it on. So it's a decision you'll have to make with Demba because Demba is bowling so well that you don't want to disrupt his rhythm. That's a nice delivery. A little bit of a flight there, but he slew that one up just a little bit, and you can see the batsman having to reach for it to keep it out.
Well, I know Demba has gotten his success from the southern end, but he could probably think about switching Demba's end, switching ends. Demba could probably come from the northern end and allow Kotoi, as the leg spinner is a bit of a more difficult art.
Yep.
Probably operate from the end that is going to assist him. Yeah.
With the breeze blowing across, so you probably have to start his deliveries a little bit further wide and allow the breeze to bring them back in for him.
Yeah.
So again, he's been bowling really well, Demba. He's been spot on since coming back after that break. He got that early wicket of Cornwall, caught and bowled, and has not looked back since. He's been terrific so far.
He's kept it quite simple, though. He's not done anything out of the ordinary.
There he is completing another over. It's the end of the over, and 145 for 6 it is at the moment, and we'll be in for another double change as we continue our coverage here of this crucial game. It's number 2 playing number 3, the Windwards against the Leewards, neighbors and friends against each other.
Yes, well, not only my neighbor and friend, but my boss, Vinod Mamchan. He's going to be joining me here as we get ready for what will be probably.
Well, Ruskin is saying your cousin, so I don't know. 45 for 6 here at the moment.
He's allowed appeal.
Struck outside the line of the off stump. So, playing a shot there, Gordon.
Yes.
And struck outside the line of the off stump, so I think he's okay.
Yeah, I thought it was more caught as he tried to fetch it.
Yeah, well, it's an appeal for like before and also caught at 4 short leg.
They wanted to make sure. Yes, I have a strong Grenadian lineage. Yes, my father was a Grenadian. In fact, his first set of children, his first basket of children, still have the Grenadian IDs.
Well, you know, you hear Grenadian talk, and I think they have a similar accent to Trinidadian. This is hoiked away, down through mid-wicket for 4. For 6. Oh, it has gone all the way. So 6 runs. And Gore, it seems as if he wants to up the ante a bit.
He wants to up the tempo. Definitely. Yeah. He has spent some time at the wicket. He's faced 53 balls, and he's saying that I've seen enough. You know.
I'll tell you something, Gordon, and this is an interesting point. Gore we're not playing a lot of cricket in the United States where they don't play first-class cricket. They play instant cricket. So his pause of concentration, it amazes me that he has stayed out there for that long. Normally, in America, these guys are already started to play shots.
Well, he seems to just be going through the gears. He started at 1. He's probably in the second gear here. And I'd like to see his third gear because he's raced on really to this 22 runs after spending a while in single digits. You can see the intent there. But it's going to be Edwards, Larry Edwards here continuing. That's a shot. Oh, good feeling there at point. Some sharp feeling in the outfield. The Windwards have been good in the outfield, Vinod.
Yeah, they have been, and the bat speed on that occasion was impressive. It raced the point, and it was knocked down. It's a good feeling to back up some really tidy bowling here today. It's 151 for 6. We've had 50 overs bowled, and Karima Gore will be looking to lead that fight back. These two are already working towards bringing their team back.
Partnership of 30.
Yep, 30 so far. Kofi James is on 15. And Keith Dembe, 2 for 36 is back.
Yes, Dembe, he's been quite impressive. He's taken 2 important wickets, the scalps of Cornwall as well as Powell. So he's taken 2 wickets after the luncheon interval. He's applying some pressure here. He's got a delivery that it's quite entertaining. It's a hop, skip, and jump. Take a look at it.
It's very unique the way he runs in. Another spinner who had a unique run in was the leg spinner Abdul Qadir out of Pakistan. This is swept straight into the midriff of short leg. He's down for the count.
Yeah, he's down for the count there. Always in danger when you're that close to the bat. Seems to be Martinez.
Well, I hope
No,
that
not
he's
Martinez.
okay.
The physio is out.
Yeah, it was tossed up. Lovely
Half a
connection.
chance.
No, he actually played it onto the ground there, Gordon. Let's have a look at that again. And you would see, here it is. You can see him turning the wrist over that. And it did bounce off the ground. So, it's having a drink of water. Well, the bowler is. Dembe. So, he's looking to attack him on the leg side because he has that leg slip and forward short leg in place. And he's bowling very straight to him.
He's just stuck on the forearm there.
So the Lambris is having a smile, so he seems to be okay. Another lovely day for cricket here in South Trinidad. There was a lot of rain in South Trinidad on Monday.
Yes, well, that was the equinox. For those who don't know, that's the day when the sun is over the equator. So in the northern hemisphere, it's when there's equal lighting hours and darkening hours. So the length of the day and length of the night is equal, completely equal.
And it brought rain.
They normally associate it with the introduction of rain.
Introduction, so we could expect more rain this week, Gordon?
Yes, we could expect some rain around. Not that I'm a weatherman, but I think over the weekend we'll have just a couple of showers. In North Trinidad, there was a continuation of rain yesterday into the evening time. So you could expect generally rain around this time, a good time for planting for those who like to follow the moon and the sun. Very important, the almanac. The planting almanac.
Farmer's almanac.
Yes.
So then we could see some greenery around by the apple trees very
Well,
soon.
if you watch the apple trees, they're looking to be revived already.
Yes.
Last week when we were here, they were very brown. In fact, it looked like the apples were going to fall off. But
Yes.
it seemed like the apple trees, yeah.
Look at the apple trees there.
Yeah, a hint of green already.
Yes. And I'm sure that there was rain in Sandy Grande. Even now, I think there is rain in Sandy Grande. I always say that somehow rain seems to fall in Sandy Grande. If Trinidad and Tobago was a house, Sandy Grande would be the bathroom.
Yes. Yes. So most definitely, there are geographical reasons for that. You know, the sea breeze coming over the mountain, etc., etc.
Right. Gordon Bear, in case you're wondering, is a physics teacher. He was explaining how the ball swings. Yes. But how come you didn't swing the ball when you played for North?
I had no knowledge of that at that time. They say age bring knowledge. And Ruskin Mark is in the background and he's singing just a swing. Move the bat for 4.
151 for 6 at the moment.
Yes.
Dembe has taken 2 for 36. Go has shown a lot of patience.
Yeah. It's beginning to look like a caged lion, though. So you're expecting some big shots anytime soon. Taking over his guard. Go. Yeah, it's firm drive. Yeah, you're seeing a batter looking to change gears here, but that brings the overturn in. At the end of that's 51 overs, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after opting to bat, they're 152 for 6.
Well, if we can go by last week's game, you'll notice, Gordon, that as the day progresses, this track becomes easier and easier to bat on. Day 2 is probably the best batting day on this track, although Trinidad and Tobago show differently. But I think it's going to get easier and easier as the day goes by. And this is why it's important that Kareem Agor does not throw his innings away and the Kofi James also continues to support him, because I still think from this position, with proper batting, the Leewards could probably get up to about 250 on this track, which will be something that they can actually fight with.
Yeah, most definitely. Gore would like to make a statement here. James just flicking that over the legs, and they'll go for 2. Nicely run. They just need to spend some time in the center here. I think the pace, the wicket has become quite easy. It's yet to begin to really spin as such. I think what is going to get the wickets for the spinners is their varieties, their angles. They're just tossing, giving it a little bit of air. But it's not spinning any great much thus far. So it's all about just staying focused, getting in behind the lines and playing it around. James will definitely, he's gotten a start here. He want to push on. Yes, firmly forward. Quite impressive thus far has been Larry Edwards. He's been a touch expensive. 6.3 overs costing 25 runs. He'll want to get something in that wicket column. So very chirpy bunch here, the Windward Islands team. Yes, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Yes, if you're talking about the weather, these two teams named after different geographical situations, volcanoes and hurricanes. Yeah, it's a point where in this match here where something is about to erupt. Either hurricane is going to pass or volcano is going to erupt.
Where you want me? Oh, sorry.
So it's going to be a bowling change. No, Dembas to continue. Dembe. Continue. Go facing.
Using his feet nicely. Getting to the pitch, he can't beat straightish mid-on in Lewis. So Gore showing an ability to use his feet, looking to negate the spin that Dembe is already getting. Now there's a very straightish mid-on into the Lambris, just in line with forward short leg. That is for that up his strength. So he's trying not to stay back and play. He's looking to get to the pitch, looking to keep it along the ground. Just to the right of Ambrose. So he has to be careful. Something they would have seen there at the Windward Islands. Credit to them. It's 154 now for 6. I want to say good afternoon to the man who's going to take over as president of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, who is the current president of the Windward Islands Cricket Board. So he will be locked in and taking in the action. His country has done well at this year's regional 4-day Gordon, and I think he'll be very proud of the boys today, reducing the Leeward Islands to 155 for 6.
Yes, most definitely. You know, you're seeing a great improvement in the Windward Islands within recent times. Of course, you got young Artenes, and you know that's my new favorite cricketer in the Caribbean. I think just his effort, his dedication to his cause. He's been given the armband. It's a good-looking shot there by James.
Yeah, so if they restricted under 200 here, I think Dr. Shallow will be happy, yeah? You think so, Gordon?
Yes, I definitely think he'll be quite happy. 44 more runs for that 200. The Leeward Islands, though, I think the batting thus far would definitely want to push on past that 200 mark.
And if you look at the progression of Windward Islands, you spoke of the Windward Islands just now, and the fact that they would have progressed over the years. In recent times, they've really made some strides. They're no longer the whipping boys of regional cricket.
Yeah, most definitely.
And they are now in line this season to challenge Guyana, who are leaders, looking to win the first-class title. They would have won the Super 50 already. So you look at that, you look at the progression over the years with Windwards under the stewardship of Dr. Shallow, and it gives you a sort of confidence that he knows what he's about and he's going into the bigger chair now.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, it's things like these. It's all about the process and trusting the process. When you look at the fast bowling, you know, armory here, you're seeing nice fast bowlers. You're seeing the bowlers knowing what they're coming with a plan and they're trying to execute that plan. And I think what we see on the field a lot of times have to do with what is going on behind the scenes. For those involved in sport, all sport, as well as in life, you know that to have a proper support staff, it's always make things much better, not only for the players, but also for the results that you're going to get.
So the Barbadian Justin Greaves is going to take up the attack from the northern end. But you know, you look at Windward Islands cricket, and some of these smaller countries, they don't have the resources that the bigger countries like Trinidad and Tobago have. And yet, somehow, Dr. Shallow and his executive in the Windward Islands, they have been able to get buy-in. So much so that the very first Dream 11 that was played in the Caribbean was played in St. Vincent.
Yes, yes,
So it shows that these guys, they know how to sell their product, all the while they're developing their product so it becomes sellable, and it's showing.
Yeah, most definitely.
And one hopes that Dr. Shallow receives that sort of support. He's a bright young man, and he receives that sort of support at CWI. I know he's going in there with his good comrade in Azim Bassarat, who has also done well here in Trinidad and Tobago. So hopefully there are really good days ahead for Cricket West Indies.
Yes, most definitely. We want to see things push on down in South Africa. Signs of life.
Yes, of course.
We got a win, and then we were battered a bit in the final ODI. Only two was able to play, so sharing that series, and as they switch their focus to the T20, all of us home will be thinking that it's come to the real meat and drink of the West Indies culture. So we'll be hoping to dominate that series. Now in the longer version here, before we see just turning off the hips there was James.
You know, we continue to say, Gordon, that our preferred format is the T20. But even our T20 team has not been doing well.
Yeah.
Over the last few years, the only smiles that have been brought onto the faces of the West Indies team has been done by that wide close unit, the test unit.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. So it shows that it's all about heart, it's all about soul, and remember they would have done that as well with a depleted. It started the rebuilding started with a so-called depleted squad. So it shows what can be done when you don't have to depend much on your resources, but on being resourceful. As Greece will try to be resourceful here.
And you look at the countries and you look at progression, and sometimes, everyone these days is an expert, especially since once they can get Wi-Fi,
Social media.
yeah, they're an expert. And they don't really take a critical look. Guys like us here, yourself, Ruskin Mark, Kadir Mohammed, and the guys here in the cricket day in, day out, they understand what's required because they're seeing it. Half of the time the guys on social media mightn't look at the game, but yet just after 7 in the night when they have something to eat, And there is probably a little ricochet onto the non-striker's end. Score remains 157 for 6 at the end of the over. But they then go to social media. But you have to look. I remember something that Brian Lara said when the decline started in West Indies cricket. It was going on for quite a while. We would have defeated one team, and people would say we're turning the corner. It reached a point where someone said that the corner is as big as Queen's Park, Savannah, you know. But Lara said, before you expect to beat people, first you must compete with them. And I think all our teams, they need to compete. The test team is competing. So you need to compete. There is a process in place. Let me use Trinidad and Tobago as an example. The Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board realizes that fast bowling a couple of years ago was really after Ian Bishop and Anthony Gray. And before them, you would have had Kelvin Williams, you would have had Eugene Antwine, you would have Bernard Julian, Ruskin Mark, all of these guys. Before we started to have a decline, they have aggressively worked at that, where they have now stipulated that in the youth tournaments, in schools cricket, you have to bowl the first 10 overs by fast bowlers. I was told this year that some schools were struggling and had to run and find fast bowlers. It meant that if the board had not put that measure in place, they were quite comfortable in just playing spinners.
Yeah.
No, they've gone further. 20 out of the 50 overs in the interzone series now that is currently on in Trinidad has to be bowled by fast bowlers.
Yeah, these are the type of initiatives you got to take if you want to encourage to grow. If you see a problem and you want to encourage that problem to be rectified, you know, fast bowling is hard work.
Right, but the same Trinidad and Tobago where fast bowling was dying after the era that I called before with those guys, at present, Trinidad and Tobago has 3 fast bowlers on the West Indies team. Unheard of. Ruskin Mark can probably correct me with this, but I don't think there was ever a period where Trinidad and Tobago had 3 fast bowlers on the West Indies team.
That's a brilliant shot there.
Lovely shot there by Gore.
Gore.
I'll go into the boundary for 4. There was a point where they had 2 fast bowlers playing for the West Indies. That was Bishop and Gray. And Eugene Antwine came up at the same time and played for the A team. But never was there an instance. Ruskin could probably check that for us. Yep. So Shannon, Jaden Seals, and Anderson Phillip. 3 fast bowlers playing for the West Indies at the same time. And as Ruskin is saying, we had 3 spinners, but not 3 fast bowlers. So it tells me that once you're willing to attack the problems, you could get the results. Let me say good afternoon to Kelvin Williams, who has worked tirelessly at the National Cricket Centre with these fast bowlers.
That's a beauty of a delivery there by a spinner here, though. Then they're going past the edge.
So Demba with another good tidy over, 162 for 6 here. I like the look of Demba. Listen, there's another situation, and now we are seeing that the selectors are not picking the guys who are making runs. I saw somewhere on social media, Darren Cruikshank got a double 100 playing for Mary Boys. Someone has immediately called for him to be on the national team. Now, I have nothing against Darren Cruikshank. I've seen him play, and I think there's value in him being involved in the white ball setup. Now, with all due respect to Mary Boys and Premiership 2 in the North, the standard there is not really as high where you would judge a player to put him into a national senior team.
I think, though, Cruikshank may just have a bit more in terms of knocking on the door. He's been in and around the Trinidad and Tobago setup, you know, in his earlier days.
Well, I think he's 36 now.
Yeah, he's quite down in age, but he's always remained a very valuable all-rounded player. You know, able to
plays with heart.
Yeah.
I like him. But at 36 now, to 36 to bring him back. at 36 to bring him back. You would encourage players like Ruskin now to go and take up back their boots.
Well, I was tempted to go in the nets when I heard Kadir was batting and couldn't get his age.
Well, what Kadir, even Kadir Mohammed has his place in helping cricket here in Trinidad, because when people saw Kadir Mohammed playing, 200 cricketers decided, well, I could do this. So Kadir has helped by getting people involved in cricket, just by him going out there to play.
Well, Greaves bowling here.
Now, Greaves is one of those bowlers who bowls a heavy ball, and
No, back to Kadir on this. You're making us serious. I remember when Brian Lara scored that 375. When you pass around the savannah on Saturdays and Sundays, it was only white. Yeah, it was full up of people. You saw people coming out, children playing cricket in the morning for the youth cricket. You saw academies springing up all on the King George V Park, called Nelson Mandela Park. So when persons at the high level are able to achieve in cricket, they definitely bring out the fans and also the young aspirants.
yeah, lovely last delivery there by Greaves, a big in swinger, taking the inside edge, going just behind square. 163 for 6. This is a worrying partnership of 42 now that Windward Islands will want to address. They would love to break this partnership going into tea. Yes, Gordon, you're quite right. I think one of the things that's working for cricket in this country and in the West Indies at this point in time, you may not want to admit it, but the IPL and the CPL.
Yeah.
I think when young cricketers learn of the money that is being made, could work there by Louis. He attacked that quickly. The kind of money that is being made in the IPL, I think that's something that people want to get their children involved. The children want to get involved. I was speaking to someone last night, and he was telling me that long gone are the days when children are only centered around the academics and the conventional professions that everyone rushed to become. This is pushed away again down to deep point. So he's allowing the single because he wants him to play outside there. He's playing away from his body though, James. So he wants that. He's encouraging him. There's a single here. Go ahead, take it. But the two slips could come into play, or the wicket keeper. And he was telling me, everyone wanted to become a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. But the fields are now saturated and to a point where the internet has now opened up the world. There are other professions that people are now gravitating to, and one is sport.
Yeah.
He sees it as a profession. This is a university lecturer I was speaking to last night. He sees it as a profession. We've reached tea, the favorite time of the day for Gordon Pear, and at tea, I'll give him the final word with the score 165 for 6.
Well, it was a very interesting post-lunch period here with the Windward Islands coming and fighting back, getting 3 wickets in this session. The important wickets, of course, of Powell and Cornwall. They'll be happy for that, as well as the captain. Hamilton. So that was 3 good wickets. But coming to the end of that period, the Leeward Islands Hurricane, they fought back. Gore remaining unbeaten on 23, Anna on 26, Anna James on 23, 44-run partnership. So at tea here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it's 165 for 6. We'll have more after the break.
Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba. Bright sunny conditions persist as we get ready for the third and final session on the opening day of this crucial encounter between the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. The Windward Islands Volcanoes against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and as it stands right now, the Leeward Islands, after winning the toss and opting to bat this morning, have reached 165 for 6 at the moment, with Gore on 28 not out and James on 23. And they've stitched together a nice little partnership. Kadeem, as I welcome you back here after the tea interval.
Yeah, good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon, Ruskin. Yeah, these two have ensured that the Leeward Islands went into tea without any further loss, losing Powell and Rakeem Cornwall in that post-lunch session. Karima Gore and Kofi James putting together a partnership of just about 40-odd. And they've nullified the Windward Islands bowlers thus far. Both batsmen well set on 28 and 23 respectively. So the final session is going to be very crucial for both these teams. The Windward Islands would feel as though if they can get a wicket here and they'll be into the bowlers, they'd feel as though they can restrict the Leeward Islands for something probably in the vicinity of about 200.
Well, they're 35 away from that at the moment. They're 35 away from that. So what it means is that they're going to have to start taking wickets just like they did right after the luncheon interval. So I'm sure they'll be hoping to probably pick up a pepper quickly here and then just continue taking wickets as they go along. But it's amazing. It's an amazing day for cricket. It's nice and bright and sunny. It's a little bit windy, which cools things here significantly for the players. And, so I think they would be buoyed by this. You've had some success. You would think, they would just want to keep taking wickets because you've gotten 6. Let's go for the all 10 because remember, the way the incentives are for the first 110 overs of each first innings is you get the bonus points. So you can get, after you get 2, you get 4, and you get points. You get the maximum of the 4 bowling points. So you want to continue to do that. You're nowhere near 110 overs. So you're telling yourself, if we bowl them out cheaply, then we already have these points in the bag. Now we look to do something with the bat as well.
Yeah, pick up some batting points. Well, it's going to be Kenneth Demba operating from the southern end. He's bowled well so far, 16 overs, 2 for 44. Picked up 2 wickets, big wickets. His ball after tee is nudged into the offside and no chance of a single. So the field after the tea break, it's a 1 slip, a cover, a mid-off, a long on, a straightish mid-on, a mid-wicket, regulation mid-wicket, 1 man out on a deep mid-wicket boundary, and a square leg, and this one goes past the outside edge. Kenneth Demba continues to bowl well at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Ruskin.
Yeah, without turning the ball, significantly, but he's assuming some beautiful lines and keeping things very consistent.
Yes, this one is eased into the cover region, thinking about 2. And good work from McSween, releasing it quickly. 166 for 6 at this crucial stage of this game.
The challenge here now, Kadeem, is who is going to operate from this top end to keep the pressure going, because we see how consistent Demba is at the other end.
And this one is just guided in the open backward point area. It's running very close to the boundary. I don't think it's going to get there.
Well, yes.
In fact, it ran down the hill and it got there in the end.
I tell you, Atanas changed his mind about 3 times, whether to speed up or slow down. And every time he sped up, it's like the ball did the same thing and just beat him into the boundary.
Yeah, one moment it looked as though it didn't have the legs to go, but somehow it got there. So Karima Gore gets a boundary. He's on to 32. He's batted extremely well in this situation, considering that wickets fell around him. He's in his debut match as well. He's done well, the young man.
Yeah, he's really dug in, and you know, kind of defied the odds to some degree, and in the same process defying the Windwards bowlers to a large extent. Because in essence, they were hoping that once they got the big two after lunch, that by now they probably should have been through, you know, the middle and the low order. But Gore has come to the wicket, showing the same kind of steely resolve of his old man, and really fighting here. And I tell you what, though, in the United States, he is considered among their brightest prospects in terms of talent, just based on pure talent alone. So quite naturally, he's coming into this season with a fair amount of confidence, because he's scored hundreds to the US, so he knows what it's like to bat, and at that, what do you call them, a conference level that the US would play in.
Minor league.
You know, so he's built his confidence there, and you could see why here, because he's showing that he has good powers of concentration.
He has a good technique as well. He plays in very straight lines. Doesn't seem to do
Graves is
anything
back.
out of the ordinary.
Yep,
Yeah.
Graves is back into the attack now,
Yeah,
but from
just
the top end.
immediately, James is throwing the bat at this one, and some footwork by Karen Kotoy. Yes, it's Karen Kotoy out on the point boundary, limits it to just 2. In fact, they got
three.
Yeah.
They ran through because he had to play a little football to prevent it from going into the ropes.
And this partnership continues to worry the Windward Islands the Windward Islands Volcanoes. My apologies. Yeah, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. These two came together with a score on 121. Score is now 173 for 6.
So it means that they've gone past the 50 partnership. And, which is good for the Leeward Islands. In fact, they're showing a little bit of that kind of steely resolve that you'd have been hoping for from them in the past. And even in the first innings of their last game, you know, they got starts, but they didn't really kick on, and they got bowled out cheaply. Barbados then applied the pressure on them, and when you thought that, look, Barbados was going to enforce the follow on and basically bat them out of the game, their bowlers showed up, and we had a different ball game thereafter.
Yeah, it shows their character. This one is edged and gone through the one slip and the gully. So fortuitous boundary for Gore, but nonetheless he's still there. And that's the sort of opportunity that the Windward Islands Volcanoes would want to capitalize on, a loose shot. And had there been a second slip, would have been a rather regulation catch.
But it hit him in his chest.
Been ideal catch, catch in height, yeah.
But it left the bat at a nice, you know, at a nice comfortable height. But unfortunately, it was equidistant between the slip and the third slip, or the gully, if you want to call it that. And you know, so that's it. That's a danger when you kind of have those first slipper is like a second slip, and a second slipper is like a third slip.
Sort of a staggered slip.
Yep. You leave gaps. You're trying to plug gaps, and you leave gaps that eventually get pierced. And this is exactly what happened there for them. And I could imagine Athanasis must be kicking himself right now.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity gonna begging.
Because you want to back your bowlers and give them, you know, every bit of support that you can. That's a good shot, but probably played it a little too straight. And there's a man positioned there as well. But you really have to tip your hats to the Windward Islands bowlers, because you can't say enough about their approach to this task here. This is not a wicket that is bowler friendly per se, but they've really risen to the occasion quite nicely.
Yeah, they've used their smarts to some extent.
It's over, guys.
Yeah, so that completes the over, and it's 178 now for 6.
Yeah, still no sign of Karen Kotoy. Kenneth Dembo is doing a wonderful job from the southern end.
Well, remember, Kotoy he was the one, Maxwell rather, he was the one who had bowled, basically bowled unchanged for the first hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then even beyond that first hour. So I think he's more than deserving. I think they're probably just giving him a rest to, get his energy levels back up, just in case they need him. They may call on him, in a little bit to see if he can kind of run through the low order.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna give us an hour right there. Going up like
This is going to be another crucial phase of this game. It's who wants it the most right now.
Go ahead, Kenneth. Just keep on the up first. Hey!
And again, Dembo is right
Boy.
on the money.
Kenneth.
He's really adopted a beautiful length, and he's varied his pace nicely. He's used the win on offer to aid in his drift. And he's really done a beautiful holding job. This one down the leg side and swept away, just a single in it.
So 38 now to go, and James, who's on 27, who's batted well, is almost falling into Gore's shadow a little bit.
Yeah.
He too is sweeping and is also going to get a single.
Yeah, this,
Go ahead there, Bucky.
if we look back at the previous game, the Red Force versus the Harpy Eagles, it's sort of mirroring the same way the Harpy Eagles, who batted first in that game as well. They were 130 odd for 6, and a partnership between Bramble and Kevin Sinclair of I think it was 80 odd that really knocked the wind out of the sails of the Red Force. And this is threatening to do the same.
Yeah, not only that, it was like a mirror image of the innings as the game progressed in Port of Spain as well, between Barbados and the Leewards. Yeah, they got another single almost in the general location. Same fieldsman coming in there, Edwards coming into play, and the batsman helped themselves to a single. And that was so amazing, because here it was a question, would Guyana enforce the follow-on? At the Oval was a question, would Barbados enforce the follow-on? Both of them opted not to. Difference is Barbados ended up losing, and Guyana went on to win.
Yeah.
So that's the end of the over. It's 181 now for 6.
Yeah, it's so ironic, and it shows a lot of character on the part of the Hurricanes. Coming back from a lead of 160 odd.
168.
Yeah, 168. A huge deficit, and then bowling out the Barbados Pride for 78 in the second innings was, really a brilliant effort on the part of the bowlers.
And when you consider who were the bowlers, I think that Rakeem Cornwall, you could understand, but then it was Devon Thomas who did the damage, who got the 5 wickets, who got 5 wickets at the other end.
Yeah. I remember Joel Mannon was here for the 4th day on Saturday, and he was saying, I was asking him, what happened? And he said Devon Thomas got 5, and he didn't even know how he got those 5. It happened so quick.
And he bowled well. He was swinging the ball a lot, big swing. And I think he was deceptive because he doesn't bowl off a long run, he bowls off a short run, and he was just running in quickly and got the ball to swing, and that caused all sorts of problems for the batsman. And when he started to take wickets, he just kept taking wickets, and then Cornwall chimed in, and he too started taking wickets, and before you know it, they were all out for 78. A little too wide to entice him there. He thought about it for a moment. But, you know, this is the early the time when your concentration could wane, you know, because, okay, we've done a pretty decent job where we put on, what, 50, 60 runs now, you know, so you could almost be forgiven for relaxing a little bit. But there's still a lot to do. It's 181 now. You would like to get that past the 200 mark without losing another wicket. And that's another beauty. Right on target there from Graves. And this is what I admire about the bowlers. They're sticking to their task, to the guns here. They're not giving too many freebies. You pretty much have to work for anything that you want. And at the same time, they're giving themselves a chance of taking wickets.
Yeah. I've noticed they've plugged that gap. It's almost like it's 2 slips now.
Yep.
Before it was a slip on a gully. Now they've tightened up.
It's driven back past him, and that's going to be 4 runs. It has the legs to get there. Straight back past the ball. It was in the air, but that is not important. When he hit it that hard, the bowler in his follow-through never really had a chance. He tried to get his hand up, but by that time, the ball was sizzling past Graves down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot. Hit straight and up and over the head of Graves. And the key thing was it went straight and got the desired result. So growing in confidence at this stage. He's moved on to 43 of 81 deliveries. And he continues to play well.
And this has been a very disciplined innings from the young man. You know, he's taken his chance here. He's gotten this opportunity, and boy, he's looking to make the most of it. And so far, so good for him.
Yeah.
Plus, he might be called upon to do a little bit of bowling as well. So you never know what the options are going to be for him. He's again getting this one through the gap. I don't think he intended it to go there, but he's going to get a couple. Down to deep mid-wicket. They're going back for the third one. They're going to take one on the throw, and they get it as well. So that's good aggressive running between these two. And you could just see the angst on the face of Graves, because he didn't think a third run was on there.
Yeah, excellent running by these two. Exactly what is required at this stage. You know, just to keep that pressure on the Leeward Islands hurricane, the Windward Islands bowlers. Sorry, they keep tying me up.
Windwards, Leewards.
Yeah, they keep puzzling me.
But it's 60 overs. It's 188 and now for 6. So they're chugging along quite nicely. 3.13 the current run rate.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like par for the course. If they get it up to maybe 3.5, that would be excellent.
What is admirable as well is they're not manufactured anything. They
What a beauty. Diddy just went through. I thought he had hit the stump, but it's a keeper who had removed the bails. But boy, that was a peach of a delivery. It went right through the gate there. You could see Gore driving. And the ball just beating the outside edge. I thought it had passed on the inside of the bat, but it passed the outside edge.
Kevin Walcott's hand speed a bit too quick for us
He-
there on this occasion. Ruskin.
When I saw the bails off, I thought he had gone right through the gate. But that's good bowling. And again, not much spin. There isn't much turn. And I think that's what Gore was playing for. He was trying to accommodate the turn. And so he was playing slightly inside where the ball was pitching. Unfortunately, it didn't hit the edge. This one hits the outer portion of the bat. So again, you could see he's just touching down on that line, and the ball is kind of holding its own more than anything else.
Yeah, the winner's just picked back up slightly. So just eating in some drift for Denver.
I remember facing somebody like a Ranji Nanan, and Ranji had that ability to give the ball air, use the breeze to take it away from you and then turn it back. But Ranji used to spin the ball. Ranji spun the ball prodigiously. So you almost always had to expect the ball coming back at you, even though it might drift away. You always played with that in your mind, in the back of your mind, that this one was going to come back at you, and it come back sharply.
This one is taking the edge, and it's going wide of Athens. It's going down to the third man area, and it's going to be pulled up inside. McSween keeps it down to 2.
Good decision, too, to not come back for that third run, because it was an excellent throw from McSween, and the batsman quite nicely up to stick. So that brings up the 190 now for 6.
Just a sprinkle of spectators in the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 190 for 6 after 61 overs. And this partnership continues to frustrate the Windward Islands. I'm not hearing as much chants and
look at the scenery. This is San Fernando, parts of South Trinidad. The Point-A-Pierre refinery in the background. The officials doing their bit.
Well, it's Greaves to continue from northern end. Kofi James, 28. Not out.
And you can add a couple to that one. And add 4 to that one. That's a brilliant shot indeed.
Yeah, excellent shot. Hit on the up and got it in that gap. And picked up another boundary. So runs flowing after this tea break for the Leeward Islands. They continue to push ever so closer to that 200 mark.
Whatever buns they gave them at tea time seems to be working.
Definitely James now up to 32.
Trying to help this away. That's way outside leg stump. But he was just trying to maybe just help it on its way. He missed it. He came too far inside. But he certainly looks to be growing in confidence. He's not afraid. They're rotating the strike very well. And he doesn't, I don't think Gore is worried now about exposing him. You know, he's more than holding his own.
Yeah. Well, actually, Kofi James is
supposed to be the senior.
Yeah, he's a top order batsman, you know. No mug with the bat. In this situation, he's coming at number 8, but he's no mug with the bat. So at this stage, Ruskin, they're playing the situation to perfection. They're not looking to do anything out of the ordinary. They're not looking to manufacture much shots. They're just playing on merit and picking up the singles easily, putting away the bad balls, and batting in a partnership, which is key for the Hurricanes at this stage.
He's driving again, and you know, just as you're saying that, I'm just getting this feeling that James wants to get on with things here, and he's starting to play shots, you know. But I'm looking at Gore now, probably going to tell him, you know, you have to be careful. We're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah.
You know, we still have work to do. So kind of curb that natural instinct. And even though you might see a delivery that you like, you don't necessarily have to play the field. Look at the field and take your runs where there are no fielders.
Yeah.
Beauty. He couldn't play that 1,000 times if you bowl that same delivery. That ball hit the pitch and just seemed, it actually got some bounce as well, and it went over the off stump. What a peach of a delivery.
Yeah, excellent delivery by Greaves. Something that the Volcanoes bowlers could probably think about being a little bit more patient in those areas and not go searching for that wicket. Just allow the batsman to probably make the mistakes.
Yeah, he is trying to repeat it, but this time it's the adjustment is made, and they got another comfortable single. Well worked and well deserved as well. 195 now for 6.
Yeah, continue to nullify the attack, the Windward Islands attack so far. I think Denver is going to continue from the usual southern end.
Were you surprised with the outcome of that third and final one-day international between India and Australia?
Yeah, definitely. When I looked at the score, it was...
Because when we looked at it earlier, it was like 170 something for 4, and they were like cruising with Virat Kohli on 50, and you know, going along nicely, and then all of a sudden things change.
Yeah, magical spell by Zampa. Return the tide.
Just tells you, once you keep plugging away, you never can tell. And this is well played again. Just giving a little extra room there. He didn't try to hit it too hard, and he just kind of placed it into the gap and just took off for the single, which is good, sensible cricket.
Yeah.
And this is it. You're just seeing some kind of glimpses here of maybe a little impatience.
Yeah.
You know, they're going along nicely, and it's almost like they want to try to just up the tempo just a little bit, and they don't necessarily need to. You're scoring at 3.5 and over. I think if they continue at that pace, they'll be fine. And to try to do that for as long as you possibly can. There's the sweep shot again. We've seen this quite a bit lately because they're not prepared to drive at Denver, so they're using the sweep shot to good effect, I must add, as well.
Yeah, it looks as though they're sweeping off length. You're getting that ideal length to play that lateral shot. Denver now changing the angle a bit. He's going from a wrong wicket. And it tells me the manner in which Gore and James are going about things. As you've mentioned, they look as though they want to get on with things.
That's brilliant fielding. There's a good shot, but it's an even better piece of fielding down there at mid-off, because had that gone past him, I don't think mid-on could have come across, or long-on could have come across quickly enough to prevent it from going into the boundary.
Yeah, and that tells me if they build some guts. And this one is going through again.
Not for the first time. We've seen that ball go through and miss everything.
Yeah, last time I was fooled. Denver.
Last time I was fooled. I thought he got bowled, and he almost repeated it here again.
Yeah.
198 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yeah, Ruskin, that tells me if they can build up some pressure, some dot balls, some maiden overs, then you can almost predict that a big shot is gonna come from somewhere. James in particular, it seems as though he wants to get on with it.
Yeah, you just see he seems a little agitated. It's almost as if he's said, okay, I've played enough for defensive for one day. Let's see if we can't really get some runs, some quick runs here. But they don't really need quick runs. What they need is a big partnership.
Yeah.
And, you know, you want to be, if you were the Leeward Islands and you want to toss and bat it, you probably tell yourself you should be batting until lunch, maybe just after lunch tomorrow. Doesn't care who gets the runs, as long as it shows Leewards, 3-something, 290, 300 runs when it's all said and done. So you want to take your time, accumulate those runs, and all the while you're putting yourself in a situation where if you can then make early inroads in the Windwards batting when they go to bat. Because remember, you're already frustrated, and cricket is a mental game, So mentally they might be a little fatigued, and they might play shots that that gets them into trouble. That's another good delivery, but it's well played as well. You're seeing the capabilities of this young man go. That he could so easily have gone right across the line of that one, but you saw him present the full face, although he closed it at the last minute, but he was presenting the full face of the bat and just closed it on contact to try to squeeze it through the gap.
Yeah.
But that's also the spot where I think Graves want to land it. He just want to land it and move it from there.
No.
That's good bowling because he's touching down right on or about that off stump. And like I said, we've seen him get the ball to move. I think it was in his previous over. He produced a gem of a delivery. And it just missed everything.
Pitched and straight in.
Yep, and if you can reproduce that, who knows? The next time he might touch the edge or clip the bail or something on the way through.
Yeah, they must be ruining the fact of that mischance that went in the vacant slip cordon.
Yep. That's a little too short. I don't think that's going to worry Gore too much. He is eyeing a half century. He's on 49. And so he's one away. In fact, the length of that delivery suggested that he could easily, if he could become a little bit risky. In fact, I was listening to a commentator talk about that, and they were talking about Steve Smith, his ability to bat as an Australian, and they were saying that he has kind of Asian wrists when he plays. He tends to use his wrist quite a bit. And the same can be said for Kawaja too. He plays a lot of these shots where he opens the face and closes the face on contact and could manufacture runs. Virat Kohli does it so well. Javed Mianda to me was a master at that. He would come and bat and you would say, but wait, all of a sudden Javed has 50, I want to know, but he make one big shot. But he had 50. Larry Gomes, to a lesser extent, was like that as well. He's driving a little bit uppishly, but he's going to get the single and he'll get his 50 as well. Well done, young man, as he raises his bat. And certainly a deserved half century. 97 balls it took him, but he does have his 50.
Yeah, 200 is up in the process. 200 for 6 after 64 overs. Yeah, he must be feeling a happy man at this stage, but I'm sure in the back of his mind he's going to be saying that the work has now started, and for him he definitely want to continue in the same vein. Doesn't have to do anything out of the ordinary. Keep playing as he is at the moment. He's going pretty quickly.
Well, his 50 came of 97
Come
balls,
boys, come boys,
so
come boys,
he
come
has
boys,
been
come
patient
boys.
when he needed to be,
Yeah.
and then he's picked up boundaries along the way. It'll be interesting to see how many boundaries he actually scored in that 50. We'll check on that in a moment. Here he is watchful again, just keeping everything in front of him. So what a fantastic, what a good time to put together that half century. This partnership continues to frustrate the Windward Islands. 121 for 6. It's now 200 for 6.
Yeah, 50 coming off 7 4s and a 6.
Yep. Another single, which is here with me, that they put on 80 runs now. This partnership is up to 80 runs. So this is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah. Playing the situation to perfection.
How many fours you said he had?
7 4s and 1 6.
Yep. So That's that's good batting. And he's really shaped well. You can't help but be happy for him. And his partner in crime, Kofi James, continues to plug away here. And I think this is the time where they really have to dig deep now and kind of curb their natural instincts, because we saw for a moment there where both of them were just beginning to become a little loose with their stroke play. And they just needed to just temper that a little bit and get back on track. Here he goes again. That's well struck, but again a little too well struck. In fact, too straight.
Keep going, Janet.
Denver too. He's in his 21st over now. 2 for 59 so far. He too has done an amazing job for the Windward Islands.
He continues to toil. Kenneth Denver in search of another wicket. I'm not sure if at this stage the Windward Islands Hurricanes are just allowing the game to just drift by.
They want the single, it's not there, and that's a good call from James to send him back, because you could just see Gore when he saw the first man at that short extra cover missed the ball. He wanted to take off, but the man at mid-off was covering well, and there was really no opportunity there for that run. 202 for 6, and we have the Birds are back with us here at the Baranara Cricket Academy. Nice breeze in the air. And it's so good, Kadeem, to see birds flying all over the place. I remember one time I was in Texas. I went to visit my grandmom's in Texas. It was so hot that birds were literally falling out of the sky and dropping. It was that hot. It was amazing. And when I say birds, I don't mean one or two, A lot of birds. You just see birds just dropping from the sky. It was that hot.
You said it was amazing. Was it amazing that the birds were dropping? Or
yeah,
the heat?
It was amazing that the birds were dropping, because they were basically dropping because of the heat.
Yeah.
It was so hot. They couldn't touch like any sort of wires or any fences or anything like that. They had no place to go.
So bowling change. Sherman Lewis is back into the attack. Another easy single. And this is the thing, Ruskin, they're turning over the strike at their own will.
Yeah, without taking any risks. That's
no
why.
risks.
Yeah, that's why when we like 2 or 3 overs ago, when we saw them trying to make these big expansive drives and not really making contact, I just got the sense that they were getting a little bit fatigued, and their concentration was beginning to wane. But it seems like they had a little chat, and now they're back concentrating again and doing what got them here.
Yeah.
And that's more of the same. They're not chasing after anything that might get them into trouble. There are the 2 slips waiting out there. We already had one big edge taken, and that flew between the first and then 3rd slip at the time. So there is the young man Gore, Karima Gore. I think he's 24 years old, out of the United States, but of course the Gore name from Antigua is very popular in Hugh Gore. That's another good shot that is going to get him another comfortable single.
Yeah, I think that man on the point boundary, at the moment, bowling outside off stump, they're just getting an easy single to him. Probably they could think about bringing him up just to plug that gap and take away that ease of an easy, that comfort really of an easy single. Just
And
to probably put something in the minds of
the
both
batsman.
Gore and James again.
Now they have the man at that short straight mid-wicket. There's a ball lifted deliberately over the head, but it's going to drop. It's like a little chip shot in golf, where as it hits the ground, almost like there's backspin on the ball, and it just dies right there.
Come, Larry, man.
Yeah, the Windward Islands continue to be frustrated here. No chances going to hand. We had that one chance very early on after the tea break where that ball went through the gap of the slip cordon. Apart from that, no real chances to speak about. Denver going past the edge on a couple of occasions. Apart from that, it's been comfortable batting by these two.
Well, now they've moved the guy from that straight mid wicket and put him at that short point position. Actually, he could step back a couple of meters, and because I don't know if he's there for a catch or if he's there to prevent the single. But if he's there to prevent the single, then he could easily step back a couple of meters and just run in with the bowler. But it seems as if they put him there in a catching position.
Yeah, he's stationary there, so he's probably looking for a catch. He has the protection of the man on the backward point boundary just to the left of him. He's probably looking for an aerial drive, anything uppish in that area as Lewis continues to run in. Driven beautifully through the covers. This deserves for Kofi James. Beautiful cover drive on offer.
And he's accepted it gleefully. And one nice sweet swing at the bat. And the ball just bisected everybody in the on the offside and down to the boundary, the deep cover boundary for 4 runs. Over pitching through the line, he went. And it just sped across the turf. And even the cameraman couldn't catch up with it. It was so well struck at the time. 210 for 6 at the end of the over.
Okay. Yes, we had a very good laugh there.
Was Joel on camera?
Oh, no. I have to claim that one. I was just boasting of the good camera work and all the shots. All those new shots you were seeing there.
But in your defense, it was struck beautifully.
Yeah.
And you were trying to catch up with the ball. That was the problem. What you should have done is go on ahead of the ball and let it come in your shot.
Well, Limber is going to try to get some consolation here.
But it's good batting. That's the thing. And that was a brilliant shot because he went through the line of the ball. Now, they moved the man from the mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket, and put him in that catching position, square on the offside. But he didn't go anywhere near there. He went through extra cover.
Yeah. So the partnership between these two on 89. Yeah, very good partnership. They came in when the Leeward Islands was looking to have a bit of a wobble in the middle to lower order. And
121 for 6.
121 for 6, and they've stabilized things. They've definitely put the game right back into the Leeward Island, and it's just going down the leg side.
Just sweeping again. They tend not to drive too much at Denver, especially on the onside. So they tend to sweep him more than drive at him, especially on their legs. And here we go.
That's 4 leg buys.
4 leg buys, yep. They all count.
They all count, especially on day 1 here. So we're just about 23.
They're 7 runs away from 100 partnership.
Yeah, with 23.2 overs remaining in the day's play.
That's another brilliant shot. And it's going to go all the way to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. So it seems as if they're going shot for shot now. And if you could do it, I can do it too. We just saw Kofi James uncork a beauty at one end. And now we're looking at Gore doing a similar thing at the opposite end.
Yeah. Kamara go there with a brilliant shot. I think almost a shot of the day. He just lengthened it and drove it confidently through the covers. So going along easily here now, the Leeward Island Hurricanes.
Yeah, we always said the wicket had no terrors in it. It was really about batsmen holding their nerve and choosing the right shots to play. And these two have done that very well. The end of another over. It's 2:18 now for 6.
I think though the skipper of the Windward Islands team, Alec Atinez, is here we got to see his captaincy, how he's going to find a way to get a wicket here. He's seen that if you just go the run in the mill, these two batters are just going to stay in the crease. They've had the right mental attitude towards this battle. So I think he needs to build some fielding pressure. You know, move around your fielders, get some fielders in the eye line of the batters. We know they're well set, but probably when you put a fielder in close on the offside, because we're seeing that they have the tendency to drive pleasantly, that they may just begin to think about playing their shot, about checking their shots, and you may just present an opportunity.
Well, about 15 minutes or so ago, both of them seemed like they just wanted to get on with it. It's almost as if they felt they're done enough, and they just wanted to play these big expansive drives, and they struck a couple balls in the air, but now they seem to have settled down and reined that in to some degree, and it has worked for them because the partnership continues to build, and now they're just 3 runs away from a century partnership.
It would be a good partnership. It really would have shown the improvement of this Leeward Islands team from the last game into this one. Remember, in the first innings, they were scuttled out in the first innings.
Yep, they didn't really do much. 154 they were bowled out for.
154. And then with the Barbados Pride already looking to count their points in the game. What a bowling performance it was, led by Cornwall and Thomas. And then responsible batting in the second innings by Powell and Hamilton, getting them over the line to get a victory there. So they're following on this form. Of course, we know sport as life, momentum and energy swings have a lot to do with it.
We only have to mention Munson Hodge as well at the top of the order, although he only made 34, but he kind of set the tone for that chase. This is good bowling, but again, the bat, you know, when batsmen are set like this, the bat seems broader.
Yeah.
You know.
The 2 times they say you're batting with a door. One when you're batting, as these two are batting, everything seems to be coming off the middle. And then there's, of course, a time when they're playing and missing everything. But that's the open door. They seem to have everything covered, but unable to get a bat on it. But they're batting with the door, the closed door here today.
Yeah, this looks like a mahogany door now. It's big and heavy. Lewis going out, he's trying something outside the off stump, but again, he almost induced a false shot there.
And doing the wise thing, Gore coming down the wicket and just having a discussion with his partner. As you see, when the physio, the support staff, not sure which team, but she's there, just at the edge. Or she's at Leewards physio, just at the edge there. These two batters, they want to keep hydrated. He just guides it out.
Yeah, they've really done a good job for their team.
So he'll want to kick on from here though. He's 56. It's a good half century, but he'll be looking to eye a century. Of course, he would have changed his allegiance from the United States to the Leeward Islands. And why not?
Is that Cheyenne Oliveri, I think, is the name of the physio for the Leewards team. Liam Sebastian is the manager. And he was an outstanding batsman as well.
Sebastian, I think, is for the Windwards team.
Yeah, for the Volcanoes, yeah.
Yes, we see the physio running on here. sprinting on. I think
Tony Ann Grant is her name.
I think it's probably just applying something to the hands of Gore there. Good storytelling there by the cameraman.
And Athenaeus is right in the middle of the discussion.
Yeah, he's close to getting some. He wants to know
What's the plan?
What's the plan? What's the game plan?
So what are you two talking about here?
Yeah. And just doing some strapping on the wrists. So it seems to be a problem with the wrists. You know when you're not accustomed batting in long periods, the public,
you get cramps in the hand, and you do damage to soft tissues in that regard. But what a half century for the young man Gore. He's really played well. His 50 came off 97 balls with 7 fours and a 6. And as we say, they're 219 now, so it means that these two have added 98 together. And I really think they deserve to put a century stand together. But and I'm sure this is what the discussion is here. You know, you're 2 away from 100 partnership, but think in terms of 300. If we could get to 350, maybe we won't have to bat a second time.
Yeah, and she's putting on a good sprint here.
Yep.
I think Rakim Kono will be proud if he could get that mileage.
Maybe we could set up a race, and see if Rakim will buy into that. I saw him sprinting. Did you see him sprinting a quick single?
Yeah, I saw
I use the word sprint guarded.
Yeah, he sprinted a quick single. I think his physio will beat him comfortably. My odds are on her.
So if we look to continue here, it's 219 for 6.
Yeah. Larry Edwards.
Changing ends. So he's going to come now from that southern end. Kofi James, who's on 45, he too is closing in on a half century, a deserved one at that.
Oh, beautiful, Lala. Beautiful, Lala.
If you notice with Edwards, he's a little bit round arm. He's not right on top. The arm is a little bit low at times, and he's not the tallest man. But there are times when he kind of comes on top, almost as if he's trying to spin it. But then there are times he's just trying to push it in and maybe take it with the angle.
Yeah, I think he's just using the angles, more or less using the pitch more than anything else. He's not giving it that flight. He's not flighting it at all. Not getting really above the eye line of the batter. These two batters well set. But of course for Kofi Jones, he'd be looking to really get to his 50 here. Just consolidating. He'd have done all the hard yards. He'd not want to trade away now.
Yeah, he's batted well. And comfortably in behind it. So you see the turn is slow. It's not like it's coming off the wicket. It's not kicking off the wicket to any degree. So he just has to be patient. And I suppose that little chat he just had there would probably help him through this period, because this could be a difficult period when you're closing in on a milestone. You're anxious to get there.
Yes, the pressure of the scoreboard in a kind of a reverse way.
So he's one close up, and inch by inch they're getting up there. It's now up to 220 now for 6 at the end of that over. So 1 away from the 100 partnership.
Yeah, it's been a good fight back, a good regard action by the Hurricanes.
But this is what you want to see in regional cricket, especially. Bowlers will have their moments, but you also want to see batsmen, put partnerships together and build an innings. And this is what we've seen from both of these guys here today.
Yeah, well, this is what first-class cricket is all about. The battle there, it's not going to be quick. Sometimes you got to tuck yourself in and battle hard. And let's go. Middling everything now.
That's Kofi James. He's certainly looking the part now. You could just see him really growing in confidence and thinking now of a half century. He's on 46, is it? So he's just 4 runs away now from that coveted mark to join his partner, Gore.
Go, big man.
He's playing and missing. Well, every so often you get one of those deliveries that just takes off and beats everything. But so far they haven't been hitting the edge.
Yeah, he'll want to reset himself there. He doesn't want to give it away now. He's batted well. He's brought his team back from a dangerous position. So I think that now he'll want to just push on. He'll want to first get the personal milestone and then just look to carry on from there.
He's going again with him, and that's another brilliant drive for 4 runs. What a way to bring up your half century. And that is half century to Kofi James as well, joining his teammate and his partner in crime, so to speak, Karima Gore, who got his earlier. And now Kofi James has picked up his half century and did it in style.
Yeah, and the instruction from the dugout is start over, start over. So they'll not be satisfied with that one shot. They brought up many milestones. The partnership also going past 100. So he got his team, the partnership over 101, 103, the partnership between these two, and he got his personal score. He got his 50 from 95 balls. It's a full delivery.
He's such a sweet timer of the ball, but he lets his hands go, and he goes through the ball. Because just like the drive that got him his half century, he wasn't right out to the pitch of it, but he still went through with the shot. And we just saw a repeat of it, although he didn't get any runs for it. But you could see him really showing that liking for the drive, whether it's a straight drive or a cover drive. Not enticed outside the off stump, so 50 from 95 balls. So a good restraint shown as well.
Lewis looking to come in here.
Once a single, it's not there, and that's good fielding, anticipating very well indeed, just coming across to intercept and denied him the opportunity there. Justin Graves, the man closing in there from that middle position, or short extra cover position, I should say, and doing very well. Guyana, 193 for 5. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago 190 for 8 as well. Barbados looking to see if they could price out a couple more wickets there.
So Kofi James, just 4 matches, he scored 93 runs, but an average of 15.5, and this would be his highest first class.
First half century.
Yeah, his first half century, as well as his first, his highest score thus far.
And, but but it's good to see these new faces. You know, Gore is on debut here, so he has a half century. So this is an amazing start for the young man. And again, a powerful drive. It took a little bit of the sting out of it. In fact, most of it, and because that was traveling. And certainly he got his hand down there, and now he's paying the price for it. Demba at long off completed the fielding, but it's the man at that short extra cover who came across and intercepted. It looks like Graves. So where do they turn? McSween?
Yeah, I definitely think we're looking back for McSween. He'll not be wanting to come back with the old ball at this time, though. That ball, he want to save himself to just probably get a couple overs with the new ball that is doing just about 9.4 overs.
So maybe this is probably, well, you have this in attendance or in the attack right now. She's probably just trying to wheel away and get as many of the overs out of the way so that by the time you decide to bring back McSween, you're bringing him back with a new red cherry.
Yeah, he'll be fresh, you know.
He's had a long break.
Yeah.
He did have a long spell too. Because you were the board for the first hour unchanged, and then he continued after the first hour for a couple more overs. So it's been a lengthy effort. 225 it is now for 6. I just want to take a look at his bowling figures right now. And McSween, 13 overs.
Yeah, 13 overs.
You know,
2 for 28.
he had 5 maidens. You know, Graves, 13 overs as well, 1 for 52. Larry Edwards, not for 27 from 9. Kenneth Demba, 22 overs, 2 for 63 so far. And the other bowler, Lewis, 14 overs, not for 46. So they've had to work. They've been made to work here by these two. And I don't think they're done as yet. They're probably going to have to really fight here now to pull this back.
Yeah, 2 reasonably new players in the Leeward Island setup, especially for the 4-day tournament, first-class cricket. It's Gore's first-class match. We would have played a couple of ODIs as well. Some list day cricket. Of course, changing his allegiance.
For the U.S.
Yeah, for the U.S.
But isn't that a similar thing that we saw with Heaton Walsh Jr.?
Yeah.
You know?
So he's coming here and he's looking to make a statement. He's looking to say that this is where he belongs. Yeah, this level.
Kenneth Demba is back, and maybe this is what they're thinking now. Let's get these overs out of the way quickly.
So
probably
just resting
2
up.
spinners here in get up to that 80 over mark as quickly as possible, and see if we can get to the second new ball. The thing with the second new ball, runs could flow quickly. You might get wickets, but you could also run the risk of conceding some quick runs.
I think they'll take that risk. They'll definitely want to get that new ball, get those wickets, yes, because this partnership seems to be just taking things away from the Volcanoes, the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Here's Demba, who's back now from the top end, and trying his luck to see if he can't, while he gets the ball in his hand, see if he can pick up another wicket. He has 2 so far. Again, just giving the ball a nice little loop and enticing the batsman to want to come onto that front foot. Just a slip and a forward short leg and a straightish mid-wicket short. Flatter delivery.
So Gorin looking like he's here. setting himself a big one. He's past 50. He's not looking like he wants to give up this knock just yet. Probably looking for that 43 more to get to his century. What a debut it will be for him here.
This is the best way to announce your arrival to West Indian fans.
Let your bat do the talking. And I think he'll be glad that he got such pristine conditions in terms of batting to really make his debut on. He'll want to make full use of it.
I think he's having a problem with that hand. You look at him, every time he plays, it's almost like it's shocking him now. Every time he plays, he tends to just flex the hand. Even as he's running there, you see him taking his hand off the bat. That left hand is probably giving him a little bit of bother. So that's something we could keep our eyes on. It's the end of another over, and at the end of it, it's 226 now for 6.
Okay, all right. No worries. I just wanted to
Skipper Hamilton, he'll be happy.
fantastic.
He won the toss, called right, and then decided that he was going to take first knock. And I think it's a decision that he'll be pleased with at this point. 72 overs gone, and his team 226 for 6. If they can get to the new ball without losing another wicket, I think he will definitely think that advantage Leeward Islands.
Yep, they no doubt, they're in a good position. But I'm sure you'd want to be in a better position at stumps later. If you can get to stumps without losing any further wickets and you add another 30, 40 runs, I think the Leeward Islands will be over the moon with that. 250 on the board. And you still have 4 wickets in the bag. That will be just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, because they also want to keep in mind that the best day for batting historically at the Brian Cricket Academy is the second day.
And again, just taking what the bowler's giving them, and that single to long off is always on.
They brought in a man short on the onside. They also brought in a strange feeling position on the leg side there. It's
straight mid wicket.
Yeah, it's a straightish mid wicket. So they're putting some fielders in the eye line of the batter. They'll be hoping that probably they can get some kind of zip off the pitch, just force the batsman into a foul shot.
That's better because he it's almost as if he's not sort of used to flighting the ball. He's probably one of those limited overs bowlers that just know how to hit a length and try to stay there. But in the 4-day game, he would probably have to learn how to experiment a little bit with flight. Let that be part of his repertoire.
It's going to be a learning curve that he want to learn quickly. Of course, no Hayden Walsh Jr.
Yeah, who's injured out. So that's the end. I end of another over, 227 for 6. Yeah, I think he would be a big loss, although he didn't bowl particularly well. He was unlucky as well. Yeah, a couple of chances went down off his bowling, but he conceded a lot of boundaries. And so that's even before he sustained the injury. So it really wasn't a good day for him. But to his credit, he stayed on the field. He didn't shirk the responsibility. So he was throwing the ball in with his left hand, And but I just felt he might have been doing more damage than he was actually doing good. But he probably told them, look, you stick it out. And but here a week later and he can't play.
How much damage, how much additional damage staying on the field with, of course. But looking to cause some damage here, Demba. He's already taken 2 wickets. That one a bit in the air.
But when you have a situation like this, what you need, in essence, is you need a spinner who, apart from a spinner who could take wickets for you, you want a spinner who can really lock up one end and, limit scoring no matter what. And this is why I recall somebody say like a Rafiq Jumadeen, for example. Jumas may not get you 5 wickets every day. He might get 2 or 3, but he will bowl 30 overs, for like 22 runs or some ungodly number like that. Keep things tight all the way through, and maybe you could experiment with, say, Ancient at the other end or somebody. So like how you have Demba here who's doing such a fine job trying to keep everything quiet, Now you need the others at the other end to maybe pick up a couple wickets and you're in business. Because Demba is bowling well. He's doing his part.
Has 2 in the wicket column, and his stats after 23.4 overs, he's just conceded 65 runs. So economical as well.
I was straight, right?
He's bowling well, and he's doing exactly what the skipper wants him to do now, because in tandem, the 2 spinners are basically just running through these overs quickly.
They definitely want to get that new cherry. That one squeezed out behind square.
They thought for a moment about a second run, and then realized that the substitute fielder, I think it is, who's running in there, and they decided against it.
Well, that's the drinks break, the first hour after the tea interval comes to an end. So we'll go into tea. The water break. They scored 229 for 6 after 74 overs. The Leeward Islands, they won the toss and upped it to bat.
So we're getting ready for play after the resumption of the drinks break here on the first day of the West Indies 4-day championship match between the Leeward Island Hurricanes and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. At this stage, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have got themselves out of a spot of bother there. 229 for 6. Kareem Agor 60 not out, and with him his able partner in Kofi James, who's 51. Together they've put on 108. I make that, and an excellent partnership in the context of things. As I welcome back Gordon Pear.
Yes, Kadir, it's been a very interesting, slightly enthralling. You know, for those who like to see the shots being played and the bumpers and the edges being found, it's been. But for the true cricket fan, it's definitely been absorbing. You saw the Leeward Islands team just a bit of a wobble there after lunch, you know, before the tea break, post, and the three quick wickets, including the set Powell and his skipper Hamilton. Rakeem Cornwall came in and played his normal, you looked at him normal self, but he didn't last for too much, and you just think that the end would have come quickly for the Leeward Islands. But these two, James and Gore, they've formed a good partnership as they continue there. It's contained all the necessary ingredients for good 4-day cricket, good running between the wickets. They've been defensive when they had to. They've also played some good shots when the ball was there to be hit. So a good partnership. Two of the lesser experienced players from the Leeward Island team. One, of course, he will be experienced in cricket. That's Gore. But in terms of playing for the Leeward Islands, more or less a fresh face to the team. He's on debut, but he's come and he's put up his hand as he's given up the American dream, but he's have a lot of other folks dreaming here in the Caribbean.
Yeah, definitely he's impressed so far, is Kareem Agor. Of course, he would have gotten his opportunity with the likes of Casey Carty out on West Indies duty in the competing in the 50 over team. So he would have gotten his chance, and he certainly made the most of it so far. But one thing though is that I found the Windward Islands team to be just allowing the game to drift along and to meander along, and they're allowing the Leeward Islands to play at their own pace, to dictate the pace of the game. They're not really looking to take the bull by the horn and make things happen with some proactive field set of good delivery from Larry Edward. A slight bit of spin on offer, goes past the edge. Yeah, they've not taken the initiative to make things happen, Gordon, and I think probably that just might be the inexperience of the skipper, the young Athenaeus. It's a learning process for him, but I'm sure he's going to take this.
Yeah, I think he just missed a trick or two. And as they come to the end of another Larry Edwards overs there, at the end of that, the 75th over, it's 230 for 6. Gore and James still batting out there. Kamara Gore, he's on 60. Kofi James on 52. Yeah, I think Athenaeus, he just didn't, when he had the opportunity just to put a couple of fielders in close in, apply some pressure, you know, get some fielders in the batter's eye line, force them to take a chance or put it in their minds, you know, when they're close-up fielders, there's just a double thought. You have to trust your defensive shot a bit more, you know. But that doubt was not placed, although I'm seeing that they've put in a man there in short. They've allowed them early on in their innings, both batters, I think, played the shot through the covers a bit aerially. You know, you could have put in someone there short in the cover region just to put that element of doubt in. Of course, you're not going to get much assistance from the track just yet, but sometimes there are other factors that could dictate how you get wickets.
Yeah, bowling change from the northern end. Kavim Hodge replacing Kenneth Demba.
Yeah, so Hodge is going to continue at this end for his first bowl of the day. just continuing with the ploy to try to get through the overs here, to get to the 80 overs so they can get that new cherry in hand and unleash press turn mark screen at the batters here.
Yeah, and at this stage, with the ball slightly softer, into the 76th over, Gore and James have still found scoring to be quite easy. They've scored at their own pace. Yeah, so I think the Windward Islands will definitely be wanting the option of that second new ball after the 80th over, just to change up things a bit and see if they can get some luck with the new cherry.
It's over, guys.
Yes, some good bowling there. Well, he made an over here from Hodge. So Hodge with his first bowl for the day. He's taken no runs taken off him. And Larry Edwards, he's going to continue at the southern end. Made an over by Hodge.
Larry Edward to continue from the southern end. One slip, a backward point, a man out on the extra cover boundary. Cover, long off, mid on, mid wicket, bat pad, and a deep backward square. This one is pushed down the ground for another single. Let's go. Moves up by 1 now to 61.
Comfortably going here.
Keep going.
Nothing. No real threat either way. Just playing it back to the bowler there.
Keep working, Lala. You're big one. The captain, sir.
Yeah, both James and Karima go. Take nothing away from this partnership. They've played excellently well. Came together with the score on 121 for 6. And they've now stitched together a partnership of worth 110. A slight change in the field. The man from mid-wicket is coming into a catching position on the offside. A bit of a short mid-off, I would say.
Yeah, I think he's getting it right in terms of putting in that bit of pressure here. I think you want to just get some persons in the eye line, force them to really make an error.
And this one driven in the gap. Another easy single for Gore.
Put some doubt in their minds.
Karen Kotoy though, he's in the 11, and we've not seen him all day long. I'm not sure if he's fit to bowl. I think we gotta get some more information on that. But I was quite surprised to see him not take up the attack.
Yeah, and the fielder just getting in the way there. I know you'll be surprised. The fielder getting in the way there just plays into the batter's mind. You know, and he may just think that the next time he has to be a bit more careful. You know, so that's the type of tactics that you have to use when you're up against such a good batting pitch. You can't just wait or hope for the batter to make an error.
Yeah. But they've gone about their work in the best possible manner. Exactly what the doctor
that's two.
would have ordered for them two young men. And certainly make the coaching staff of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes very proud of this effort.
I think it orders well for the team. Close call. But you saw the swipe here across the line. Because he's put that fielder in on the offside, he would want to play safe now, and the safe shot will be going across the line. So that is some of the tactics that you really need to force. It's Hodge though. There's a full on the legs, and it's into the boundary fence. He was full, asking to be swept. He pulled out the broom, and look at it.
Yeah, bad delivery.
It was a full toss. Badly lined. It never pitched. And it got the full treatment there.
Yeah. Excellent shot from Gore. He moves on by 4 to 66. Now continues his excellent work thus far. 237 for 6. Just about 2.4 overs until that second new ball. This one is a close leave. Hands on head sort of moment. Go with a slight misjudgment on his occasion, or no, on his part. Luckily for him, it was wide of the off stump.
Well played there. Long forward. Just feeling a bit of tension in the air here. I think both batters, they get a bit impatient. I think the pressure, the fielding pressure, just beginning to tell on them. You're seeing them getting into their stroke play just a bit more. Yeah, just probably looking to go through the gears.
Yeah, at this stage they definitely don't want to give it away. With just about 12 overs remaining in the day's play, I'm sure the message from the Leeward Islands dugout would be to bat through until the end of play.
It's over, guys.
We had something we used to call getting drunk with honey with the part-timers coming on. I think it may just get played into the back of the mind that, hey, these are not the real bowlers here. And we could probably get pinch a few off of them. That just reminds you of the fly getting drunk and honey. So they want you to, they'll want to keep their head in it. The Windward Islands, though, they'll be looking to pinch 1 or 2, or probably get the remaining 4 wickets in the remaining 12 overs.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Larry Edward to continue again with that shortish mid-off cover, backward point, man out on the cover, extra cover boundary, long off, back and looking to cut, and a bit too close to play that shot, but again, luck on the side of Kareem Maguire. He's deserved a bit of luck the way he's played. Gordon, he's took his chances.
He's applied himself well. He's shown that he's got the mental capacity more than anything else to be able to play 4-day cricket, first-class cricket. Very competent from what we've seen of him thus far. Good batting stance. His technique seems to be a good one. Was trouble early on by the ball just outside the off stump, but he's gone past that, and just as we said, he's look like he's batting with the bathroom door. Oh, edge! Oh,
Yeah, just short of Athenaeus again. And
love to see that again.
yeah, just short of him. See it on the replay here.
Edwards would be encouraged there, regardless of whether it went to alternate or not. I see Edwards there just pointing. There's probably alternate should have gone wrong a little bit more.
Okay, James looking to sweep, but it was always heading down. Umpire Leslie Reefer. Nothing doing. So the end of the 79th over, it's 2:39 for 6. Just 1 over now away from the second new ball.
Yeah, so the Leeward Islands, after winning the toss and choosing to bat, they're going around handily at 2:39 for 6. They've got some good scores. A good score early up from Powell. He got 75. And I think the only two other scores of note are these two here. Gore unbeaten on 68. And Kofi James, he's on 53.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if I'm seeing Preston McSween going through his warm-up drills. I'm not really seeing him loosening up, so I'm not sure.
And they're string into the pads. It's been swept around and into the boundary fence for 4. Hodge, he kicks the ground in disgust. Just string into the pads. Go gleefully accepting the gift.
4 signaled by umpire Leslie Reefer.
As James just practicing what he would
In fact,
be
it's
doing.
umpire Ramdani.
Yeah.
Out, sir.
Question asked, and you're hearing the umpire saying, "Not out, sir." A more inquiry than a real appeal. Hodge there, bang on target.
Yeah, Hodge not really giving the ball much air, just pushing it through. Looking to slide it on more than anything else. I don't think he's looking to extract much turn this one. He's giving it this one a little bit more air. Just as I said that.
Go looking for the big hee-haw. He missed everything. And James rightfully calling him down. Yeah, and he rehearsed a more conventional stroke.
2.
Yeah.
Let's go, James.
Yeah.
That was a very agricultural shot. Probably you would have heard the history of Taruba and the cane fields. More shot. Suited for cane cutter. Then a batter who's well set on 72.
Yeah, and I think he would not want to give it away at this stage. He's worked so hard to get here up to this point. And it's no sense. It makes no sense really
Over,
just
guys.
giving your knock away.
Yeah, so at the end of the overs, it's the Leeward Islands Hurricanes after choosing to bat. They're 243 for 6.
Well, I've not seen any signs of the new ball. I'm not sure if the Volcanoes have not taken the option of taking that new ball.
It's Edwards who's going to continue.
I don't give them as soon as they come on. But it's a bit 84.
So maybe they have other ideas that we don't know of. But at this stage, Gordon, what would you have done had you been in the position of the skipper of the Windward Islands Volcanoes?
Well, it's become pedestrian. The Windward Island bowling attack. I would have definitely bring on my fast bowlers and give them. I have 3 of them. I'll probably just split up the work. Probably just 3, 3, 3, and 1. You know, just to make sure that we just brighten things up. You know, it would be good to get if we could get 2 wickets before the close of play. But I guess the thinking here might be the spinners are not going for much, and they want to continue, let the fast bowlers get their legs up overnight, and then come out in the morning with the new cherry. They will hope that there's some overnight dew on the pitch, you know, so there's something to work with. But for me, being with my nature, I would definitely, the new ball is up. Yeah, here we go again. Yeah, get ready for them to be singing. But I guess different strokes for different folks. The more conservative approach would definitely to get your bowlers back out fresh tomorrow with a good night's rest as well as a good sleep and proper hydration.
So would you be tempted to, with just about 9 overs to go in the day's play after this over, wouldn't you be tempted to take the new ball and ask your opening bowlers, McSween and Lewis, to really run in and give it their all in these final 9 overs?
Most definitely.
Just to prize out a wicket or two.
Yeah, we don't want to see these guys in the morning. We want to see them sitting in the hutch getting ready to come out and field. Yeah, we know. Because while you'll be thinking your fast bowlers are coming back fresh, so will be the batsmen. They'll have a chance to go home, get things out of their minds. You're seeing that Gore, especially, he seems to have a mission in his mind to make a statement to not only those here, but those in the world. I'm sure he would have gotten a bit of a stick for changing his allegiance. Within recent times, though, we have seen players done that and get on to the West Indies team. So it's nothing new. And the way you're seeing the wicketkeeper, he's just running up to the other end. So they want to get through, because there's also another factor in terms of the over rate and trying to finish 4 or 5 for 5 p.m. Although they can't go over, but I think there may be some penalty. So it's going to be Hodge to continue with his left arm orthodox.
Yeah, not much happening at this stage for the Volcanoes. Runs coming by rather easily. And it looks as though the game is just drifting along. And this is really playing into the hands of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The score now 244 for 6.
And I think if they can get, as my previous commentating partner was saying, if they can get to 250 overnight without losing any more wickets, they'll be the happier of the two camps. Of course, traditionally, the second day for batting on this trip is a paradise. So it's the best day for batting. So they'll want to come back out and get a couple hours on it.
Yeah. At this stage, Gemma Hamilton would be saying he made the right decision by winning the toss this morning and choosing to have a bat first.
Yeah, he'll definitely think that he got it right. You saw the toss he gave his reasoning for. The same pitch that was played on in the game before. So you think that it was just being slightly underprepared, as well as, so he will be getting the best of it. And he says with the light grass, he's expecting some deterioration, especially with the bowlers' marks.
Just might have gotten an inside edge. Nothing doing from umpire Ramdani.
Unmoved, really.
If you have a look at it again. Well, flighted delivery.
That's what's going down.
Yeah, definitely heading down, can see.
A lot of turn on offer there, though. He's got some turn, Hodge. I think they're showing some aggression.
It's over, guys.
So that's the end of that over, the 82nd over. And I think with the 82nd over in the bag, just to finish us off and bring us to the end of the day's play, we'll have the experienced Ruskin Mark. He'll be coming in from the northern end.
I have a nice brisk one legging.
Well, it certainly has been a good day for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes as they have batted through the day more or less. And now they just need to put the finishing touches here. This is where they need to play sensible cricket the rest of the way. And give themselves the best opportunity to come back tomorrow firmly in control. Because if you lose a couple of wickets late, you kind of tilt the balance one way, or you even things up a little bit. Right now, the Leewards are ahead, and they need to keep doing it. That ball, just a quicker one. How did that miss? Really? It's so close and yet so far. What a peach of a delivery coming in there from Edwards. He just took the angle, and that ball kept coming in, and it's almost as if the stump moved to let the ball pass, and then it just quickly slid back into position. It was that close.
My. Warning signs for Kofi James. Larry Edward with a good delivery, and how eager the Windward Islands would want a wicket, how badly at this stage they would want to go in with another one.
And after that scare, he kind of refocused.
And just tighten back up the defense a bit is Kofi James.
He's on 54 and really looks settled, but every so often he kind of gives the impression that he wants to just do something extravagant. He's not happy just playing this defensive role without at least showing what he's capable of with the bat.
Yeah.
And here he is getting another quick single. He wants a second, but it's not there. And easily cut off. And with McSween looking, he decides against it. And that's the end of another over. So 246 now for 6. 73 to go. 55 it is to James. And this partnership continues to build here. It's 125 now.
Yeah, and more than that, Ruskin, it continues to frustrate the Windward Islands bowlers. They've not had any luck on their side. And how badly now they must be ruining that chance when Gore was, I think he was 40 odd at that stage when that ball just went through the cordon. Vacant second slip region. And ever since then, it's just been oohs and ahs. No real opportunities to really pick up a wicket.
I
Take
think
nothing away from this partnership.
well, I think they might be thinking here, the Leewards, the Windwards rather, maybe just to take the new ball, maybe for like the last 6 overs or so, just to give their quicks a couple overs in the dregs. There's another sweep shot that has been in vogue. And they go back for the second run. He's going to have to hurry. And the return, not a bad one, but probably just not as spot on as it needed to be. And the batsman, again, was a late decision from James to go back for the second one because he was going to the danger end. But he made it in the end. But it was still a tight finish.
Yeah. Certainly had to put the afterburners on Kofi James to get back. But in the end, all's well that ends well.
Yes, Hutch not doing a bad job. He's, again, right thereabouts. No big spin. Getting a couple to turn, though. And then he's sliding on the one with the arm. In fact, the one that Richard for another appeal. Again, it's outside the leg. The sweep shot is the one that they prefer. And that one was full enough to be on-driven. But he went instead for the sweep. Outside the legs, there's no real chance of that being given out.
Yeah. Just sweeping on line more than anything on that occasion.
rather than the length.
Yeah.
So it really would be interesting to see if they decide to just give the quicker bowlers a little blowout late in the day here.
Yeah, I think you're right on cue, Ruskin. I'm seeing the fourth official just getting ready to go on to pass on the new ball.
So maybe that's what they wanted to do. Two things: keep the over rate churning over, and at the same time take as long as possible to delay the introduction of the new ball, so that even if they score quickly, it won't be too many overs for them to score off of quickly, and at the same time give themselves a chance maybe in the dregs here to pick up a late wicket or two. So 250 is on the board now, 250 for 6 after 84 overs. So they have 6 overs left in the day to try to complete the 90 overs, and it looks as if we will have the second new ball finally being taken.
Yeah, the second new ball taken at this stage with just 6 overs to go, Ruskin. So you're absolutely spot on with that. Just a quick burst from the opening pair.
Because they'll get 2 bites of the cherry. They'll come back in the morning with a relatively hard ball. So you just get 6 overs out of the way here, and so you just ask them to just run in and see if you can pick up a wicket for us. And then if that fails, after a full night's rest, they'll come again in the morning and have another go at it. If you get a wicket or 2 now, that's even better, because you come back in the morning now with 2 fresh batsmen at the crease, or at least 1 new batsman at the crease, and you could kind of take aim at that batsman.
Yeah, and this is a good move, I think, giving Justin Greaves the new ball. He has the ability to swing the ball, so he's going to get the brand new cherry operating from the southern end. Has 2 slips, a gully, a man back on the point boundary cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and a fine leg. So it's Greaves with the second new ball on the 1 left alone by Gore.
I think what we look for to see how Graves approaches this, if he can, drop on a good line and a good length just outside the off stump, and the field is well set on the onside. So it's spread on the onside. There's just a mid on. There's a deep backward square on the boundary. There's a fine leg on the boundary. Unless you're bowling a short ball, you don't want to factor them in at all. Everything else is off stump, outside the off stump. Let's bring the slip in play.
Yeah.
That's a good line. And you could see the batsman walking into line and then at the last minute deciding not to play.
Yeah, but that's the area generally that he wants to be operating in, Justin Greaves. And a little bit fuller as well, just to give it that option of swinging, that chance to just do its thing in the air.
When you play at a venue like this and you look up as a batsman who is well set, and you look in, if you're a right-hander looking at mid-off, what do you see? In the stand, you see 375, 400, 501. That alone should tell you something about the idea of scoring runs. And if you think batting here to get to 74 is hard work, think of how much hard work went into making those scores, And so it should give you a sense of encouragement that maybe, just maybe, I could do this.
Yeah, down the leg side, Justin Greaves. By you just saying that, Ruskin, my head is already beginning to go. My brain is starting to become a bit fried by the thought of that. Yeah,
that's what it takes. It takes these moments, these kind of tough moments where you battle through these tough moments, and you read the game, you understand what is required, if you're a batsman, you know you want to stay there. They're trying to force you into error. And, pick your spots. They want a second, it's not there. That's good cricket. They looked for a moment as if a second was on, but the fieldsman attacked the ball quickly and was able to release it as well. And once he got the ball in his hands, it didn't make sense that they tried a second run at that stage, because that would have been suicidal had they even attempted going back for that second run. And it looked like Kenneth Demba was the man who was quickly around and was able to rifle in his return.
Yeah.
And they're just picking up what the fielders give them. And that's good, sensible cricket to end the first over with the second new ball. And at the end of it, it's 252 now for 6.
And the man catching.
Yeah, 252 for 6. And at this stage, the Leeward Islands dugout definitely going to be happier of the two teams. Unless, though, that the Windward Islands able to pick up a wicket or two, just to tilt the balance slightly on a more even scale.
And this is where I think McSween is going to be key here. You want him to bowl 3 overs. That's basically what you give him. Say, guys, you have 18 deliveries. If you line them up properly, we could probably pick up a wicket or two, late here today. And everything else that went before would be forgotten to some degree. Yeah. If he could come in here or run in and, land on that immaculate line that he had earlier today with the first new ball, and maybe just hit the outside edge a couple of times, or maybe trap somebody in front, LBW, I think all will be forgotten, and they would play themselves back on an even keel at the end of this day. But this has been a good day for the Leewards so far. 252 for 6. They now need to finish the job here by staying not out, and this same pair coming back tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I think what the Windwards would not want, good delivery met with a firm drive. Yeah, I think what the Leewards would not want to, though, is the psychological fact of that 300 mark. Batting first and getting to 300, it can always play on your mind psychologically. So I think to clean up the tail as quick as possible, well, I shouldn't say the tail, because these two men are well set, but actually pick up a wicket or two is crucial at this stage, especially with the second new ball.
Oh, yeah. Don't bend.
Getting that inward movement.
Yeah, and those are good signs from him. Now he has the 2 slips, so again, that's for that delivery that he likes to push across the right hander. He has 2 slips on a gully, and there's this big gap. There's a man at the cover point position, and then there's that shortish mid-off. It's kind of risky business, because if he doesn't line it up properly, anything that is played to the left of mid-off is runs. And here is a ball. He was falling down. He wasn't down. He was up, trying to get back down. And certainly, you don't want to get up too soon when you're feeling in that position. That is a position that requires you to be very still and to not move. It looked like Ambrose was under the bat there.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't get down in time.
Yep.
He was up, trying to go back down. That's the most difficult thing to do.
Yeah. It's a position where you have to be crouched and stay down as long as possible. Difficult chance, though, but a chance nonetheless.
And you have to stay down. You can't get up. You have to stay down. Here's another powerful drive again by James, middling the ball, but he can't get it through.
But I think these two have batted so well that they deserve to just see out these remaining overs, because it's clear the plan from the Windward Islands to pick up a wicket with the second new ball. So they've done so well that they actually deserve the luxury of just
Coming back tomorrow.
of just coming back tomorrow.
There's another easy single. And once they push it in that gap, they would get the single. But it seems as if the captain is happy to give them that single as opposed to a boundary. But
Center.
Yeah, and the good thing is that these two are well set.
Stay
So
over.
the
Want to
second
come.
new ball, yes, it's going to be challenging with the movements and so on, but they're well set. They've seen a lot, and they've spent a lot of time out there. So it's always a good thing when you're facing the second new ball with some runs behind you.
that's a great shot. Brilliant field again by Demba. And he was traveling over to his right. The ball was traveling as well, but he was able to intercept it and knock it down, preventing a boundary. Didn't even get a single for it. That is good cricket all around. A good shot and brilliant piece of fielding there from Demba. 255 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yeah. Good commitment shown by Kenneth Demba.
He's wringing his hand now, though. And he's wringing his hand not from so much from that one, it's from the one before that he stopped. It was a full-blooded drive that he got a hand to. Remember, he's not an orthodox mid-off, he's in a short mid-off. And that ball is certainly traveling coming at him.
I tell you, the sound of the bat from that second new ball is absolutely music to the ear of any cricket fan. You know, we as cricket fans, you walk around and all of a sudden you make the sound with your mouth. That you mimic the sound of ball hitting bat with your mouth. But in this particular instance, ball is coming off the bat wonderfully well.
Well, we talk so much about the type of bats that the guys are using nowadays. Granted, it's expensive. Because I went to a store, just happened to pass through a store, and I saw the prices, and it's like very few are under $2,000, you know, and it's above 2,000 when you consider you buy the bat. The gloves are expensive, the boots are expensive, the helmets is an additional cost, the pads. And here's a shout for an LBW, but again, just doing a little too much cutting in and almost trapping James in front there. But again, that inward movement starting to cut in, probably a little bit too high as well. But that's more like it. And I think that is what Athenaeus will be hoping for, is that one of these of his frontline bowlers can really just do something with the ball off the wicket.
Yeah, that one was always coming back in.
Starting a little too wide. And so even though it came back in a bit, it was so wide that there was no real intent of playing at it from James. So he remains on 61-75. Joint top scorer so far is Karima Kaur on debut. What a wonderful innings this young man has played. In fact, both of them have really played well.
Yeah, that's what's going to excite the coaching staff. It's two young men that have done this consolation job and really taken it away from the Windward Islands at that stage where they were on top at 121 for 6. You know, so these two coming together and stitching up now a partnership with 130 odd, 134, 134. It's absolutely gold dust at this stage.
And that's more like it. That's kind of like where they want him to start his deliveries. And any kind of movement from there will be fine. But at least start there so the batsman is playing at the deliveries. And if you get any movement at all from there, as so often happens with the new ball, sometimes it just kicks or it does strange things, even on placid wickets.
Yeah.
But if it has to happen, it has to happen from that region.
Yeah.
That's a good shot, but again, he can't get it through. So that completes yet another over. It's the end of the over. It's 255 for 6 at the end of it. So just to recap, remember 61 to Kofi James, 75 to Kareem Agor, but before these two came together with this splendid 134-run partnership, the Leeward Islands won the toss and opted to bat first. Munston Hodge was the first to go for 6, caught at the wicket by Walcott of the bowling of McSween, 15 for 1. It was 30 for 2 when Akeem Saunders was unfortunately run out for no score from a direct hit from Edwards. It was then 51 for 3 when Devon Thomas went for 1, caught Lewis at mid-on, a mistimed hook off the bowling of Graves. So 51 for 3. Then a little partnership, Jamal Hamilton stayed there with Kieran Powell, and they went to lunch at 71 for 3 with Powell on 52 and Hamilton on 6. But just after lunch, Hamilton departed for 12, caught Hodge off the bowling of McSween, 93 for 4. It was then 103 for 5 when Kieran Powell finally out, attempting a big hit. He really made a swipe at it and really gifted his wicket away for a well-played 75. He was caught, Graves, off the bowling of Demba, 103 for 5. He was out for 75. He's taken his 50 of 49 deliveries with 9 fours. And then at 121 for 6, Rakeem Cornwall was out, caught and bowled by Demba right after the water break, and 121 for 6 at that stage, and things looked a little dicey. And that was swinging, and it swung past the keeper, Walcott. He couldn't catch up with it, and that goes for 4 byes. So you could see he was attempting the Yorker there, but it just got away from him, swung too early, and the wicketkeeper missed it completely, and it went for 4 byes. So 259 now for 6. We're in the 88th over, so there'll be 2 to come after this one. So at 121 for 6, things look a little bit dicey. You had Kofi James, who is just starting his career, and even more of a freshman is Kareem Agor, who's on debut. But those two stayed the course. That's a brilliant shot. That's 4 runs. From the moment it left the bat, you could just see the timing into it. He just drilled it on the offside of the wicket, down to long off for 4.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant shot. Made connection as soon as it got under his eye. And one result, 4 written all over it. Absolutely brilliantly played by Kareem Agor. So he is up to 79 now.
He's the highest scorer in the innings so far. He goes past the 75, that which he was tied with Kieran Powell. And their partnership just continues to grow. It's up to 142 now. So at 121 for 6, the feeling was this was the opportunity for the Windward Islands to really just blast out the lower order. But so far, these two have been not just stubborn, but they have been resolute as well. And they're just adding runs, finding ways to add runs. And that will take go now on to 80, and James, who's on 61, will come on strike. So these two, They went to tea, remember, at 165 for 6 with Gore on 28 and James on 23. And they've stuck together. They scored 100 together. Gore, his 50 came off 97 balls, 7 fours and 1 6. And then James brought up his half century from 95 balls with 3 fours and a 6. There's another in-swing and delivery, but played well in the end by James, as he remains on 61 and 80. It is to Gore. It's 264 for 6 now after 88 overs.
It's just the two of us remaining in the day's play. And it's going to be Graves again. Yeah, so these two have really nullified the attack. They've really done the basics right. They've batted in partnership, you know, at that stage where things wasn't going one way or the other for the opposing batsmen. They stuck it out, and they really, in the end, put on a fantastic partnership so far with 143.
And it just keeps getting better. Here's a good delivery once again. Every so often he produces these gems, but no luck.
Yeah. Oh, it's just rehearsing what he should have done. But he's done excellently well up to this stage. 80 from 165 deliveries. He's spent a long time out there now. Probably might be about 3 hours at the crease.
No, he just needs to finish the job here now. That's all he should be thinking about.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if he doesn't score another run for the day. The aim here is to bat through and not lose another wicket and come back tomorrow and see how many more you can add. 100 is right within reach, and it's there for the taking.
Yeah.
He's on 80.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the message from the Leeward Islands dugout as well.
But you notice the shadow from the stanchion goes right across the pitch, just in front of the batsman.
Yeah. Yeah. Good observation.
It goes right across the strip, and it's right on a full length for the batsman. And it doesn't matter. Well, you have two right-handers, but it will be the same for a left-hander as well.
Yeah.
Because it goes right across. And the other thing is, this shadow goes right across the field,
Yeah.
straight across to the other end, almost to the scoreboard. The sun is that low at the moment.
Yeah. It's almost as though it's a cue as to what I can drive and what I should leave.
But it's also a spot for the batsman, for the bowler.
Yeah.
And if I was the bowler, I would try to put one inside of there and see what happens. You know, just
Yeah.
pitch it up and see if they will go for the drive in that shadow. And quite often, if a fieldsman was close to the wicket and the shadow was on the pitch, you probably ask him to leave, you know, or to step back a meter or two, so that the shadow doesn't encroach on the field. But this is all part of the physical status of the ground.
Yeah, good delivery from Greaves.
So the Brian Lara Cricket Academy really looks a picture. It's nicely grassed. The field is in immaculate condition. In fact, the facility is in immaculate condition. And it really presents a picture. I would imagine players who are playing here for the first time must be very happy. They're going to have a look at the ball, and I don't think you want them to change it.
Yeah.
Maybe the seam is just raising a little bit, so they're probably just clipping it. But we just have the 1 over to go, this one, and another two legal deliveries from this one, and another over. So just 8 legal deliveries left in the day's play. 264 it is for 6, and he's going to add another one here. So they'll just tack on one more, and you can see he was just gorgeous, kicking himself, probably thinking he could have drilled that and maybe pick up a boundary, but he only got one. And but more importantly, he is back on strike at the other end. So 265 now for 6. So as you were saying, it's been a long day for these bowlers. Shimon Lewis, 14 overs, 1 maiden, not for 46. Preston McSween, who is in his 16th over now, 5 maidens, 2 for 36. Justin Graves, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 55. Larry Edwards, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 34. Kenneth Demba, 24 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 66. And Kaveem Hudge is another ball punched into the offside, and they'll pick up a couple. And so they just keep building here. And Kaveem Hudge, who bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 13.
Yeah, hard work for the Windward Islands bowlers today. But I'm sure they're gonna regroup and come back tomorrow with some different plans. A short delivery and just allows it to go by is go. Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna regroup as a bowling group and come back tomorrow with some much improved plans and try to pick up these remaining wickets as quickly as possible. It's not that they've been that bad with their lines and lengths. The batsmanship has been equal.
It's been very good.
Yeah, they've been very good. They've matched everything thrown at them by the Windward Islands bowlers. This one sliding down the leg side and clipped through square leg for 4. Kareem Gore goes on to 87. Badly line delivery by McSween. It was always swinging in, and it was pitching on leg stump and continuing to go down, and Gore just helped it on its way. So the score now 271 for 6. Just 3 deliveries remaining, 3 legal deliveries remaining in the day's play. Ambrose is now coming out of the bat pad position on the leg side. He's going into cover. He's going into, cover.
So a very long and trying day is coming to a close. And that's a brilliant stop there in the gully, because that had 4 written all over it. Had that gone by, that would have been 4 runs, because it was a full toss, hit hard, but a brilliant stop in the gully.
Yeah, especially at this time of the day. Tired legs, but commitment shown by Graves. Getting low down and saving what would have definitely been 4. So now a slight change in the field. McSween is coming from over the wicket now with just 2 deliveries remaining. And Ambrose has moved out from cover. He's gone into a mid-wicket. There's also a square leg, and they're asking the fine leg to come a bit straighter.
Maybe he might try a short ball.
Maybe he's looking to fuller delivery.
A little bit off pace one there, slower one. So he's trying different things, but so far nothing seems to be working. So just a 1 ball that he has to negotiate here now and try to close up shop. Gore is on 87. And so he just wants to see this through. And there's a lift in delivery, just a little bit extra bounce there, but he survives, and it will go out at 271 for the loss of 6 wickets. And you look at that final delivery there, shorter delivery, jumping, it actually hit the bat and hit the helmet. And luckily for him, it just bounced out into the offside. So he remains on 87-61. It is to Kofi James, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will close the day 271 for 6 after 90 overs. And what an enthralling day's play this has been. And their partnership is exactly 150 runs. What a splendid partnership this is so far at Stumps. 271 for 6.
Yeah, Ruskin, as you've quite rightfully mentioned, an enthralling day. This is the first day of this game, the round 4 action in the Cricket West Indies for the championship. Leeward Islands Hurricanes up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. This morning, the Leeward Islands won the toss and decided to bat first. And at the end of 90 overs, Jamal Hamilton would definitely be saying he made the right decision. But a huge part of it has to be given to, firstly, Kieran Powell with 75 right on top of the order. And then, of course, finished off by Kofi James and Kareem Agor, partnership with exactly 150 unbroken, and 271 for 6 represents a very good fighting effort by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And Ruskin, on the part of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, what would you be saying at this stage of the game heading into the second day tomorrow?
Well, what they look at is that they were very disciplined with their bowling initially. And then maybe they were trying too hard to get that breakthrough, and it never came for them. And then they kind of, after tea, they kind of let their foot off the gas a little bit and just allowed the game to drift, and it drifted away from them, while this pair just kept plugging away, adding runs, picking up boundaries, and both men going past half centuries. So that probably would have been playing on their minds. And they couldn't figure out a way how to rein them back in. They delayed in the new ball, maybe because they wanted to get the overs in on time, or as close to time as possible. But then with 6 overs left, they eventually took that second new ball, and they've had 1 or 2 anxious moments, but in the main, I thought they handled the new ball very well, and they were still disciplined right up to the end. And they survived. So as it stands right now, 271 for 6 is a formidable first day ask, given 1, the conditions, and 2, the discipline in which the Windward Islands bowled, especially early on today. And then, of course, after that lunchtime period, when they picked up the 2 key wickets, it's just that they just couldn't get that little extra that was needed there for them to pick up a couple more wickets and put even more pressure on the Leeward Islands, I should say. But at the end, the Leeward Islands would be thinking, so far so good. Now, how can we push on to get maybe 350 when it's all said and done? And I think more importantly, they will all be rooting for Kareem Agor to possibly go on and get triple figures. He's played brilliantly. And I think he's kind of surprised the Windward Islands when it's all said and done.
Well, there you have it, fans. So, at the end of the day's play, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 271 for 6 after 90 overs. So, that's all we have for you this afternoon. And we do encourage you to join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. for play on day 2 of this West Indies 4-Day Championship. So on behalf of the entire team this afternoon, we'd like to thank you, and we look forward to you tomorrow morning.